Welcome everyone to this video in which we are going to build a Notion of life, the all-in-one toolkit for creating a meaningful and high-impact life and career. So this is a product that I've been working on for the past 9 months. I put a lot of time and effort into this. I tested this product a lot with users, and this is sort of the first iteration, the first try of sharing it with the world. So this video is really going to be a follow along tutorial. It's going to be a long video. We're going to cover a lot of different things. I would definitely encourage you to skip forward to another point in the video if that seems more relevant. Play it back at twice the speed or half the speed. Really use this video as a buffet for yourself to also build this system. So what is this video going to look like? The first thing we're going to do is explore the underlying methodologies and the underlying system that we're going to build. So I'm going to explain to you what is this tool, what is it based upon. Then I'm actually going to show you the finished product that we are going to build, the finished system that we are going to build. And then after that, we are going to cover some Notion basics. So Notion is this no-code platform, this all-in-one productivity tool, note management tool. It's very popular software, and it basically allows us to build our own systems, our own productivity systems, but also different sort of systems from scratch. So we don't need to know any programming, and we can really leverage the power of technology, leverage the power of software to build a system, a product that works for us. So after we've covered kind of the basics in that regard, then we are going to build this entire system from scratch. So we're going to build it block by block, part by part. I'm going to show you how all the different things work and kind of take you along on this journey. So that's sort of the goal for this video. As I said, it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a big one. So feel free to just scroll through to any point in time. And yeah, without any further ado, let's just dive into it. Let me first tell you more about the product that we are going to build. As I mentioned, the name of the system is a Notion of Life, the all-in-one toolkit for creating a meaningful and high-impact life. So what this system basically does, it brings together these various aspects of our life into an integrated whole, with the main goal of making sure that the actions that we take every day, the things that we do on a daily basis, contribute to the person that we want to be. And in practicality, this means bringing together things like your goals, your projects, your action items, but also things like your knowledge streams. So maybe your personal notes, media that you've consumed and collected, but also the reflective side. So reflecting on our own behavior, reflecting on our own thoughts. Are the things that we're doing really contributing to the person that we want to be? Are the goals that we set really the goals that we want to be following, or should we make changes there? So it's basically an integrated friend that helps you to really get the most out of your life. And I would really encourage you to see it also as a friend and not as this panacea, not as this system that's going to solve all your life problems, right? A good friend, a really good friend, is someone that is there for you when you need him or when you need her. And a good friend is someone who's there for you over the long term. So the goal here is not to build a system that is fiery and fast. Rather, we want something that stays with us for the long time, right? I'd rather have a friend that I see once a week for 30 years than have a friend that I see 7 days a week, but only for 2 months. So consider this system like a friend, something you can use, someone you can connect with every single day to help you get more out of your life. And in that same regard, you don't have to use everything that we are going to build today. Maybe you are only interested in having a project tracker, or maybe you want to have an action tracker, right? That's fine. You can build any standalone part of the system and make it work for you, because that's the goal. It needs to work for you. But ideally, you take all these different parts together and we get a synergistic whole, right? So 1 + 1 is not 2, but 1 + 1 is 365, right? We really want to get the most out of these separate pieces of our life, integrating together into something that truly adds value. The last thing that I want to say on that note, something that I think is very important to consider, is that as human beings, especially in our nowadays culture, we try and tend to go for things that have a quick reward, right? So if we build something, we want to have a short feedback loop, and we want to get a quick reward. But the most important things in life do not have a short feedback loop. They have very long feedback loops, right? I take an action right now and I might not see the result for 5 years. Now, this is not sexy because people don't know if the thing that they're doing is actually working. And I completely understand that. So I would say start with the parts of the system that feels like they work for you. So let's say a daily action tracker, right? We get a very short feedback cycle. We get instant rewards for the actions that we take, and then work towards those bigger things. But be aware that getting those bigger things right, that's where the true value is created. Because we could be working effectively and efficiently on today's action items. We could be working effectively and efficiently on a goal for the next 6 months. But if the overarching thing that we are working on is still not the thing that's really right for us, that's really creating value, all the work we're doing is kind of for nothing, right? So it's very important to integrate these small feedback loops with the bigger ones, right? Our longer term ambitions, our core values as human beings, our principles, everything that really goes over a very long timeline. All right, so the first thing that I want to show you is the circle of growth. And this is a model I created that this system is really based around. And this model shows us how to have a process in which we can really grow in an integrated way. So you can start at any one of these steps, but for now, we'll just start at insight. So the first step that we take here is getting insight into ourselves, developing wisdom. Who are we as human beings? What matters to us in life? What are our core values, right? What are our core principles? What is the thing that we are willing to die for? This is really the heavier stuff. This is really the large feedback loop, but it's very important, because we only get one life on this earth, at least for as far as we know. And yeah, we want to make the most out of that. And we want to live that in line with the person that we know ourselves to be. Okay, then based on that insight, we can start making plans. So we're going to get these abstract values, these abstract ideas, and we're going to turn them into concrete plans, right? So if I'm someone who values compassion, right? I'm a compassionate person. That's important to me. Then what sort of concrete plan can I make to manifest that into reality? Okay, maybe I want to start a homeless shelter. Maybe I want to teach children from a disadvantaged background, right? We can start making this more concrete and turning it into goals. And then based on those goals, we can start building projects. And based on that project, we can start creating action items, right? So we're really taking this abstract notion of who we are and we take it, bring it into this more concrete thing. Okay, then the next step is making sure that all our systems, all our knowledge is structured in such a way that we can actually effectively execute, right? Because if we can have a good plan, but if we don't have a good execution on that plan, the plan is worthless, right? So we want to structure our information flows, and this can be things like your email and messages, but it can also be your personal knowledge management, right? All the information and knowledge that you've collected over the years. Then when these three are lined up, that's when we get ready to execute, right? At the end of the day, we need to do things in order to get things done. It's pretty self-explanatory, but it's very important. Based on that execution, we are then going to review. The reviewing section really just means we're going to check in with these two things over here. Is our planning still up to date? Are all our knowledge structures still bringing us to this place where we want to go? Is the system that we've built still doing what the system was built for? Right? That is really, really essential because so often we start a new system, right? We create a new folder structure on our computer, or we start this new meal plan or whatever, and we do it for a little while, but then after a while new elements start joining into the system, right? New folders are being created, new documents are coming in, and we don't maintain the system. And after some time it reaches this critical mass, and once it goes past that critical mass, we just stop the entire thing, right? And we've all been there. We have this good plan, we have this good system, but it dies because we don't take care of it. So this review section is really us maintaining the system. It's us refreshing the oil, right? Checking the tire pressure, making sure that the system that is getting us into this circle of growth is still being maintained. And I really like this quote from James Clear from the book Atomic Habits, where he says, we don't rise to the level of our goals, but we fall to the level of our systems, right? And truly, I think the magic there is when our goals and our system, the goals and the system align, that's when we really create value and impact. And then the last step in this cycle is the reflection. So now we want to check not if everything is still working, but we want to check, is it doing what we wanted it to do for us, right? We had this goal, this ambition, this person that we are wanting to be. Are these plans, are these actions getting us to be that person that we wanted to be? Or do we need to change course, right? Maybe the plan itself is solid, but it's not helping us be that person that we want to be. So the reflection aspect is really digging deep into who we want to be and if we are truly manifesting that, which logically then leads to new insight, right? Because from this reflection we get insight, and then we get this nice circle going where we know that our daily actions are infused with our deepest life purpose, and we can actually work towards that in a circular manner. Okay, and then the next thing I want to show you is what does this then look like in practice? And I'm aware these are some graphs. They might not be as interesting as having the video where I show how everything works. But I think it's really important to understand the foundation before we actually start building this product. But as I said, feel free to skip along in this video. And there's going to be timestamps. You can just watch whatever it is that you want to watch. So first of all, here we have these 6 different phases, right? Insight, planning, knowledge, execution, review, reflection. These 6 are going to come back all the time. And as you can see also, here we have that circular motion again, right? We have this circular motion, this wheel that is going to bring us forward in our own personal growth. So each one of these blocks here is a separate element inside our Notion system, a separate database inside of our Notion system. Let's start here on the top. So the first thing we are going to look at here is the insight part. What are the core insights in my life, my core values, my core principles? These are really the things that take a long time to figure out about yourself and really, really, really teach you who you are as a person, who you want to be as a person, the things that truly matter to you in life. Then after that, we have 6 different life areas. This is a model that I created. I will show you later how it exactly works. So this is really a tool that's going to help you look into the width. It's going to help us prompt us in a way to look at the different life areas, right? So what are my core insights and my goals in the social domain? What's my goals in the physical domain or the creative domain or the financial domain? So it helps us to think, kind of get out of that tunnel vision, because maybe we only have this one insight. Like, I want to be a happy and loving person. But we want to think about the whole width of life, the whole breadth of life also. And then based on those, we're going to set vision goals for ourselves. And these are going to be very long-term abstract goals. They don't necessarily have to be completed, but they're more a sort of motivation, right? In 10 years, I want to be a loving father and I want to have a family. Or in 10 years, I'm going to have this business with which I impact 100,000 people every single year, right? This is really setting ambitious vision goals for ourselves. Based on those vision goals, we're going to set SMART goals, which are going to be very concrete goals, right? So if my goal over 10 years is to build this business that impacts 100,000 people, then a SMART goal might be start building a self-sustaining business in the next 12 months, right? A business that breaks even. Based on those SMART goals, we're going to create projects or habits, right? So what project would I need to do in order to get to that goal? All right, I want to build this business. Then maybe one project is create a proper business plan. Then maybe another project is building a website for the business, right? And then maybe another project might be actually onboarding the first 100 clients, right? We can make these projects that help us work towards these SMART goals. And simultaneously, we can create habits, right? So maybe a habit that I would need to create is write content every day for 30 minutes, right? I want to write content for my business or whatever. Based then on those projects and habits, we are going to move into the actions, the execution. And as you can see, this is where everything happens, right? The only thing we have in life is the present moment. The future, we can think about the future, we can think about the past, but the only thing we really have is the present moment. So ultimately, everything happens in this action. The question we ask ourselves is, how effective is that action? How good is that action? And that's why we have this entire system to make sure that our actions are the most meaningful that they can be. Okay. During those actions, we are generating knowledge, right? We might be generating personal knowledge, notes, meeting notes, ideas, just anything that we generated. We might be consuming and gathering external knowledge. We might be listening to a podcast, reading a book, going to a lecture. And then these pieces of knowledge that we are collecting, we want to classify them, right? We want to make sure that when we need those pieces of knowledge, that we have them at our fingertips. When I need knowledge about how to design a website for this project, I want to have that at my fingertips. When I need the knowledge on how to build this business model, I want to have that at my fingertips. So we're generating all this knowledge, but then we're classifying it, and we're doing this in the daily review, right? So this is really the cycle going into the future, everything related to the future. And then here we're going into the past, right? So every day we're going to have this little review. We're going to do this startup routine at the beginning of the day, and we'll have the shutdown routine at the end of the day. It only has to take a few minutes, so don't worry that it's going to be way too long. But we're just going to check in. What are the actions that I'm going to do today? Maybe some reflection questions like, what am I grateful for today? And we're going to classify this knowledge, right? Okay, what knowledge did come in today? We're going to classify it and we're going to rate it, right? We're going to make sure that our knowledge streams are being optimized for our own goals, right? For our own goals. Then we're also going to have weekly reviews. They're going to gather some data that we collected in the daily reviews, but we're going to combine that with also a review of the projects and habits. We're going to have monthly reviews, which are then again going to take the data from those, the input from those. We're going to have quarterly reviews, and we're going to have yearly reviews. So during these reviews, we're really going to look back to different parts of the system, right? Daily, we're going to look at actions. Weekly, we're going to look at projects. Monthly, we're going to look at goals. Quarterly and yearly, we're going to look at insight. And ultimately, all of that brings us here at the top with improved knowledge, because we got this generated knowledge here. We've improved it during all these reviews, and improved insight, right? Because we ask ourselves all these reflection questions as our process is unfolding, and we get improved insight. And then that in turn helps us set better goals. Now, as you can see, this is really the circular motion, the circle of growth put into practice. And this is also the foundation of the system that we are going to build today. All right, that is enough models and theory for today. Now it is time to hop into the action. So first, I'm just going to show you how the entire system works. Afterwards, I'm going to show you exactly how Notion works, how you can build everything on there. If you've never used Notion before, please feel free to skip forward to that part first and then come back. But if you're familiar with Notion, then I first just want to show you this product, the system that we're going to build before we're actually going to build it. So once again, on the side here, you can see these 6 different zones that we have. And let's just start at the inside zone, because that's what we've been doing. In this inside zone, we have certain exercises. And as the product unfolds, I'm going to add more exercises. But let's take, for example, this dummy exercise that I made called future authoring. In this exercise, we are going to write down the person we want to be in our future, right? What is important to us? What is the thing that really matters to us? And if I open up this page, Command Enter, you can see over here, we can add core insights. So let's say from this exercise, I gathered in the future, I want to be married with children. I'm going to be 36 years old and I want to be financially stable. What is a value statement for me that really resonates from that? Well, the value statement for me is I want to be able to provide for my family, right? That could be a value statement. Then over here, we can open up our value statement template, Command Enter to open this full page. And then once again, over here, we have some reflection questions. What does this value statement mean to you? What would a practical application or lived example of this value statement look like? Right? We can start filling in these answers and basically explain to ourselves, okay, what does this value statement mean to me? Then in the next tab here, we can relate this value statement to one of these life areas that I talked about earlier, right? So I'm going to take this value statement and I'm going to say, okay, I want to be able to provide for my family. That to me is a social and a financial thing. So I say, I want to be able to provide for my family. And I add that here to this life area. And I want to be able to provide for my family. Right, so we're going to bring these value statements in alignment with one of these life areas. And then if we want, we can also add an affirmation here. We don't have to do this. An affirmation is basically a mantra that you tell yourself to really affirm a belief. So for example, I could have a mantra here that says, an affirmation here that says, I am the type of person who provides for others, right? Maybe that's a thing you feel would be your affirmation. I'm just making this up on the spot right now. But yeah, then we have an affirmation also related to this value statement. Right, okay, then we go back to our insight zone into this exercise. Now we could do the same thing for a principle. I'm not going to show you the entire thing because we just did it. And then over here, we have the same values, but now we have all the core values that we've ever written down, right? So this is the one we just added. I want to be able to provide for my family, but I also have the core value of having a balanced and relaxed mind and moving with complete and utter freedom, right? And as you can see over here, I also have a little status of how important this value currently is in my life, right? This one's really embodied. I really, really, really value that. And maybe this one, I want to provide for my family, is a little relaxed right now. It's important to me, but I'm not necessarily focusing as much on it. All right. Similarly, we have life principles. You create and are therefore responsible for your own happiness. That's a life principle for me. We have our active affirmations, right? Once again, here's the one that we just created. Let's just add that in there. And then over here, we have these 6 life areas that I talked about earlier. So the 6 life areas is a model that I came up with a few years ago. And it's basically a way of looking at the diversity of human life. There's many different ways we can do it, right? We have Maslow's pyramid, we got Ikigai, we have the yin-yang symbol, you name it. There's many ways to approach the variety and the duality of human life, but this is really just a model that can help you think about these different life areas. So the physical area is everything related to the body, right? Physical health. The mental area is everything related to the mind, cognition, learning things, focusing the mind. The financial area is everything related to the material world, capital, finances, things. The creative area is really dedicated to generating things yourself, transforming something in the outside world. The spiritual area, that's all about transcending the outside world. That's doing something that's bigger than yourself, a community, a religion, something else, anything else really. And then the last area is the social area. And that's everything in relation to other people. Now, I will make videos about each one of these databases in the future. This whole thing is going to turn into a proper e-learning course where I'm going very in-depth also on the theory of everything. But for now, I mostly want to focus on the practical side of things because we want to build the system that really works for us. So let's suppose we open up this area over here, and then once again, we get this page. And on this page is basically everything that we need to know about our personal insight, right? About our personal insight related to this creative area. So we have some questions here. What does this area mean to you? What are you currently doing to nourish this area? And what would mastery in this life area look like to you? So in here, you can really make your own interpretation of this life area, right? Like I said, this system is your friend. It needs to work for you. So you can always take something out, add in new questions, and reframe things in a way that makes sense to you. Then here we can see all the core insights related to this area, right? So the creative area, create valuable products. That's my value statement. Principle, consistency is the key to exponential growth, right? Affirmation, I will build a profitable business in the next year. And then over here, we also have our vision goal, and that's something I'm going to show you in a little bit. And we have this little 20/80 area that I created everywhere. These are basically the 20% of things that if you do these things, you got 80% of this life area mastered. So these are basic things. They don't cost you any money. You don't have to buy any products. They're basic things that you can do right here, right now to master this life area. Okay, so that then takes us into the vision goal, right? We have this creative area. We know what our core insights are. Let's set this vision goal, right? So we're going to open that page. And as you can see, it's related to this creative area. And then we're going to set a vision goal. I will create a business centered around human well-being that will serve 100,000 customers within Europe. That is what I'm going to do within 5 years, right? Like I said, this goal does not have to be reached. Everything in life always changes. We move forward for a bit and then everything's turned upside down and we have to, make a new plan. Like Rocky said, everyone's got a plan until they get hit in the face, right? So we have this plan. Ultimately, we're not gonna finish that particular plan in the way we see it now. But what it does do is give us some direction. It motivates us and gives us some direction to work towards. So even if we don't actually serve 100,000 customers, we might serve 50,000, or we might serve them in America, or, parts of this might change, but we might still be closer to it than had we not first created that vision for ourselves. So inside here, we're going to scope this entire vision goal, right? What's the purpose of the vision goal? What does the future that I have look like if I pursued this vision goal? You can click one of these if you want to read the full question with a little reminder like, hey, okay, what would my life look like if I pursued and reached this vision goal? And then reminder, think about the opportunities, challenges, and environment. So really just a little prompt to help you answer that question. The sacrifices, what sacrifices will I have to make to reach this goal? Am I willing to make those sacrifices? The possibilities, what would happen if I try to do 10 times as much or do it in 1/10 of the time? And the purpose, we doubled that. So I'm just going to delete that right there. So this is really scoping this vision goal, really taking the time to formulate for ourselves why this is important. And it is important to take the time for this because we only set a few of these goals and we only do it like on a quarterly basis. But we want to make sure these goals really resonate. And then based on that vision goal, we can start creating a SMART goal, right? And this is what I talked about earlier. Here we can make the commitment and potentially an affirmation, but those we already covered. So let's go into the SMART goal. Based on this vision goal of wanting to create this business, what is a very concrete goal that I can start working on right now? Okay, I will build a functional business, right? Functional, maybe self-sustaining business. Over here, you can just create a new goal if you want. But let's for now open this one up. Boom. Okay, I will build a functional business. Once again, here we're going to scope some things beforehand. Why this goal? What are the sacrifices? What are the challenges? What are the complexity? And most importantly, when is this goal done? Because the SMART goals we do want to complete. Of course, You can always terminate a goal. Things can always change. But these goals are meant really as something to be completed. So we want to make it more concrete and really have something that we can finish. Reflection and insight, once again, right? I tried color coding everything in the system so that it makes sense, that it's easy to understand. And then based on this SMART goal, we can start creating habits or projects that we need in order to complete this goal. Now, let's say, for example, our SMART goal would be, I want to run a marathon. Then maybe a project is not really what is needed to run a marathon. Right? Maybe it's more of a habit that is needed. Maybe I need to run 4 times per week, do that for 6 months, and I'm ready for this marathon. But in the case of building a business, there is not one particular habit that's going to build me a business. I can have a habit like write website content that helps me in making this business, but I will also need to have projects. And here are a few example projects, right? I need to create a business plan. I need to create a business brand. I need to build a website for the business. And these are sort of chunks of work on the, let's say, 4 to 12 week spectrum that help us get closer towards this SMART goal. Now, over here you can see there's an active project, which is the business plan. That's the one we're going to be working on right now. Right, so let's give it a date for right now. And then over here you can see these are projects that we will need to work on in the future, but we don't need to work on yet. Right, okay. Then we are going into this project, right? And I know this might seem like a lot now. This system is really an investment you're making for yourself up front. But like I said, as a good friend, it stays with you over the long term. So once everything is set up, once everything is working, it really helps you to work with more intent, more efficiently, and take your life to the next level. Okay, so we are inside the project tracker, and this is really a page you're going to be using a lot more. This is a more practical page. So first of all, we are going to do some preparation. Why am I doing this project? What is the size, the scope? What are the objectives? Just some basic project setting questions. But then for the rest, this is really just going to be a working page for this project, right? So in here, we can write down all the actions that we need to complete in order to get further along in this project. Now, if you can already line out all the actions beforehand, if it's a very linear process, you already know what needs to happen, that's great. If not, that is also fine. You can always add more action items as they come in, as they arise naturally, as they are captured from a meeting, as you're just thinking them up randomly. You can always just add more action items in here. Then over here, we have our personal knowledge database, our notes, our ideas. And once again, these are all notes related to this project, right? How to generate more revenue for my business, key elements of the business model. These are all notes that we take related to this project. Over here we have external knowledge related to this project, right? The business model canvas, a canvas that I found online, that I'm going to use to create a better business model. And over here, just to remind ourselves, we can see to what SMART goal this project is related. Cool, so that is basically the project. And that then brings us to the actions. And for the actions, we're actually going to move over here into this execution zone. And over here, you can see the action list with all our actions for today. The execution zone is really the place where everything happens that we need to do today. Everything that we might need for today, everything that we might need to execute. And over here, you can see these action items that we just put in from the project. But these don't have to be from the project. We can also have something completely different, right? Grab groceries on my way home. This could also be an action item. It doesn't have to be related to a project. It could also be related to another project, right? So this is just all the action items that we have to do during the day. And over here, I'll just show you. There you go. This is like a calendar with all these action items that are in our action item database, right? We have all these different action items related to the project, but also ones that might not be related to the project. that's basically how we close this loop, right? Let me bring that one back once again. We went from this deep core insight of the person that we want to be, and we really translated that step by step by step into our daily actions. So now I know that if today I am working on writing out the first version of the business model, that this is contributing to that person that I want to be. I want to be the person that is able to provide for my family. I want to be the guy that has this business. And if I want to be that guy, this is what I need to do today. Right? So we're really linking together this very long feedback loop with the very short one. And that then brings us to the review cycles, right? Now we're going to go into the past and we're going to review and reflect on our entire process. The first one that we have is the daily review. And these are the things that we're going to track of our daily behavior. So let's open this one up. October 25th. And on the top here, we have a startup routine. These are the things we are going to do at the beginning of our day. Now, once again, feel free to remove things here. You don't have to do the entire routine. It is more important that you have a routine that you can do consistently than a routine that's very big, that covers everything, but that you only do once every blue moon, right? Although you've never have to push yourself to do it 100%, right? If you feel this in 70% of the time, be happy with that. Nobody's going to ever hit every single daily review. So you want to be kind, you want to be considerate also to yourself. Startup routine, first thing we're going to do in the morning, perhaps a little morning journal, if that's something you're into, right? Then we answer some questions. What would make today awesome? What is something that I really want to do today? What would make today awesome? For me, it's recording this video right now. And potentially a question like, what's my energy state? Am I feeling high energy today? Am I feeling creative? Or am I actually tired? If I'm feeling tired, maybe I need to take it easy today. So just briefly check in with ourselves in the morning. Now, for the people that are into this, you could also track your health statistics. Maybe you got like an Aura ring or a Whoop belt or whatever, and you want to check in with your health scores, and you can track them in here. And then we have some startup habits, and I see these are still in Dutch, but maybe there's a certain habit you want to do in the morning, right? I want to go for a walk in the park in the morning. You can simply add that here by ticking the box. Little habit tracker. And then most importantly, what are my action items for today? What are the action items that I'm going to work on today? Okay, today I'm going to make this iteration. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And basically just check in with everything that I want to complete for the day. That's it. That's a startup routine. Nice and simple. Then in the evening or afternoon, whatever works for you, we go into our shutdown routine. And the first thing we're going to do is empty all of our inboxes. So any information that has come in during the day, we are now going to filter this. So we can easily during the day, for example here in the insight zone, capture a new action item, right? New action item I all of a sudden thought of, picking up the groceries or whatever. And we can do the same for a note, right? So we can write down a new note in here. Notes of business meeting, Harold, whatever. And, we can write down the notes inside of this page. Quickly capture it just as it arises. Then we can leave it be and we don't have to think about it anymore. We don't have to think about it anymore because at the end of this day, we have our inbox over here, right? The new action item that I thought of, the new notes that I made with Harold. So at the end of the day, we're just going to quickly empty this inboxes. First, we're going to see, is this still an action that I want to do? And if so, we might give it a priority. We might give it an action date. We might give it an energy level. This is something I will show later on. And then finally, we give it the status active. And as we give it an active, it disappears. Same for knowledge, right? We can think about this. Notes with business meeting. Those were a meeting. They were related to the project. Create a business brand. Classification. This is basically what topic is this note related to, right? So it can be related to a project, but it can also be related to a type of thought. Maybe it's not related to a project, but it's still something that I want to save in a particular bucket. So then we might say, okay, this one can capture any new incoming information, is related to creating digital tools, right? So we classify all this stuff. This is going to be an idea. This is going to be learning. And then at the end, we're going to give it a rating. How valuable is this piece of information to us? And we're going to do that on this first 5 stars, one of these 5. So let's say the business meeting with Harold, pretty valuable, capturing new information, very valuable, key elements of the business model, not so valuable. And as we give it these ratings, the knowledge is going to disappear, right? Similarly for any external knowledge. So yeah, you get the point. We empty our inboxes. Then we are going to review what we did today. So remember at the beginning of the day, we made this action list, right? We had this today's action items right here on the top. Now, you can see over here that we did not complete any of those action items. But let's say that we did complete some of those action items, right? So we go into our execution zone. We go into our daily actions and we're going to say, hey, I completed that one, and I also completed that one. And then we go back into our daily review, command left bracket, that's how you go one page back inside of Notion. Then all of a sudden here we can see, okay, we did complete these 3 action items, but we didn't complete these 2 action items, right? So we have this little moment of review where we can see, okay, what did we actually complete from what we planned and what did we not complete? And then lastly, we go into this calendar here where we basically have all the action items that are active currently, and we can start giving them a date. Okay, so maybe I didn't grab the groceries today. I'll do that tomorrow. No, contact Sasha tomorrow. Maybe the new action item here. And then for the next day, we can also prioritize the list, right? So we're going to say this one, 2nd priority, 3rd priority, 4th priority, right? So just like that, we have our little action list ready for tomorrow. So this is a very easy way to just sort of space out the actions and make sure we're not stuck with this super duper long action list, which just goes on forever, but that we actually get to manage it properly. Then we get into the habit tracking section. In the morning, we already did these 2. Now in the evening, maybe I also went swimming and I did some reading. These are the 4 habits that I want to do. We got a little formula here that shows you how many points you got. This is just a fun little extra that you can do. And then on the right here, we have our reminder from the habits and routines database with all the active habits that we're currently working on, right? So I want to go for a run 4 times per week. I want to write website content 5 times per week. And this is just an easy way to have a little daily habit tracker if that is something that you want to do. Lastly, we're going to have our end of the day reflection. What went well? What could have gone better? What am I grateful for? And potentially some shutdown statistics if that's something that you also want to track. So we have this check-in in the morning, check-in in the evening to make sure that our system is still working on this micro level, on this daily micro level. Then let's go into the weekly review. So the weekly review is going to be this place where we collect all our different daily reviews, look at the information that we've collected in these daily reviews, like for example, these habits that we've been tracking, right? We can see over here, these are all the habits that we tracked during the week. But then we're also going to go one layer above and start looking at the bigger picture. So first of all, here we have some reflections again, right? The upcoming week, what are my objectives for this week? With what intention and state of mind do I want to approach this week? Then we have the completed actions, all the actions that we completed during last week. It's only 3 now, but if you use the system for a whole week, then the list will be bigger. Then we can check in with all these reviews that we did, all these reflections rather that we did in our daily reviews. So we can just check in, what was something that could have gone better this last week. Maybe I wrote down the same thing 3 times, right? So we can start spotting patterns here. We can just briefly check in with our reflections. And then based on that, we're going to fill in reflections for this week. So for example, what was challenging, painful, or flat out sucked this week? All right. Me not being able to talk properly, right? That sucked pretty much. You can go as big here as you want. Once again, we're going to have this little reflection space. After that, we're going to move into the review. And what we're going to do here is, instead of reviewing the actions, which is what we did in the daily review, we're going to review our projects, right? So these are my active projects. Currently, it's just creating the business plan. From here, I can easily check in. Okay, cool. Are there any new actions that need to be added? Is there anything else that needs to happen for this project? Check in briefly, make sure everything is still aligned, and then move on, right? Then similarly, we're going to review all the knowledge that we captured during the week. And as you saw in the daily review, we're going to give everything a rating from 1 to 5 stars. In the weekly review, we can take particular ideas, particular pieces of knowledge that are especially relevant to us and move it to 1 or 2 diamonds, right? So maybe actually the meeting notes with Mark, those are really valuable. And actually running is like walking, but for fast people. Brilliant idea, right? So we're going to give our knowledge that extra classification. We're going to make sure that once we get a lot of knowledge, we can really look back and see, hey, which ideas are important to me? Personally, I have this all the time. I have a great idea. I think it's the best idea in the world. And then the next day, actually, I feel like the idea is not that good. This is a method for you to capture everything in the day, but then at the end of the week, reevaluate it with a fresh mind. We're going to do the same thing for the external knowledge, all the media that we've captured. And then here we have a tab with all the action items where we're waiting on someone. So instead of it being active, we're waiting on someone. All the actions that we might want to do someday. Actions that just randomly pop up, right? I want to visit the Royal Palace, but I don't know. Maybe I want to do it at some point. Maybe never. And lastly, once again, we have the calendar view, right? So we can start making lists for the upcoming week with things that we want to be working on. Cool. Over here, we're going to review our Google Calendar, whatever other calendar we have, right? It's just a simple link. It's going to open the web page. It's actually opening the web page in the wrong browser. There we go. Email inboxes, WhatsApp inboxes. We're going to empty out all these inboxes. I can highly recommend the article by Tiago Forte. I think it's called 17 Minutes to Inbox Zero, something like that. It's a great article about how to just completely make sure your inboxes are empty. We're going to have some structuring to do, clean up our desktop, clean up our important folders, our workspace. Right, we can take all of these off. And then we're going to have the planning and do the review for next week. Cool. Then we're going to have a monthly review. And currently it's October, right? So let's open up October. And very similarly, right? We're going to set intentions for next month. We're going to review our weekly reflections. We're going to do some monthly reflection questions. Once again, you can delete questions you don't want to answer. You can add questions that you do want to answer. Really personalize this stuff. But this is us just checking in at the end of the month. And once again, we're going to go one level bigger, right? We're going to go a bit more macro. We're going to go to a bit larger feedback loop. So here we're going to review goals, right? First, we're going to check in with all the goals that we ever completed or terminated. But then most importantly, we're going to check in with these active goals, right? How are these active goals going? Are there new habits that need to be added? Are there new projects that need to be added? Then we're also checking in with the next goals. Okay, I want to run that marathon. I want to serve 10,000 people. Is now the time to start working on these goals? Do I have enough energy, enough time available to start working on these goals? Checking in with the active habits. And then once again, also, we're going to do this knowledge review. But now we're going to give it the possibility to go up to 3 diamonds. So this is the last stage of knowledge review. And this is really where the best ideas can be collected in a central place. External knowledge, very similar. So this is really going to be the moment for us to start. Let me grab this one. To start improving this generated knowledge, so that we get this best knowledge that can help us then perform in the other direction, right? And here, once again, just a few things that you can do at the end of the month. Maybe you want to pay all your open bills. Maybe there's something else. You can add anything here, really. Review the calendar, and then create, once again, the planning for next month. So we create the next month's review, and we're going to see, okay, in this next month's review, what are my goals going to be? What is my state of mind going to be? And we're going to look forward. Then we have quarterly review, and I see that banner unfortunately changed, but that's perfectly fine. This one is really going to be more reflection and insight based. So we're really going one step bigger again, reflect on all the reflections we made during the last month, but then also answer some deeper questions, right? Make a list of the 10 people in your life who genuinely support you and whom you genuinely trust. And then send them a message telling how much you appreciate them and take some time to hang out with them, right? Or a question like, what do you love about life? Or what is a belief or conviction that I changed my mind on? These are really deeper questions aimed at sculpting that identity that we have, that character, and generating that insight and wisdom. And there we have it, insight and wisdom. So during the quarterly review, we're also going to pick one of these life areas, and we're going to really dive deep into that one, right? So we can go, for example, into the social area, and we can reflect on that. Do we have new core insights? Do we have new vision goals? Really dive deep into this biggest and most foundational layer. We can just check in with our value statements, check in with our principles. Is everything still feeling good? Do we need to change something, right? Are we now valuing this more than that? And over here is an important thing to mention. We also have a breakdown, right? There's only so much energy we have in a day. We can never commit fully to everything. And there's different approaches you can take, really. You can be a sprinter that likes to go really hard on one thing and then takes a rest. Or you can be a marathon runner that likes to go a little bit at everything. Let's say we only have 100% generative ability. We only have limited amount of ability to generate. Then how do we want to divide these between the different life areas? Maybe you really just want to focus more on the physical area for a while. Then that's perfectly fine. But make it known to yourself, because the trade-off has to be made. If you are going to go hard on the physical area, you do need to take away something from another area. But let's say maybe I really want to focus on the creative area this quarter, right? So I can say 25% here. That is going to be more than 100% total. If the thing actually, there we go. So then maybe I need to actually back down a little bit from the physical. And we are also going to see this back in the vision goals. We can see how much breakdown is dedicated to each vision goal. So even though we might have vision goals for every one of these different life areas, it doesn't mean that all of them are getting the same amount of attention at every step, right? We want to manage our energy, and we want to make sure that we work within our capacity. All right. I know this is a lot. Like I said, feel free to pause, to fast forward, to look at different parts of this video. But I just really want to show you how this whole integrated system works together. So then the last one that we have is the yearly review. This review is a big one, right? Take your time for this. Go rent a cottage in the woods. Bring some people that you love. Get your favorite drinks and snacks. And then we're really going to review the past year. All of these monthly reflections that we made. All of these quarterly reflections that we made. All the big personal and external knowledge that we've collected, all these diamonds and triple diamonds, right? Review that information. Just collapse that one for you. The projects that we might have completed in the last year, which, currently we haven't completed any yet. The goals, all of that, we're going to review them, and then we're going to answer these questions. Are there any patterns or insights that stand out from my monthly reflections? Are there any patterns or insights from these quarterly reflections? My projects, my goals, right? Is there a particular type of project that I keep terminating? Or is there a particular goal that I finished in half the time? We're going to really try to spot these patterns, because day to day we're tracking. Week by week we're tracking. Month by month are tracking. And by tracking all this information, we can start identifying these patterns. These patterns that make up our lives, that control our lives, that we are normally so oblivious to. And this is really the perfect moment to start seeing these patterns. And this is also where the system really shines. This is where it's your best friend that knows exactly to ask you the right questions, because he or she knows you so well and knows what you need. And then here are some yearly reflection questions, right? And these are the deep, deep questions of your life. What was the single biggest achievement that I made? What was my single biggest time waster? Which people mattered most in your life, right? These are very deep questions. And once again, every question has a prompt. Send them a message. Let them know how much they mean to you. It's really meant to help you go deep. Then over here, we can look at our principles and our value statements. And lastly, back to the 6 life areas. Just review them, see if everything is still working. Cool. So there you have this complete cycle. And now you can see how our actions inform all our knowledge. It gives us a sense of what we're doing, and then we review and make sure that that is actually what we are supposed to be doing, right? So we align this insight with our action. We make sure that what we are doing in the moment is what we are supposed to be doing. Last page I'll show you. This is where all the main databases live. This is a central place where all the databases live, and that's also what we are going to build in a little bit. So actually the last thing that I want to show you are these 6 different zones, right? These 6 different phases from that circle of growth. So the first one is the insight zone. And here we have all these databases related to the insight, right? The ones we covered in the beginning. Values, principles, affirmations, life areas, vision goals. Then in the planning zone, we have action items, projects, and goals, but these are all upcoming. So these are planned, right? Action items that are going to happen in the future. Projects that are going to happen in the future. Goals that might happen in the future, right? So this is the zone. See, we have that double, so I'll just pop that away. The knowledge zone, here we have the personal knowledge, right? The PK, the external knowledge, and the classes. Inside of these classes, we have a page. Let's just pop that one open, and then you can see all the personal knowledge related to this class, all the external knowledge related to this class. And here we have some different views of those databases, right? So all the external knowledge by status, right? What are the things that we haven't started yet? Okay, haven't read this article yet. Might want to read that later. Things that are in progress, things we're working on right now. Per type, maybe you want to sort it. You want to see all the web pages that you've saved. So these are just different filters, different views of those core knowledge databases that we have. The execution zone, here we have our daily reviews, we have our daily action items, we have all the active habits. That's supposed to be active. Let me just say active is checked. We have all our active habits. We have all our active projects, active SMART goals. And over here, this is another option for classifying your action items. You can do it by date. But one of the people that helped me test this system, she said, I don't like classifying action items by date. I prefer working what I'm feeling like in the moment. So you can also give energy to certain tasks, right? Maybe a logo for my website is a high energy task. Maybe hitting the gym is a medium energy task. And then you can just check in the moment. How much energy do I have? Pop open that menu and start working on energy-based tasks. This is what I'm currently doing myself also. But it's a little more niche, so I figured I'd show the date one first of all. And we have a mobile version. This one shows the action list for mobile phones optimized. Then we have the review zone. This is where we can see all the reviews that we've done in the past. Right here we have this nice little heat map of our habits. We have our weekly reviews, our monthly reviews, our quarterly reviews, our yearly reviews, all stored together in this one single place. Finished projects, finished goals. And lastly, we have the reflection zone. And this is where we have all the different questions of our different reflection phases. This zone glitches out sometime. I don't exactly know why, but for some reason it does. But as you can see, all the reviews per question. So the nice thing about this is if you've answered one particular question, let's say, for example, there you see, it just randomly glitches out. If you have, okay, I will fix this in a future thing. I think this is a bug in Notion. It randomly just moves to different questions. But if you have all these answers to this one particular question, right? What am I particularly grateful for this week? And you can see 50 entries under each other, and you notice that half the time you are grateful for a certain person in your life or a certain activity, that can give you some insight into seeing how important that is to you. And then you can, take that and focus your life more around that. So this really helps you spot the patterns on particular things in your life. Cool. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to move into the basics of Notion. So if you've never used Notion before, this section is for you. If you have used Notion before, feel free to look at this. Feel free to do it at double the speed, triple the speed, although YouTube does not allow that. But we're really just going to start from the beginning. What is Notion? Notion is more than a dock or a table. Notion can customize the way you do work. All jokes aside, Notion is a no-code platform that allows you to build personalized tools that help you with the things that you want to do, whether that be projects, work, basically everything that I just showed you, right? It's very versatile. It has a steep learning curve, but that's why we're making this video. But you can really build personalized software, right? You can create software, leverage the power of technology for your own workflows, for your own life. So you can grab Notion for free here. It's completely free for the personal plan, so you don't need to pay. You don't need to pay for anything in this video. Everything is just free. All you have to do is put in the time and the energy. So let's dive into Notion. I made a fresh account here, and what you see on the left is this page. I'm going to give it the title homepage. Let's just call it homepage for now. Inside this page, you can create new pages. So you can do that either by clicking here, right? This is the first page inside the homepage. But you can also do that by typing /page. Well, you already see it here, but you can say /page. And just like that, we have created another new page. Then you can go to the previous page either by pressing this arrow, but as you can see over here, you can also do Command left bracket. And I think on Windows that is going to be Control left bracket. And there you have it. We have our home page and we have our pages inside the page. Now, let's go inside this page and just once more create one more page. Just because I want to show you here on the left, this is very similar to a folder structure on your desktop or on your laptop, right? You can keep creating new pages, new page, and it's just going to add more layers in this folder structure. It's very similar, right? You can just collapse these. So this is like folder/website structure, how these pages work. But there's another feature that Notion has, because it doesn't only do pages, it also does databases. So much like in Excel, let's say we say /database, we can create a database right over here. And actually I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to say database as a full page. So this seems like a page, but it's actually a database. And as you can see over here, there's a database where we can, just similar to like in Excel, entry 1, right? Or in any other database, entry 2, and we can give a property to this entry, right? This is a property. So we have a database where we can fill in all this information. And inside these databases in Notion, there's a lot of different properties that you can give, right? So you can add a new property here. You can add text, numbers. You can add a status, a date, a select, people, files, checkboxes. All these features we're really going to use extensively in building this entire system, right? So let's for now just say a date and maybe a select. And we're going to call this one action list. I'm going to say this is action list. By clicking on one of these properties, we can rename them, right? So we're going to say, okay, we're going to make this a select property. And we're going to say this is going to be the priority, for example. This is going to be the task name, for example. This is going to be the date that we want to do this task. And then this one, we're going to edit this property, right? So we can add a new one or we can edit an existing one. And we're going to call this the checkbox. And we're going to say, is this one done? Yes or no? And like that, we could make a very simple little database, right? So here's task number 1, task number 2, and let's just say inside here we can create these little tags and we'll say, okay, this is the first priority and this is the second priority, right? And we could just easily change that. So now we have this very, very, very basic little database that we just created, right? We can tick these boxes and we have this very little databases. Now, the powerful thing that Notion allows us to do is that every single entry inside of a database is in and of itself a brand new page, right? This is really important to understand. So we just looked at these pages, which are just very basic pages, right? At the top here, you don't see any extra information. But if we go into this action list, into this table, and we open up this task, this in itself is a brand new page. On this page, we can do everything that we can also do on a regular page, right? So once here, we can add a page inside, no problem. It's just going to be living inside of this database. So that is the core structure of how Notion functions. It's a combination between pages and databases coming together. And that allows for a lot of powerful structures to be built. Cool. All right. Let's go back to our homepage. So then what do we build on one of these pages? Notion works with this thing called blocks. And blocks are basically a tiny block of content that we can structure in different ways. The way you create a new block is by typing a slash, and then over here you see a whole bunch of different blocks that we can add to Notion, right? These are all things that we can add to Notion. So let's just add a few. First of all, let's add this heading. This is going to be the title, right? Now, this is a title. We can grab this. We can give it a color if we want. We can go in here, give it a color, or we can go here and say we're going to turn this into heading 2. Once again, grab maybe blue. So this is this header that we can stylize, right? When we press enter, the default is always just a regular paragraph, just regular text. But then we can also say, okay, actually, I want this default to be a header number 3. So we can say slash turn, and then it says turn into. We're going to turn this into a header 3. And then once again, we want to give that the color. Maybe we want to give it green, but instead of going here and saying we want green, we can say slash green, and just like that. So you can always open up new commands in Notion by typing this slash key, but then you can use text to go to the command. So you can scroll through here and say I want header 1, but you can also say I want heading, there you go, heading 1. And it's going to give us heading 1. But even better, what we can do is we're just going to say slash h1, boom, header 1. Slash h2, boom, header 2. So Notion recognizes it when we give a short name of the block that we want to add, and it automatically recognizes what we want to do. Now, in the beginning, this might seem very overwhelming, complicated. Take this at your own pace. If you just want to open things by scrolling through it, feel free, right? Don't feel pressured. But as you start using this platform, you'll notice that you start using all these hotkeys. You'll also see me using these hotkeys. I'll say which ones I'm using so you know what to do, but it allows us to very quickly add new information. Now, these blocks, this is a block right here. You can see this whole blue section is one block. Let's say I were to add a whole bunch of lorem ipsum text here. When I select this, you can see this is one block. It's one block with these 6 dots. When there are 6 dots, that's always just one block. This block I can drag around, right? So I can restructure my page simply by dragging around blocks, right? I can also then grab one of these pages and I can start restructuring this page. Header 1, that's what we're talking about, and then we go to that page, right? Maybe I want to add a divider line, 3 lines, boom, there we go. Grab these ones. We can really just play around with these pages. And you can already see this one, starting to come together a little bit. But let's say I actually want to have something next to it. We can also do that. We can just drag it next to each other. Right, we can say this is column 1, column 2. And here we have some to-dos. And maybe under this column, we are also going to have some to-dos. And just like that, we can start structuring our pages. This is basically web design in a very simple manner. We can easily start creating all these custom pages. We can also add images, right? Image, either upload something ourselves or, we look at Unsplash. I'm just going to grab that James Webb. Do they have it? They don't. No. Let's grab this awesome looking galaxy. Boom. We have an awesome looking galaxy. We give that this little caption, awesome looking galaxy. And then give that a header, right? Because we want to create stuff. This is an awesome picture. And then perhaps we have a little to-do, not a to-do list, a bullet list. You can just do, you can go like this, bullet, or you can just do a dash space. And the galaxy was the first thing discovered, but then this was the second thing discovered. As you can see, we can start creating these pages, right? We can add documents in here if we want. We can add tables, we can add numbered list, we can add toggle list, we can add quotes. This is big. This is big. James Webb. Boom. Right, we can start creating all these different things inside of Notion. We have the callouts here. This is a callout. We can change icons. We can say, hey, I want to have the smiley icon. We can change colors. I want to give this the blue background. I want to make this one bold. Right, I want to add these 2 bullets inside of this block. Right, we're going to put that one here. Boom. We're going to put that quote under there. Restructure these pages however we see fit. That is really the power of Notion. These blocks, we can do a lot of things with these blocks, right? We can also say we want to make this page wider, bigger, right? We can drag this photo, say let's put it on the left side here. We can change the font, the text size. We can change the font also. I'm not entirely sure where to do that because there we go. Because I always use the default font. Yeah, so we can really start creating our own pages. And people online go absolutely ham on this. They create the most creative, good-looking pages, right? We can add a cover here on the top. We can add icons to our different pages. And like this, we've just created a very, very simple, incredibly messy Notion page also. So then let's explore a little bit more how these databases work. So I'm going to say we're on the home page right now. We're going to create on this other new data. And this is going to be our food page, right? Add a little icon. We're going to say chicken because we do like chicken. Actually, I never eat chicken, but you know, it's the first thing that came to mind. And maybe say salad, right? Beautiful. Look at that. Actually, I'm going to change this to tomato then because that's better. Boom. Okay, this is going to be our food page. Now, on this page, we are going to create a database. And the way we do this is by, once again, typing / and we're going to say database. Now, it doesn't matter which one of these you choose. These are all the same database. It's just different views. So I'm going to say for now, inline. This means that the database is going to be on this page. You could also say have the database as a full page, right? That's what we did before, as a full page. It's going to live on top of this page as its own page. But if we say inline, right, we can go to the 6 dots, say turn into inline, then it's going to be a database on this food page, right? And then I'm going to call this the meals database, baby, because this is where we're going to put all our meals. Now, simple example of how a database might work. First, we're going to give this a name. This is going to be the meal name. Boom. Then over here, we're going to say, okay, this is going to be the ingredients. It's going to be ingredients list, right? And then this is going to be the cost of this meal. Let's just call it cost. It's easier. Cost of this meal. Very simple database. We're going to change it to name meal database. Now, inside this database, we can start doing a lot of things. We can start customizing this database in many different ways. So let's put in some example meals. We're going to say chili con carne. We're going to get tomato salad. And maybe we're going to say some chicken fly fried rice. It's a very bad joke. My apologies. So inside of here, all of these meals are also their own pages, right? So we can open this one up, and as you can see on the top, Command Enter, that opens the full page. As you can see here on the top, we have these same properties, right? And I can say this has the ingredient tomato, it has the ingredient beans, it has the ingredient corn, and then maybe it has the ingredient olive oil. And then the cost is going to be 7 euros. So let's just turn this one into euros. Because we're European, we do it in euros. On this page, then we can make an entire page, right? On here we can say, okay, what does the groceries for this meal look like? And then here we can have, okay, so we need 500 grams of tomato. We need 200 grams of beans. We need 300 grams of corn. And then down here we can say, okay, what does the process, the cooking process, I have no idea how to say that in English. What's the cooking process look like? Okay, so boil water for 5 minutes, cut up the tomatoes, right? And you get it, you get the point. We just put the whole meal thing here. And inside here, we can just have this one particular meal page. On the cover, we can add this picture, and we're going to say, you know, chili con carne. Okay, I'll take it. We'll take this one for now. And just like that, we have our meal page. So we can just open up this page whenever we feel like eating chili, right? We can just go in here, and whenever we feel like eating chili, we can just open up this page. But the cool thing, I don't know why I did that. The cool thing that Notion allows us to do is we can view this database with different types of views. So currently this is a very standard table, right? A very standard table. But we can also say, instead of having this table, what I want to have is I want to have a gallery view. Because I want to make this one look pretty. And then right now, initially it will show me the content. Initially it will show me the content that is on this page. But what I want to see is I want to see that cover that we just added. And just like that, we got our chili con carne, right? And maybe here we're going to add this salad cover. This is usually one of those features that if you're new to Notion, you're like, damn, this is really cool. This is really cool, right? So we add these pictures. And just like that, we have our own little meal database, right? We can just go in there, tonight is chili, and bam, everything's there at our fingertips. Similarly, for these ingredients, right, we already filled them in there. This one is also tomato, olive oil, chicken fried rye, maybe that we have the beans. And just like that, we can have a different view. Now, there is 6 different views inside of Notion. We have the table view, which was the initial one that we did. We have the board view. This one is very helpful for creating things like a status tracker for action items, for working together with the team, right? We can move things in between those properties. Then we have a timeline view. That one we're going to cover later. I rarely ever use that. We have a calendar view, which shows us entries per date. We do need the date property for that. There we go. New entry. Right, we have a calendar view. We have a list view, which is basically a simplified version of the table view. And lastly, we have a gallery view, the one we were just covering. I'm not going to go too deep into this. There's a lot of good content on the Notion website. There's also a lot of great content creators on YouTube that cover the basics of Notion. But that is us just basically building this database. So then there's another really powerful thing that we can do inside of these databases. So I'm just going to go back to this table over here. And what I want to do is I only want to see meals that, let's say, for example, we're going to add this new tag. We're going to say dairy. Dairy, yes or no. For example, right? Dairy, yes or no. Over here, we can now say, does this meal contain dairy? Chili con carne. Don't think it does, but for the sake of this video, let's say it does contain dairy. And let's say this one also contains dairy. Maybe better to say meat then, because they do contain meat. What we can now say is, I want to filter this database. I want to create a filter, and I only want to show the meals that don't have meat, right? So I'm going to say I filter by meat, and meat is unchecked. So now it's only going to show the entries in the database where there's no meat in them. This doesn't mean that the other entries are deleted. They are just not visible in this particular view, right? We could also say, actually, I want to see all the meals that do contain meat, right? Or maybe I want to create a whole different filter, right? Let's say we would delete this filter over here. And I'm going to say, I want to see all the meals that have tomato in it or that have beans in it, right? So over here, we can start filtering this database, only see the entries that actually have those qualities, that have those properties that we want this database to have, right? We can filter it by cost. We can say, hey, I only want to see things that are €7 or that are more expensive than 7 or that are less expensive, right? I only want to see things that are under 5. Okay, nothing's under 5. Okay, I want to see the things that are under 10. Okay, this one's under 10, right? So we can start filtering this entire database in different ways. Very similarly, we can also sort the database. This basically arranges all the entries in a certain direction. So let's say I want to sort it by if it does contain meat or not. It's going to show us all the ones that contain meat. I'll just add some dummy ones. See, the moment we add this one, it's going to go to the bottom because we're going to sort it by the ones that have meat. We could also sort it by cost. We can sort it by date, by ingredients. So the filters allows us to show certain entries, and then the sort allows us to show the order in which we want to see those entries, right? So this is really powerful because it allows us to modulate all this data that we're collecting in just the right way that we want to see it. Then, lastly, what we have over here. On the top, you can see this table. This is called a view. This is one separate view of this database. Let's just call this one the master table. And what I always do, this is a design principle. It's called designing for consistency, making sure that everything in your system is consistent, making it a lot easier to recognize. So that on the top of this name, I add the emoji of the particular database. So Control Command Space. I think this is Windows key and full stop dot key on the on Windows. I'm going to say tomato. I'm going to add that in there. Boom. This is the master table. But we can also add an extra view of this same database, because we also want to have that gallery view that we just created, right? We also want to have that beautiful one with all these different pictures, because you know that's just pretty. And then we're going to rename that one, and we're going to say gallery view. And once again, we're going to add this little tomato. And just like that, we easily have these different views of the database, right? We could duplicate this one, and say meat only. We're going to give that one the filter. Meat is checked. So these are all our meals with meat only. These are all our meals. This is the gallery view. This is the meat only view. So this really allows us to save particular views that we've created, so we don't have to recreate them all the time, right? So we always have this master database with all the information in it, but then we have all these different views that we can use to show very specific parts of this database. All right, so those are the Notion basics in a nutshell. Now there's a lot more that's going to happen when we're building this system. I'm going to show you everything as we progress, but the most important thing is to know what are these databases and what are these pages. So an important concept that we want to internalize is that we always work database first, right? So we always look and approach the problem with the question, how does this fit into a database structure? The entire system that I just showed you in the beginning, there's not a single regular page in that system. They are all pages inside of databases. And the reason for that is because these databases allow us to gather all this information in one big central place. Right, I'm just opening up the system again. Just load that one in. Over here, I have all these databases. Each page in here is a separate database. And let's say, for example, this action tracker, right? This database where we track our actions. We have all these different views. But ultimately, let me actually create a master one, because apparently I didn't make a master table. Ultimately, it's all one big table, right? This might seem very overwhelming, but ultimately it's all one big table. All these action items live in one central big database. And then this central database, it's being filtered and viewed throughout the system in all these different ways, right? These are just the action items for today, because we have that filter. We have the filter that says action item is today, done is not checked, status is active. Were I now to go into this master database, this big table, and I'm going to grab this action item, I'm going to say action item is today, right? Status is active. And this one is not done, it will show up here in this view, right? If I change it in this view, if I'm going to say, yes, it's done now, and I'm going to go back into that master table view, you can see that this same action item is done now. So the central database, any change you make in any view, any filter of the central database is going to change that particular entry in all the different views. So we have this one central place, the one central database in which all the data lives. And then throughout this system, throughout our Notion platform, we're going to resurface this information in all these different ways, just the ways that we need in that particular place, right? So for example, inside of a project, I only want to see action items related to that project. So we are still going to show the action tracker, but we're going to filter it in such a way that it only shows action items related to that project. So this is really important because having these databases allows us to keep track of all our informations in central places, and it makes it much easier to scale this system, to make it bigger, make it more complex without losing track of everything that's happening. Because ultimately, everything, all the information is always just in these databases right over here. Okay, cool. Next thing I want to show you is the linked instance of a database, because we just went into this action tracker, right? We were in this action tracker and we saw all these different views. But ultimately, I don't want to go to the action tracker page for my action list for today. I want to have that in my execution zone, for example. Right? I want to have that right over here. So what Notion allows us to do is we can say /linked view of a database. This is going to open a database, but it's not going to be the original one. It's going to be a linked version of that original database. So let's say, for example, here, linked view of database. And over here, you can see all these databases that we have, right? And we're going to say this action tracker, that was the database that we were just in. I want to create a linked view of this action tracker. Now, it's automatically going to show me all these views that I already had created in the original database. And this is a benefit for creating everything in the central database. It's going to allow me to use all these different views. But actually, I'm just going to say, give me a new empty view. And then we're going to call this one action tracker. Now, as you can see over here, this linked instance of the database looks a lot like this original database that we had over here, right? This original database that we had inside of this collection zone, inside this action tracker. This database is the exact same one as that I just added to this page. The only difference is that over here you see this little arrow, and this little arrow means that it's a linked instance to a database. It means it's not the original one. Were I to delete this entire database, nothing happens. Were I to delete the original database, then the database actually disappears. So with this little arrow, you can see it's a linked version. If I click there, it goes to the original one. So once again, this linked version then allows us to create all these filters, all these views, and have a very specific part of this database just show up. So for example, we can say, I only want to see action items that are unchecked, so that still have to be done. I also only want to see action items that have an action date of today. So this is a dynamic date. So now it's only going to show me action items for today which are unchecked. And currently we have none of those. But suppose we were to go in here, right? And we're just going to say, just going to give these all action items for today. Previous page. Boom. There we have it, right? We see this version, this very tiny bit of the database. We see a very tiny bit of the database, but it's the part that we want to see. And we can just call that today's actions. Right? We add in this little fire because we want to be consistent with the emojis so that we know in this linked instance, okay, this is a linked view of that action item database, of the action tracker. Okay, cool. The next thing that we can do is we can choose to only show certain properties in this view, because actually I don't really care about the status right now, and I don't care about the project. So what I can do is I can go to properties, and I can say within this view, right? Once again, within this view, I don't want to see the projects. I also don't want to see the status, and I also don't want to see the action date because everything is for today anyway. Just like that, boom. You see, this is really how we are going to be manipulating all of our databases. We're going to create central places, but we're going to create all these different views that do exactly what we want it to do. So that is part number one that this system is based on. It's based on databases. Inside of these databases, we can create templates. And this is another very powerful feature because I showed you before that every single entry in a database is also a page. This is a page. Now, for example, let's say we are creating a project, right? We don't want to have that whole page in which we host our project. We don't want to have to manually create that every single time. So what we can do is we can go in here and say we create a new template. I'm going to open that full page. I'm going to say this is a new action template. Inside this template, we can build an entire page again. We can add anything that we want in here, right? We can add a header. These are my sub actions. We can add a to-do list, right? But we can also add another linked database inside of this template, right? So we can say, I want to have a linked version of this action tracker database. And I want it to show everything, for example, that I finished today. And then inside of this template, we have a linked version of this database. Now, this template, we can add the icon if we want, right? We can add the little fire icon. We can add a cover. Action! Gotta love some action. Boom. Bring it. Don't know what this is, but we'll take it. Look at this menacing looking man. Then we leave this template. And now whenever we open a new action, whenever we create a new action, we can open this page. And over here you see new action template. I click this new action template and it automatically generates everything that was on that page. It automatically generates all these blocks and it also automatically generates this filtered view, this linked instance of that action tracker database. So this system really consists of a lot of templates, right? If I go back into this collection hub, for example, the project tracker, right here you have the template. It's a new template with all the information we need for a new project there. Similarly, we have that for the goal tracker. We have a template. It's a single template. We just make it once. We only have to make all this stuff once, and once it's there, with everything in here for tracking a goal. So this is really how this system works, right? We have all these databases, and then inside these databases, we make these templates. So once everything is working, we only have to build it once, right? One more example, and I hope this is not going too fast. We'll delete the one that we just created. Over here, the daily review, the review that we do every single day, create a new one. Automatically generates from this template. Poof. And then at the beginning of the day, we can just fill in. If it loads a little bit faster, we can just fill it in, right? We only have to make that template once. The rest of our lives, we just generate it and use it, right? So this is really the power. We're building the system, not for the sake of building a system, but for the sake of using it. All right, and then I'm just going to delete that one. Cool. The last thing that we then want to know. I lied to you a little bit earlier on. I said there's no regular pages in this entire system. There's actually 7 regular pages in this system. And those are the dashboards. Those are the pages that you see over here. These are regular pages, and we use these as central places to collect specific views of specific databases, right? Like I showed you earlier on, this is where we collect all the insight related databases. This is where we collect all the planning related databases. These are all views, right? Let me show you that here. Of these original databases, right? We can go to that. These are all views of this original database, but it's filtered for this specific dashboard. And these dashboards are really used as our, this is our interaction with the system, the main interaction, right? This is everything related to building the system. This is everything related to interacting with the system. I wake up, I open my computer, I go to my execution zone. Boom. I'm ready to go, right? I fill in my daily review, open my actions, boom, that's it. It's Sunday evening, I want to do my review. I go into the review zone, weekly review, boom, it's there. I create a new one, it generates a template, I can just do it straight away, right? Tuck, 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 tuck. That is really what this system does. And that is the function of these different dashboards. Now, as you can see, I have all these banners specifically made for the system. You can find all these assets in the link down below. I got all the banners, right? I got all these banners, the icons, everything, so that you can stylize it the way I did. But feel free to also just stylize it in your own way, right? It's your system, it's your buddy, it's your friend. Make it however you want to make it. And that is really all you need to know. We are going to build all these databases. I'm going to show you how to build this entire system from scratch. We're going to build the databases. We're going to build the templates. We're going to build the zones. And hopefully by the end of it, you understand how this entire system works. You can implement it for yourself. And yeah, I am super stoked. Let's get into it. All right, so let's start building the system. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up a fresh account. I would recommend you delete all the pages that are here on the side. And the first page that we are going to create is called the database collection zone. And this is basically going to be the place where all of our different databases are going to live. Now I'll give it this cover of the, let's see, Lotion of Life covers, zone covers, database collection zone. This entire folder with all the covers you can find in the description of this video. I'm just gonna pop that in there, make it look nice. All right. Then the first thing we're going to do, let me open this up over here, is going to create the headers for the different databases. So we're going to have the insight databases, and actually I'm going to turn that to the header 2. We're going to have the knowledge databases. We're going to have the planning and execution databases. We're going to have the review databases. And last but not least, we're going to have the reflection databases. And then the first database that we are going to build is the action tracker. And like I said earlier, this is really a database that has a very short feedback loop. You can build this today, implement it today, and start using it today, and also then see the results already today. So /page or /database, full page. We're going to call this one the action tracker. Over here we can add the emoji. Personally, I use this fire thingy as the emoji, and we can give it a cover just for good measure, right? Notion of Life covers, planning and execution, action tracker, and then we're going to have the database cover right over there. Cool. All right. The first thing we want to do is give the property name over here, the name property rather, action name. So in this field, we're going to fill in the name of the action that we are going to do. I'm just going to reposition this one slightly because my designer OCD cannot handle it if it's not centered. Then the next thing we're going to make is the priority tag. So we're going to add this property over here, and we're going to use the select. Now there's two things you can do. You can do a multi-select or a select. A select basically means that if I have one option, and I have the second option, the moment I add the second one, the first one changes. So you can only have one option per property field. The multi-select allows us to have multiple options within one particular field. For this specific one, we will only need the property, let's see, the single select one rather. All right, and then we'll just delete this options by going here. Now, there's many different prioritization methods that you can use. We're just going to use a very simple one, which is basically going to be first, second, third, fourth, fifth priority. And we'll call the first one the big win, just as a sort of motivator, right? And then we have first priority, second priority, third priority. Maybe we want to add something like urgent. And personally, I like having something like messages so I can bunch those together. Now, as you can see over here, these are the different priorities that we have. We want to order them in such a way, they always order from top to bottom, that we get the urgent one first, then the big win, and so forth. And then personally, I also like color coding these sort of things, right? So an urgent one I might make red, and I might even add a, how do you call that? Exclamation mark. There we go. Exclamation mark. And then the big win, I usually have it on orange, yellow. Let's see. Maybe we give that one brown, for example. No, not really nice. Well, anyway, you can color code this in a way that looks good to you. There we go. Beautiful. And then maybe add like a celebration emoji or something to the big win. Cool. Okay, so there we have our task prioritization. Then the next thing that we want to build is the action date. This is something I learned from August Bradley, which I really, really liked. That is, instead of working with deadlines, I work with action dates and I work with final dates. Now, I rarely ever put a final date on something, and I try just to work with action dates. So that is the date on which I intend to do this action, but it doesn't have to be done, right? Usually I don't like working with things that have to be done on a particular date. Feel it's a little bit stressful, and I also don't like the language of a deadline. I mean, the word dead is literally in there. So we're going to call this the action date. And then next to it, we're going to put a final date, which is for those things that do really need to be done at a particular date, right? So we have our action date and we have our final date. Then we are going to add a checkbox, which is going to be the checkbox done. Is the task done? Yes or no. It's a simple method for just ticking off those tasks, right? So with priority, action date, final date. Then I also have a property for status. Now, you could decide to not have this done over here and only have the property for status. But I personally really like just ticking boxes. It's an easy way of toggling if something is done. But this status property we can use for actions that are active. So actions that we are currently working on. But here we can also add someday, which are actions that, yes, we want to do, but we don't know when. Someday, and they'll just be in the list and we can review them during the weekly review. And then the last one, the waiting on. That's basically when you have a task, but you're waiting on a reply from someone, right? So the task is started, but you're still waiting to get some feedback from someone else. Then the last property that you can add, I was doubting if I should add that to this video, but I'm going to do it anyway, is an energy level. So currently I am personally managing my own action items by energy level, so I actually don't really use action dates. I rarely use them, at least. Instead, I have this high energy tag, I have this medium energy tag, and I have this low energy tag. And whenever I start the day, I just look what my energy level is like, and then I can just pick an action from that list. Now, this works really well for people that don't have a lot of deadlines, that don't have a lot of things that need to deliver to other people. If you have a job that's very much time dependent, this is going to be a lot harder to execute. And yeah, I'll just quickly show you how this would work. So let's say action 1, action 2, action 3, duplicate those, create some extra actions. We can go in here and we can say group. And what this is going to do, it's going to group this table by a certain property. And in this case, I want to say group this table by the energy level. And just like that, it's going to group all the entries by energy level. And then you can just have that collapsed in, and this would then be how you would approach, right? You just see, okay, what's my energy level? You open up that tab, and then you can start working on these actions. I'm just showing it here. I'm not going to show it in the rest of the system because for now we're just going to stick with those action dates. So we're going to remove that grouping. Do a quick bit of color coding there. Cool. So that is the basic setup for our daily action tracker. Simple as that. We're going to name this one over here the master table. And we're going to use that same emoji, that same fire emoji, in the beginning of the name. This is something we do everywhere in the system because it makes it very easy to recognize as you're using the system which database something links to. So you just know this view, the little fire, of course, that's the action tracker, right? Okay. Then we're going to create a few different views here. And the first one we're going to make is the daily actions. So once again, get that fire, control command, spacebar on Mac, and Windows key full stop on Windows. Grab the fire. I'm actually just going to copy this one so it's easier to use in a bit. Right, now we have the daily actions here. So it's time to make some filters. I'm going to hide this property. You can always hide any properties in a view by either double clicking it here and go to hide in view, or by going to the three dots, properties, and you can make things like that. Okay. What we want to do is for the daily actions, we want to filter and we want to say only show me action items that have the action date of today. So every day this is automatically going to update to today. So it's just going to show you action items, just going to show you entries here that have the action date today. So we're just going to fill that in. And then for good measure, we're just going to give a few of these. The action date, you can either manually click it or you can drag this one right over here to duplicate the value. And there we have it. The second filter we want to make is we want to say, okay, yes, for today, but I only want to see the things that haven't been done yet. I only want to see the unchecked entries. Currently nothing changes, but now the moment I tap one of these boxes, the entry automatically disappears. Then we want to add a sort, and we're going to say, I want to order this list of entries by priority. So we're going to order that by priority. And now, suppose we would make this second, third, we make this the big win, and it's automatically going to prioritize our lists. Action date, we actually don't, let's go put it like this. Action date we don't necessarily need, but we might want to change the action date of a particular task. And then of course we want to have the done box right over there. Just move that one, make it small. And there you go. Now we have our daily action list. Cool. Next database we are going to build. And we're going to revisit this later because there's going to be some more things that are going to be added to this. But I'll show you that in a bit. The next database that we're going to make, we're going to go back to this database collection zone. And we are going to create, actually that should be a page. So what I did now is I made an inline database, but I want it to be a page. So I can say turn into page right over there. And this is going to be our daily review. Let's add the cover. Daily review. Cover. I think that should be the right one. All right. So the name this time it's going to be the day. So what is the day of this review? We're going to name this table the master table because that's what we always do. And for the daily review, we're going to grab this little sun as the icon, right? I'm going to add that one over here as well. So now we know the sun always signifies the daily review. I'm going to reposition this one. And it's actually the wrong cover. As you can see, it's barely fitting in there. And that is because when there is a page, the top header is a little bit bigger. So if I were to add this one inside this template, you can already see it's slightly bigger. Daily review cover, it's going to fit in there. Whereas I'm doing it in the database, this one is a little bit thinner. So I added an extra image. This one's called daily review cover. This one's called daily review database cover. All right, open. There we go. Nice and slick. Cool. So the daily review is going to be this process where we're going to check in the morning with the day ahead, and we're going to check in the evening to reflect and review on the day that is past. So the property that we're going to create over here is going to be the date. So what is the date of this daily review? Unfortunately, Notion does not allow you to remove the name property. It also does not allow you to automatically grab the date and turn that into the name property, which is a shame because it would be nice to just have, 25th here and then automatically make that the 25th over there. But too bad, we don't have that. Then the next thing we're going to add, if there is a certain statistic you want to track on a daily basis, right? Maybe you want to track your sleep score. Maybe you want to track how much you stay on schedule with your work. Maybe you want to track your weight. Anything that you can track, you can do by adding a number property over here. And let's for now just say sleep score. And over here, let's say output. Number output. Okay, these are going to be numbers that we are going to be tracking. And then also we can build some habit tracking in here. Later on, we're going to build a specific habits database to help us think about which habits do we want and which habits are we working on. But for now, we'll just put in some dummy habits, right? So we'll just go in here to the checkbox and we're going to say dummy habit. Dummy habit 1, duplicate this, or not, apparently not duplicated, so we're just gonna do this manually. There we go. All right, so here we have our habits that we want to track. Cool, okay, very simple database for the daily review. Now, before we start building the template, because we're going to build a template inside of this daily review, there is a concept that I need to show you, which is called relational databases. So Notion allows us to marry together two different databases and let them communicate with each other. And I'm just going to give you an example right over here. I'm going to build a simple database, new database, and I'm going to call this the meals database. Below it, I'm going to start a new database, and I'm going to call this the ingredients database. All right, let me just take a quick sip of water. Got to stay hydrated. Suppose in this database we have Greek salad, we got fajitas, and maybe we have pizza with lots of cheese, right? These are some meals. Maybe here we have some ingredients. We got cheese, we got olive oil, we got salt, we got tomato, and maybe we got tuna. Currently, these two databases don't know that the other database exists. They're separate information hubs, so to say, right? These are just two completely separate databases. I can change anything in this database will never even know. But what we can do is actually make these two databases friends with each other. We can relate them. What we do is we go add a property and we're going to say relation. So this right here is going to create a relationship between these two databases. I'm going to say relation, and I want to connect this to the ingredients database. Now I can choose to either show one direction or two directions of connection. So first I'll just show one. And as you can see over here, right over here, we now have this new property called ingredients. And if I click here, I can see all the entries, right? These are the same entries that we have over here. I can see all the entries from the ingredients database. And I can say Greek salad, there's cheese in the Greek salad, and there's going to be tomato in the Greek salad, right? I can grab these entries and use them inside of this database. If I were to actually say, show this on both sides, right? We get the relationship to both sides. You see the two little arrows. Update the relationship. Now you see on the other database also the relationships. So over here, I'm going to say fajitas, there is cheese in there. Automatically in the ingredient cheese, it's going to say related to fajitas. Pizza also related to cheese. Now cheese says, hey, I'm cheese, I am in Greek salad, I am in fajitas, and I am in pizza with lots of cheese. Olive oil is in the Greek salad, right? So using this, we can get information from the other two databases and link it, share it between each other. Very powerful feature. Might be a little bit complicated, but this is something we are going to use a lot within this system. Actually, I'm just going to leave these for now because I'm going to show you some more later on. So that brings us to this daily review that we are going to make. So we are going in here next to the arrow, or the other option is you open an empty page and then you go over here, and we're going to edit this template. I'm going to edit this one. We're going to call this the daily review template. We're going to give it the little sun icon. I already added the banner earlier when I tried to show you the height of the banner. So that's in there. So this is basically the standard little daily review start that we're going to have. Then up here, we're going to create this. I'm actually going to say turn this to header 1. We're going to create the startup routine. This is everything we do at the beginning of the day. I'm going to make this purple/purple. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a linked database, right? I showed you this before. I'm going to create a linked version. And I'm going to create a linked version of the daily review database. So inside of this daily review template, I'm going to create a linked version of the daily review template. So this is sort of Inception level shit happening here, right? Because we got this daily review template, database rather, inside this template that we're working. And I'm just going to show you how that works. Suppose we would now be working inside of this page, right? October 25th. These two are the same, right? If I change something here, it changes there. If I change something here, it changes there. If I change the name here, this is the same page as that we are showing here with this database. I'm going to delete that one. I'm going to back in the template. So why do we do this? It's because we only want to show specific parts of this daily review. We're going to have this little line of things from left to right that we want to do for the daily review, and this helps us do that. So what we want to show here is say filter. I only want to see the daily review with the date of today, right? Because I only want to show the daily review with the date of today. And then I'm going to rename this. I'm going to leave the little sun because that signifies the database, but I'm going to change the name. And I'm going to call this one Health Statistics. And then over here, I'm going to hide everything that is not the health statistics. Hide. This one, unfortunately, we cannot hide. We can make it as small as we can. As you can see now, if there's too much text, my cell is going to go down, right? Before it was wider. Now it's going to go down. If you want to prevent that, you can go to Layout, Rep All Columns, and toggle that away. There we go. And right over here now we have our 2 health statistics. This could also be 6 health statistics. It depends on how many you have. For now, we only have these 2. Personally, what I also like to do is hide this database title because we already know which database it is, right? We got the little sun over here. So personally, I like to hide this title. Makes it just look a little bit cleaner. All right, then we're going to duplicate this view. And we're going to call this one Startup Habits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some more habits over here. And I'm actually going to say this one is Startup Habit 1, Startup Habit 2. Let's keep the capital for consistency's sake. And then we're going to call this one Shutdown Habit 1. Opa, look at that typo. And then Shutdown Habit 2. Cool. Right over here now, I want to show the startup habits that I want to do at the beginning of my day. And I'm going to hide these 2 scores. So now in the beginning of my day, when I'm doing my startup routine, I can fill in my scores here, right? I got 75 sleep score. Output is actually something for in the evening. Got 75 sleep score. And I did these 2 startup habits. Now, in this particular example, you could also merge these together, right? Because we only have 1 number here. We only have 2 boxes here. But maybe personally you want to track more health statistics. Maybe you want to track like 4. Maybe you want to track multiple habits. So you can separate them here if you want. Then the last thing that we are going to do is we're going to show all the action items that are to do for today. So we go in here. We say action tracker. And we're going to say daily actions, right? That's the one we created earlier. Boom. There we have it. These are all the action items that we want to do today. So very easy in the morning. Now we can just check in, fill in our statistics, fill in our habits, and fill in our daily actions. Later on, we're also going to add reflection questions here, but that will take a separate database, so I'm not going to explain that yet. Create a divider line, three of those bad boys. And then we are going to move into our shutdown routine. So this is what we do in the morning. This is what we're going to do either in the evening, either when we finish working. It's going to be our shutdown routine. I'm going to make that purple again. So the first thing we want to do is we want to empty all the inboxes that we have. Currently, we only have the action tracker. Later on, we're also going to get the knowledge inboxes. So there's 2 options that we have now. We can either say, I'm going to create a linked view of the action tracker database. And inside of this view, I'm going to set the proper filters, set the proper views, make everything work. But the downside is that if we do that, we cannot easily copy this view later on. Whereas if we are to create a view in the original database, so this is the original database, and we create a new view over here, then whenever we create a new linked instance of this database, we can pick from this view. So that's what I'm going to do for now. So we're going to go create a new one, and we're going to call this action inbox. Actually, we don't need the action. We're just going to say inbox. I'm going to grab this little fire emoji. Boom. In this inbox, I want to see every single action that is gathered in my action tracker. And there's just a helicopter flying over for a moment. I want to see every single action that has not gotten a status yet, right? So I want to see everything that has come in and that has not got a proper status yet. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to say filter, status, right? Because we want them to have a status. Status is right over here, empty. So we're going to say status is empty. Now a new action has come in here. I can change all these things things about the action, and it's only when I change the status that it disappears, right? Because we made the filter, I want the status to be empty. Cool. Then we're gonna hide the energy one again. Give that final date. Just gonna reorganize this a little bit. Priority, because we want to give everything a priority. New action. Boom. There we have it. Very simple inbox. Suppose we would just have some new action dummy. I'll just add a few more. Boom. Okay, now we go back into the daily review, right? We can either go to our database collection hub, or we can use Command P, and we can easily navigate to the pages that we were just in. So in this particular case, we'll go daily review template, because we're still building this template. Go down into the shutdown routine, remove this one, because currently now we can just grab that linked view of the database, and in one fell swoop, we can just copy that inbox view that we just made. And just like that, we have our inbox. Any action items we capture throughout the day are going to come into this inbox. At the end of the day, we can then give them the proper properties that they need, whatever we want to give them. And then status is active and it disappears. Now, for this one, I see we forgot to put in one more status, which is actually active, because we only want to see the active ones, right? So there we go. These are just the active ones. And then over here, right, we can add all these new. Maybe I have to give one a final date. Like this, process it, active, active, active. Right? That is how the inbox works. The next one that we are going to make is we're going to make a calendar view of the action tracker once again. So I'm going to go back into this action tracker page, back into the action tracker. I'm going to say, create a new view, bring out the little fire. Hoping I still had it in my clipboard there. And we're going to say calendar. Now for this one, we're going to create a different view. So we're going to go to layout, into the views, and we are going to say calendar view right over here. And now we can choose if we want to show these entries either by action date or by final date. In our particular case, we're going to do action date, move down, and now you can see these are all the actions that are in this master table, but now they are in a calendar view, and we can easily drag them around. But, of course, we want a few more properties to be seen, because we want to see the priority. We want to filter out all the tasks that are done, so done is unchecked. And also have to filter that status is active. And lastly, we want to have a sort, because right now we see that the first priority is higher than the big win and is higher than the urgent. So we're going to say sort all these tasks by priority. And now suppose we would drag this one in, it's automatically go into the proper slot. And we can easily create lists, right? You can also change the whole list to a different date. And the moment that I drag an entry here from one day to the other day, it automatically changes. Right now it's 26th. I drag it over there, and now it's 28th. So very easy, very organic method. Drag that one there. So now we have our action date calendar. We go back into our daily review template, action tracker, and we are going to add this calendar right in here. So what this basically does is, we have these actions coming in. Let me just add one more, right? These are actions we collect throughout the day. This could be from a meeting. This could be something that randomly pops up. It could be something that comes from a project. Anything really. We then give it the action date here. Let's just call this 30th, for example. We can give it a priority, and then we put it active. And then when we go into the calendar, there we have the task with all our other tasks. And then we can also start seeing, hey, maybe I have a lot of tasks for the 26th. Maybe I should just slightly, spread them out a little bit. And we get these neat little action lists. Cool. All right, then the next thing that we're going to add is the daily habit tracking. So we're going to go down here. I'm going to say H2, daily habit tracking. And we're going to do something very similar to what we did up here, right? We had the startup habits. Now we want to have the shutdown habits. So we're going to say linked to view database, daily review, filter, day is today. Date rather is today. And you can already see I made a mistake here because I could have created this view inside of this database, right? I could have created this view here and then I could have easily copied it, but now I have to do it manually again. So that is a mistake on my part. I'm going to say date is today. Boom. I'm going to hide all these things. Actually, I'm going to hide them from here because it's faster. And there we go. We have our little habits. Now there's two ways we can do this. We can either have the habits like this, and we can tap them from left to right. What I personally have is I got this layout over here. I've created a gallery. So that's going to show up like this. Then I'm going to say I don't actually want to see any card preview. So I'm going to put this to none. And then I'm going to go in here to the properties and I want to see all these habits. There we go. And then I could just tick them off like that. I think this is a little easier, little more user-friendly, but really you can do whatever you want to do. And then similarly, I'm going to rename this habit tracking. We can duplicate this one. And we can say shutdown statistics, layout table, properties, and perhaps we want to track some statistics at the end of the day. There we go. So that's the first version of the daily review template completed. Now, whenever we open a new daily review, suppose October 26th, open it, we can press this button once, let it load in, and when the internet is not super duper slow. So this is one of the downsides of Notion. Everything is online, so sometimes it can be hard to load things up, and there you have it. You can start the morning, you can fill in this score, you can fill in the habits for the day, you can see all the action items. In the evening, we can empty our inboxes, we can reorganize our calendar and potentially track anything. Doesn't take a lot of time, very helpful tool to get control of our days. All right, so the next database that we are going to create is the projects tracker. So you know the drill by now. Apparently I don't know the drill by now. We're going to say database. Keep pressing the wrong one. We're going to say project tracker. That's the name of this database. We're going to give it this little seedling as the icon. And then we're going to add this cover of project tracker. Let's see. Notion of Life covers, planning and execution, projects tracker, database, cover. There we go. Okay, first thing, project name, pretty self-explanatory. I'm gonna name this table the master table, like we always do. Grab this little seedling. And I think by now you kind of get the basics of setting up a database like this. Okay, so then we are going to add, once again, the property, let's see, status. So we're going to create a selection, status, and we're going to say active. So these are projects that we are currently working on. Those are going to be green. We're going to say next up. These are projects that are planned for in the future, but that haven't yet been started. We're going to say completed. These are the projects that we completed. And we're going to give one terminated, because sometimes we start a project, but we don't actually want to finish it. For whatever reason, we want to be able to simply terminate a project, but we don't want to delete the entire entry, so we simply give it the status of terminated. Just add that over there. So we have the status. Then potentially we can also add the priority. Maybe one project is more important than another one. Right, so once again, we're going to do big win. And this is another thing I do. I try to use the same words for priority and status as much as I can. I try to be consistent with all the things that I use within the system, so it becomes easy for myself to understand how everything works and how everything's tied together. So if we start making new names, new emojis, new different banners, if we are customizing all these things, but they're not related to each other, it's going to make it much harder to navigate through the system over the long term. So we're going to say big win. Going to make that orange. Add the little flame. And then first priority, second priority. Cool. Okay. Let's leave that like this for now. Then the other thing we're going to add is a date span. This is going to be the time in which we are planning to do this project. So this is not just going to be a single date, right? It's not just going to be 25th of October, but rather it's going to be 25th of October till, for example, 22nd of November, right? So we can create a date span. We can see the start and the end date that we have planned for this project. Once again, if you want to have these cells not go down, you simply click here, wrap all columns, and we can have it just like that. Now, there's another thing we're going to add. This is not mandatory. I mean, nothing is mandatory. It's life, you know, you can do whatever you want. But it's called a progress bar. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a number tag, and we're going to call this work. And then we're going to grab a target. Right, and you can see these are both numbers. 20, for example, 10. If I try entering a letter here, it won't work. And then we're going to add a formula. So Notion allows us to do formulas. This is a little more advanced. I'm just going to show you how it works, but you can simply copy the formula afterwards so you don't have to do it yourself. We grab the formula here and we're going to say progress bar. Now, for example, what we could say is target minus work. Well, there you see. This is not the right formula, but it says 20 minus 10. If I were to change this to 5, it's going to be 15. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a formula that I already have at hand here. You can just copy this formula if you want, and it's simply going to create this progress bar. So now it's basically going to say the percentage that the work is of the target, show that in the progress bar. And then at the beginning of a project, I just put a number here. I estimate how much it's going to be, 20, and then, or 50 or 100, you know, it's very much just feeling based. And then as the project progresses, you can, you know, enter some numbers. And it just gives you this nice little visual overview also of what is happening. Like I said, not mandatory, but definitely something you can add here. Cool. Then the last thing we are going to add is the review date. And this is going to be the date on which we want to review this project. This is going to come in handy later during the weekly review. And we're going to add one more formula, which is called overdue, which I also have here. You can copy this again if you want. Formula is overdue. And what this is going to show us is if the review date has not yet passed, nothing happens. But if it's past the review date, we get this little red circle. So we know, hey, we need to review this project because it's not on track. Just like that, very simple, quickly a project tracker database. So now that we have the database complete, it is time for the template. We're going to create a new template over here. And we're going to call this one the project tracker template. Add that seedling, add the cover, but this time we're not going to add the database cover, but we're going to add the regular cover because it's slightly higher. Look at that beautiful forest, nature. Makes you feel alive, right? And then inside this page, we are going to create a project working space. Now, earlier I showed you the relation between the ingredients and the meals database. Now we are going to put this relational property to work, and we are going to create a relationship between the action tracker and the project tracker. So the first thing I'm going to do, create a header right over here, and we're going to call this knowledge planning and execution. I like using capitals. I'm going to call this green. And I'm going to create a linked instance of the action tracker database. And we're just going to see, I suppose we can just grab this one over here. And we're going to say actions. I'm going to make this page full width because currently you can see it's quite small. It's just from here to here. I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to say full width. And inside the action tracker database, right, I can add a new property here. Whenever you add a new property to a database, it's automatically going to show everywhere in the database. So if I am to add a new property right over here, let me just do this one as an example. If I were to now go to the main database, the property is going to be there, right? So new properties are always universal in a database. That's important to remember. So we're going to go back into this project tracker template, right? Command P, open that one up. And what we're going to do now is we're going to say, I want to create a relationship between the action tracker and the project tracker, because inside of this page, I only want to see action items that are related to this project, right? I don't want to see all these other action items. So in order to do that, I need to be able to create a filter which says only show me action items that are related to this particular project. And in order to understand that, the action item needs to know what a project is, because currently this database doesn't know that the project tracker exists. So what we're going to do, we're going in there, we are going to say relationship. I want a relationship between the project tracker and the action tracker. And I'm actually just going to make this one-sided because we only need it on this side of the database. So I'm going to say add relationship. And apparently I did not actually agree. Add relation. Maybe it's just hidden. Yeah, okay, my bad. Should have paid better attention. So I'm going to delete this one because it's double. So now you see over here, similar with the meals database, we have this relation. And from this point, I can choose from all the existing projects. Currently, there is no existing projects. Suppose I would go back and I would just call this the Notion system project, right? Boom, that's our project now. And we go back in here. Now you can see one of the options is linked to the Notion system project. So let's just type that in there. This is where things are going to get a bit tricky, but also really, really awesome. So what we can say now is I want to filter this database and I only want it to show me project action items that are related to this project. So I'm going to say filter, add a filter, and project tracker contains, right? So project tracker contains Notion system project. I click that, boom. It's only going to show me action items that are related to the project Notion system project. And the cool thing is that whenever this filter is on, any new action that I add in here is automatically going to get that project assigned, right? So right there, whenever I add an action item from this particular page, so I'm working on my project, I just add in these action items, they're automatically going to get all these relationships, right? And if I then go into my daily actions, I suppose I need to give them an actual date. I need to make them active. Right, I go into my daily actions. I can toggle this if I want. And now you can see these action items are automatically related to this project, right? So I can easily see which project an action item belongs to. From here, I can also easily access that project again. And there we go. Easy as that. Okay, we're going to go all the way back. But here is the big but. Instead of wanting to filter it for Notion system project, what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter it for the project tracker template. So I only want to see action items that are related to this template. Now, you might wonder to yourself, but why? The template's just a template, right? We don't want actions related to this template. The nice thing within Notion is that if we now were to start a new project, right? We want to start this new project. We're going to open that up. We're going to generate this template. The filter has now automatically changed to this new project. So now I can just start adding new items, and they're all going to be related to this project. Start a new project. We can just do that again. Right over here. One more project. Maybe baking a bread. It's not really a project, but okay. Tracker template. Buy flour. Get milk. And there you go. Heat the oven. It's automatically filtering for this project. So now you can really see this powerful tool coming together, because it allows us to instantly generate an entire project space with just one simple button. Cool. All right. I'm hoping that this is not too complicated, too fast. Actually, we'll just delete those. And then we'll go back into this template. I'm going to hide this one again. And then I'm going to sort by status. And maybe we only want to see action items. There we go. That done is unchecked. So all the actions we still need to do for this project. Later on, we're also going to add the notes for this project. We're going to add external knowledge for the project. We're going to add some preparation questions. But for now, we'll just have this one right over here. Then we create a line. And then we say columns. We're going to create 3 different columns next to each other. Number 1 is going to be a scratch pad. Number 2 is going to be milestones. Number 3 is going to be links and documents. And we're going to make all of these green. The scratchpad is a place where you can simply jot down some notes that are very brief. If you just all of a sudden have this spark, you can just write it down. It's really just that, a scratchpad. The milestone, you can add a milestone that you want to reach for completing this project. And here you can add any links or documents that are native to this project. And just like that, we have a simple project tracker template. We're going to come back to this one in a little bit. But there you have it. All right, time for the next 3 databases that we're all going to do together. And these are going to be the knowledge databases. And knowledge databases are everything related to information, either information that is self-generated, which we drop in the personal knowledge database, or information that is consumed, that is generated by other people, which is going to be the external knowledge database. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say database, and this time I'm actually going to press the right button. I'm going to say personal knowledge database. And I'm going to start by creating the rating property. And I'm going to do this because both the personal and external knowledge database have the same property here, and it will save us time by doing this straight away. So I'm going to say rating. This is going to be the rating that we give to the different types of information. I'm going to say 1 star, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. Then I'm going to actually arrange them in the right order. I'm going to color code them. There we go. Then I'm going to add this little divider tag. We're not going to use this one, but it's a simple way to remind ourselves this is everything for during the daily review. Then we're going to add diamonds because everybody likes a diamond. I mean, I'm not sure if everyone likes a diamond, but you know, we'll just roll with it. I'm going to put that one above there, color code it blue, make another diamond, actually double diamond, color code that blue also. Now we're going to say monthly review. This is also not to be used, but simply as a divider line. And then the last one we're going to add is triple diamonds, already purple. There we go. Beautiful. And there we have our rating system. Now, the nice thing is, if you duplicate a linked instance of a database, the duplication is just going to be another linked instance to that same database. However, if you duplicate an original database, this is just going to be a brand new database. So we can call this one external knowledge, external knowledge database. And just like that, boom, we saved ourselves some work. Beautiful. All right, let's go in here. We know the drill by now. Master table. I chose to use the needle icon for this particular database. Feel free to use your own emojis, your own icons to stylize. I do recommend using the standard emojis because over here in the icon, you can add many different sorts of icons. You can add custom ones. You can add ones from this other menu. But in the titles here, you can only add emojis. So that's why I use emojis, so I can use them everywhere and not just in the page icon. Let's see. We go to, actually, that's the wrong one. We go to knowledge covers. We're going to say personal knowledge cover, database cover. Beautiful. Got a nice little flower going on. So we have the rating already. The next thing we want to have is the type, because there's going to be 3 main types of information that we're going to store in this database. The first one is going to be ideas. The second one is going to be meeting notes. And the third one is going to be learning. So ideas, meeting notes, and learning. Just going to reposition this a little bit in the center there. Whoop. Beautiful. These are going to be the 3 different types of information. An idea is just any idea that pops to mind. Now, preferably I like to have them be a little bit bigger than just one sentence, because otherwise you might get stuck in this trap of just always constantly capturing new ideas and never really processing them properly. But an idea is really just a standalone idea, and you can just write it down, jot it down quickly. Later on, I'll show you how to do some quick capturing. So that's an idea. A meeting is a place, I think, pretty self-explanatory, where you're meeting other people. Maybe you're taking notes. Maybe there's an agenda. Maybe there's some action items that flow out of it. And the learning, those are really long form notes you're taking when you're following a course, when you're watching a video. So it's the more in-depth sort of work. Cool. Then we are going to create a created time. I'm just going to call this created. This is basically the time when this entry is being created. Once again, going to wrap those cells. Then we're going to say last edited time. This is the time when, there, I'll show you, but you see it changed over there when it was last edited. And I'll show you later on why these 2 are relevant. So we're going to add last edited. Then we're going to add a location, because for the meetings, it might be helpful to have a location tag in there. Location, all caps. No, we don't want it all caps. We just want to have it small. There we go. And then we are also going to create a relational property to the project tracker database. And later also to the action tracker database. We're going to create a relational property to the project tracker database. And I'm going to show you immediately why we are going to do that, right? Because inside of the project tracker, we can either navigate all the way there, or we can simply click here and just say, let's go. Inside this template that we just created, of course, we don't just want to see the actions that are related to this project, but we also want to see the personal knowledge that is related to this project. So right over here, we're going to get all our knowledge, and we're going to say, actually change that one to the needle to prevent confusion, personal knowledge database, and we're going to say filter to only show notes, meetings, ideas related to this particular project, right? Just like that. That's how it would work. Now, I'm going to delete this for now because we're going to create some different views first. But I hope it's clear now how this relational database helps us to only show entries that are related to this particular project. Okay, deep breath. Hope it's not getting too confusing. So we are back in this personal knowledge database that we are creating. We're also going to add a relation to the action tracker. I'm going to show you in a bit why we're doing that. And then we should actually be good to go. Now I want to sort these entries by rating. And there we have it. Very simple notes database. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to create some views in here, which are going to come in handy later. So we're going to create a new view, and we're going to call this one by rating. Grab this little needle. Actually, copy that one. Over here, if you go over here, we can say group this database, right? So the group function is going to group this database. And we're going to say group it by rating. And as you can see, we get all these different, and now it's upside down. I don't know why it's upside down. So we're just going to go in there. We're going to make it be non-upside down. hide these two because we don't need them. Boom. Right, so now over here, we have these different groups. We are grouping them by rating. I will just collapse these menus. Now we have this beautiful little menu. We can just open one up and we can see all the content that has 3 diamond rating. We can see all the content that has 2 diamond rating. We can have all the content that is 5-star rating. Very easy. And then you can either choose to have it as a table, as a master table. I prefer having it as a list. It's a little bit cleaner. So let's say we just call it list. There you go. Lists are very clean. You see, very clean list. Property. Move that rating. We're just going to say type. Boom. Let's add some new ones. Right. New meeting notes, for example. New learning notes, for example. Give that the learning tag. New idea notes. Right, these are just some examples just to show you what this would look like. Right, and now we can easily just access all the information that we've ever gathered by the rating that we gave it ourselves. Cool. Okay, then we are now going to create one single template in here, which is going to be the meeting template. And this is basically an easy template for whenever you have a meeting to just quickly be able to generate it. So we're going to go in here, new template, add cover because I want covers for everything. I'm a cover geek. Add some more beautiful flowers. Add the memo emoji over here. Then we're going to say meeting notes template. We're going to give it the type of meeting, so it automatically gets this meeting thing attached to it. And then over here, I'm going to create a table of contents. And the way you do this is by simply typing TOC, table of contents. It's automatically going to generate a table of contents based on the headings. Then we're going to say agenda topics. Then we're going to say key takeaways. Key takeaway. You can write these here. And then lastly, we're simply going to create one more linked instance. We know this by now. We're going to create a linked instance of the action tracker. Right? We're going to have that action tracker. Once again, we can simply say any table here. Let's just grab the master table. We're just going to say meeting actions. And over here, we just created this relation between the personal knowledge database and the action tracker so that we can actually say, I only want to see action items related to this particular meeting. So whenever during your meeting you add action items in here now, you will automatically see that it's related to this meeting. So that way you can easily, at the end of the meeting, put in all the action items. They just appear in your regular action stream, right, in your daily review, in your execution zone. But it's also easy for us to, at the end of the meeting, simply put all the actions in there and, well, get to action, right? So let's just meeting. Let's make that meeting. Let's just hide this database title. Wrap this little column over here. Right, wrap all columns. Boom. Just like that. We can easily add new action items. Very simple little template. But you can generate that whenever you have a new meeting, right? Suppose you have a new meeting. We got the new meeting. Open that up. Boom. Rock and roll. Ready to go. Start the agenda. Key takeaways. Any actions based on this meeting. Boom. And we're good to go. Simple, but works like a charm. Actually, I'm also briefly going to create a new learning notes template. But this one you can really style it however you like. But I'm doing this because I want to put this cover here because it's very beautiful. Very simple. You are watching a YouTube video, whatever. You can just write down here whatever you would do in a Word document, in a Google Doc. You can link videos, images, just a nice template for writing down any learning notes. Cool. So that is the first part of the personal knowledge database. Then now we are actually going to move on to the external knowledge database, right? So we're going to go back in here. External knowledge database. Already fixed that rating, which is nice. Nice. There we go. Just going to sort this by rating. Okay, so now the name, we are going to name this content name. So what is the name of the piece of content that we have consumed? And once again, in this particular database, we're going to store all the information that comes from the outside, right? So master table, the personal knowledge database at the needle. This one will get the thread. Upload files, knowledge covers. Whoopa, more beautiful flowers, because I do love myself some good flowers. Reposition that bad boy right over there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, the first one we're going to create next to the rating is the type. So this is going to be the type of content that we're actually talking about. And there's a whole host of different ones. You can choose the ones that resonate with you. I just have the web page, article, video, podcast, scientific paper, book, social media post, and that's it. There's people that make different databases for this. They have like a different database for books, for example. I always like to keep my databases to the bare minimum that is necessary for my system to really function. You know, I can always add new databases later. Let me just color code this real quick. Pink, purple, blue, and I think by now you also see I really like this OCD way of ordering all my colors. Yeah, so this is going to be the type of content that we have consumed. Now, you can, if you want to, also add a creator. You don't have to do this, but you can. For example, you know, this piece of content is created by Seneca. This is by Marcus Aurelius. This is created by the Buddha. Boom. Right. I like making these gray. Otherwise, it gets a little much with all the colors, right? So now we have the content name, we have the type, we have the rating, we have the creator. And let me just open this one right up over here. And also, once again, here we want to say, make a relationship. Sorry, that was a little too fast. Make a relationship to this project tracker database. We want to add, once again, a created date. We want to add a last edited. Then we're going to wrap these columns. Okay, and this is starting to come together very nicely. One last property we want to add is a URL, because often we will have links. So we're just going to say URL right over there. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, now I'm quickly going to show you a thing outside of Notion, which is called the Notion Web Clipper. The Notion Web Clipper. This is an extension that you can download. I have it right over here. And what this extension does is any web page, you can simply press save, and it's going to save it into the database. It's going to save the entire content of the page into that database. I don't think I can access the new page we just created, but it's very simple. You just create here, save page, and then this entire page will show up here as a piece of content with all the information of that page. So it's very easy to capture. And one last property is going to be the status, because for this information, it can either not be started yet, it can be in progress, it can be completed, or it can be archived. I'll explain to you what this means. Actually, in progress should be orange. This should be green. This is a simple way. Any content that we create ourselves, obviously it's just, we're just creating it. But any content that we consume, it has this status, because maybe we found this article we want to read, but we haven't even started it yet. We can put it on not started. Maybe there's this video we've been watching, this lecture, and we're halfway through. Then we can put it in progress. And maybe there's something that we either completed or we didn't want to complete. Then we give it a completed or archived tag. Similar to what we did earlier with the notes database. Of course, we can also say here by status, for example, right? And we can create this group function here. We're going to say group them by status. We'll hide this one. And like this, we get a very nice, simple sort of library for ourselves, where we can easily look at the different pieces of content that we have in here and open them, right? So if we have like a bunch of unread books or articles or podcasts, we can easily access all the knowledge that we are consuming. So it's a very nice way to just kind of check in with, hey, is there still something that I wanted to read or wanted to listen to, or, very simple way of consuming the content. And then we're actually going to say also one by rating. By rating. Hide those bad boys. And this is the sort of stuff that it takes some time to set up, right? As you can see, this video is probably going to take 4 to 5 hours. It takes some time to set everything up, but once it's set up, you only need to use it, right? So you only need to use it and understand it. Once it's set up, it's just there to be used. So we're just doing all of this one time only. Cool. There we go. There's no templates necessary for this one. It's just knowledge collection, right? Book number 1, maybe my favorite podcast, whatever that might be. Interesting web page, right? And we have some content here. Say web page, book, all right? Favorite podcast. Very simple. We create one more if we want, duplicate, and we're going to say by type, so that we can also easily access it by type. And floop. Whoopa, there we go. Am I doing this the right way? Yeah, I think it's right, like this. Like this. Yeah, beautiful. We'll just put it like this. And there we go. There we have all our external knowledge. Cool. Now we are going to create one more knowledge database. And this is called the knowledge classification database. And I'm going to show you what this database is and why it's important. Knowledge classification. Okay, so earlier I showed you that we can relate pieces of knowledge to a project, right? So when we have a piece of information, when we have a piece of information, a new idea node, we can relate it to a project. This new idea node might be related to this Notion system project. Ideally, you classify your information by project. I really prefer this. I learned this from Tiago Forte. He said, as humans, we are mostly thinking in projects, in things that we're doing, in like this integrated whole. So I like storing my information by project. But there's not always projects that we're working on. There's also certain topics that we're just generally interested in, things we're passionate about, things we want to learn more about. And for that particular purpose, we create this knowledge classification database. These are going to be sort of buckets of information in which we gather notes and external knowledge that are important to us. Now, initially, I tried setting this up sort of as a global tag database. And what that means is that I would use a single word here. For example, design, that would be a tag. Maybe fitness would be a tag. Maybe health would be a tag. But I noticed that this was too vague for me, and I really couldn't properly find my information back. So instead, what I decided to do is to create something that I call knowledge context. And these are really wider things that cover a larger knowledge context. So for example, instead of having fitness, I would say physical health and well-being, including fitness, nutrition, biohacking, and other methods of health modulation. So this really makes it more broad for me. I'll just put a little bicep here because we like a big bicep. Floop. So it's a broader category, making it much easier for me to start sorting all this information. So what does this database then look like? It's very simple. We have a relationship to the personal knowledge database. And it's not gonna give me the name. No, give me the name. Give me the name. Let's see. Whoop. Gotta grab that needle. Right, and now you can really see why I'm using these emojis all the time. It's gonna make it so much easier to understand how everything is related to each other. I'm gonna give that a double one. And basically now, any note related to physical health and well-being, I can add right over here. So suppose, for a moment, we're back in this knowledge database. I'm just creating some interesting thoughts on fitness, right? And I put this note in here. This image really symbolizes fitness. Maybe I found an image somewhere, right? I'm going to say fitness. We have this little note. Fitness is the key to happiness. Very basic, right? Little idea over here. It's a little idea. Then over here, I can say knowledge classification is part of physical health and well-being. That's the knowledge class, the knowledge tree, you could almost say, that this piece of knowledge falls under. If I were to go back into this classification database, you can see over here. This one is related to some interesting thoughts on fitness. Then in here, we're going to create a template, knowledge classification template, add cover, because by now you can see that I am absolutely addicted to these covers. Knowledge class cover. And then in here, it's very, very simple template. We're going to create a linked view of the personal knowledge database by rating and of the external knowledge database by rating. We're going to make this one full width. And now on this page, we have all the external knowledge and all the internal knowledge. And I hope that by now you know what is going to happen. We are going to say, I only want to see personal knowledge that is related to filter by. Right? I only want to see that's related to knowledge classification template. We're going to hide this one. We're going to do the same here. We're going to say, I only want to see things that are related to this knowledge classification template. We're going to hide that one also. Very simple. You see, this is very simple. Right now it's empty because no pieces of knowledge are related to the template. But if I were to now open this one, physical health and well-being, generate that template, you can already see it's related to some interesting thoughts on fitness, which does not have a rating yet. So let's give that a rating. Otherwise it's not going to show up. And there, boom. There we have it. All our personal knowledge related to this particular class and all our external knowledge related to this particular class. So in that sense, we have all our knowledge either categorized per project or per knowledge class. And then I'm going to add one more neat little formula here. I'm going to call this formula total relationships. This one is optional. And what this basically does, per context, it counts how many relationships it has. So let's say, for example, if I were to add 3 of them here, you can already see it counts the amount of relationships that it has. And then we could sort this by the amount of relationships. And this is just a nice little method that you can use for yourself to kind of see which knowledge context do you find most important. You know, if this one has 40 relationships and that only 10, then maybe that one is more important. And maybe also if one has 60 or 70 relationships, it's time to separate it into 2 separate ones, right? So it's just a neat little formula. Set it up once, then you can forget it, and that way you can track the entire amount of relationships. We're going to add these. Cover, floop, master table, add the DNA symbol right in there. Look at this, starting to come together so beautifully. Database collection, and there we go. Now we have this whole knowledge line already set up. Beautiful. So now we have created these knowledge databases, and we're just going to add them to the daily review and to the project tracker, right? So let's first go into this daily review template. Because at the end of the day, we are not only going to have this inbox for the action tracker, but we're also going to have an inbox for our personal knowledge and for the external knowledge. Now, actually, first we have to go into the view here because we always prefer making views in the original database. So we're going to say inbox. Basically, what I want to see is all the personal knowledge items that don't have a rating. All of them that don't have a rating is empty. That's what I want to see right over here. Then I want to put the type. I want to put the, let's see, project tracker, knowledge classification. These can be interesting. These we don't need. We can hide the created one. We can hide the last edited one. We can hide the location one, and we can hide the action tracker one. Really all we want is this, right? So we want to make sure that every incoming piece of information, right? Okay, so let's just say random idea that popped up in my head. That's supposed to be an idea then. Some learning notes from physics lecture, right? This one we're not even going to edit type. I'm going to show you why. And then over here we're going to say meeting with Harold, right? Okay, those are just things that are now inside of this inbox. We are then now going to move into this daily review template, right? Back to that daily review template. And we're going to say add linked instance of the personal knowledge database. And we're going to say grab me that inbox right over there. And I'm not sure if I showed you this before. Yeah, I did. You can have different linked views of different databases in one sort of linked window, I would say, right? So if I add a new view here, it doesn't have to be the same database. We can have like 6 different databases lined up next to each other. So right here we have inbox, maybe we'll call it personal knowledge. Is that too long? That is too long. Then we're just going to call it PK inbox. So now at the end of the day, you get all the pieces of information that you've gathered during the day that haven't gotten a rating yet. And then at the end of the day, you can just say, okay, yes, this was learning, this was meeting, this one was related to the Notion system project, this one, physics, is related. Well, we don't have one right now, but suppose we would have the topic physics here related to that, and then we can give them a rating 1 star to 5. On the daily review, we only do 1 star till 5. These I will cover later. Daily review, just 1 to 5. So I can say this random idea was actually very shitty. The learning notes from physics, actually quite valuable. And the meeting with Harold, 5 stars. Right? So easily we can just empty this inbox and make sure that all our incoming knowledge is taken care of. Now, of course, we are going to do the exact same thing for the external knowledge database, right? So now we're going to say thread, we're going to say EK, external knowledge inbox, just like that, beautiful. Filter, once again, rating is empty, because we want to see all the empty ones. And then I'm going to put some content here for a good measure. Make it easy for myself to see which ones we want. Creator type project knowledge. Always put the rating one last, because if you click it by accident, you know, I usually go from left to right when I'm filling in things, and when you click this one, it will disappear. URL just in case if you need one. And there we go. Very similar, right? Nice podcast I heard. Great article I read. Interesting webpage I found. Once again, this is just the inbox. So we go back. Command P for the search one, right? I hope things are starting to make a bit more sense already by now. And then at the shutdown routine, we're going to add the external knowledge database, EK, inbox, boom, hide that one. And then at the end of the day, very similar, right? We can just go, okay, nice podcast I heard. I completed that one. The type was a podcast. The creator was Seneca. Knowledge classification was, physics. It wasn't, but we're just going to act like it was. Rating, 5 stars. Boom. Great article I read. In progress, article created by the Buddha and part of this Notion system project. Rating 3 stars. So now you can see it's very easy at the end of the day. During the day you can just capture, right? During the day you can capture action items, you can capture notes. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it. Just know that whenever you write down something in your system, it will always come back to you during these review moments, right? That's really where the system is like that good friend. That is really where it's like Jarvis to Iron Man, right? You can just put it in there and he will give it back to you whenever you need it, right? So at the end of the day, we can just quickly check in, web page. Actually, don't know the creator. We're going to say it's part of the physical health and well-being. And then we're going to give that one 4 stars. All right. We've added them to the daily review. Now we're also going to add them to this project tracker template, right? Because inside this project tracker, we also want to have all the knowledge related to this project. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say, once again, personal knowledge database by rating. I'm going to hide this one. I'm going to say filter. I only want to see the personal knowledge that is related to this particular project. Boom. Just like that. If I were to now create a note from inside this project working space, right? If I'm working inside this project working space and I add a new node from here, it's automatically also going to get that project tracker relationship, right? So it's very easy to use this as your working space from which we're going to create things. So let me just call that one PK. Actually, we'll just call it personal knowledge. Then we'll grab the external knowledge one. I'm going to do a very similar thing. By rating, external knowledge, hide this one. And once again, filter. I'm going to filter this one by the project tracker template. All right, now that's starting to look a whole lot better. Because now, whenever we generate this template for a new project, we automatically have all the actions, we automatically have all the personal knowledge, and automatically have all the external knowledge, right? And if you're working on a project for 12 weeks, it's very nice to have all of this central in one place, but still also be able to reference it in other places, right? Because it's all collected in this central database. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's then move into the next database. And this is going to be another simple one. All right, we're going to say database, full. Let me see if there's a quicker way to do that. Full page. There we go. Habits and routines. This database is basically just to keep track of our habits and routines. There's no templates here. It's not a very complicated one, but it can be helpful simply to keep track of the habits and routines. So I'm going to give this the emoji of the tree. Master table. Oh yes, master. Give me the master table. Tree. Boom, boom. Bring out the habits and routines cover. Is this the right one? It's the right one. Cool. Let me just... All right. So the first thing we're going to do is the habit name. What is the particular habit that we're going to do? All right. Reposition that one. Got to keep that. Sorry. I just need to change this because I once again grabbed the wrong one. I need to have the database cover, because otherwise it's going to be too high and then my OCD kicks in and I just can't handle that. So let's... All right. James Clear wrote this really good book called Atomic Habits. I can highly recommend that you read it. It's a really good book on how we can build better habits. Like I mentioned in the beginning of this video also, one of the quotes he says, "We don't rise to the level of our goals, but we fall to the level of our systems," right? And habits are really our everyday systems. Habits and routines are the things we repeat every single day, and those are the things that make a big difference. 95% of our lives is just regular life, regular days, day-to-day life. Wow, that's a lot of words. Consistency is where a lot of result is really created. So we want to have things that we keep doing consistently. And that is where habits and routines really shine. So, that being said, how do you set a good habit? First of all, you want to have the habit name, but you want to have a location. Where am I going to do this habit? Is this a habit that I'm doing at home? At my desk, At my desk. Is this something that I'm doing in the park? And you can make this more specific also, right? I'm doing this on the sofa in the living room. Where am I going to do the habit? Then the other one is the time of day. So, when am I going to do this habit? Right? Let's say one habit would be hitting the gym. Another habit would be reading a book. And a third habit would be brushing my teeth. Now, maybe I already brush my teeth in the evening, but I keep forgetting it in the morning. Then I'll put this one on early in the morning, right? And I'm going to do that in the bathroom. Reading a book. Maybe that's something I want to do at night. Hitting the gym. Maybe that's something I want to do in the evening. Right? So we want to say, what is it that I'm going to do? Where is it that I'm going to do? And when is it that I'm going to do it? And then the last question is, how long will it take? So we can say, how long will it take? The duration. So maybe that takes 90 minutes. This one I'm going to do for 30 minutes, and this one is only 5 minutes. And then lastly, over here, we can add a frequency, and that is how often am I going to repeat this habit? Is it something I'm doing every day? Is it something I'm doing 6 times per week? Is it something I'm doing 5 times per week? Is it something I'm doing 4 times per week? 3 times per week? 2 times per week? Or just once a week? Color coding that, because we always color code everything because it looks good. And as you can see, this is a multi-select, so we're going to change that to the single select. And there we go. Here we can simply track habits, have them stored in one place, use the logic of habit building. You could also add things like habit batches or habit chunks. Personally, I just use it like this, and it's a very easy way to keep track of all the habits that we're doing. Then there's one last property that I have added, which is whether the habit is active or not. You could simply delete a habit that you're no longer doing. I personally like to toggle them. So whenever I'm not doing a certain habit, I still know that it's a habit that I was doing. So in that sense, I can kind of keep a list of all the habits that I ever tried to build, just as a reminder of the things that I've tried and maybe didn't like. So I'll duplicate that and I'll call this active habits. Give that the filter of active is checked, and sort them by time of day. Cool. Let's just add a few more habits here. Play the piano. Call up my girlfriend. Right. I'm going to say play the piano 3 times per week. Call up my girlfriend 5 times per week. At the music studio whenever this one's 1900. This one is whenever. Right, so now we have a few habits, very simple habits and routines database. Now, we also want to track our habits. So these are a collection of habits. This is the place where we can think about our habits, where we can formulate our habits, but we also want to be tracking them. And that's what we have the daily review for. So I showed you this briefly before, but over here we have these habits. So these habits we can inform from the habits that we just formulated, right? So this is read a book. This is play the piano. This is call my girlfriend. This is fitness, right? So we now have these habits inside of our daily review. And then whenever we generate that template, we can have these startup habits. Maybe in this case, it's read a book, play the piano, right? So we can use those times of day that we just gave to it. And we have our shutdown habits, right? And maybe that's boom. And just like that, we start creating this little heat map of our habits. Now, what you can do as a reminder here is actually create a linked instance of this habit tracker database and put it right here on the site. So I'm just going to show you how that works. We're going to create a linked view, right, of the habits and routines database. And as you can see now that we're getting more databases, it's handy to use this search function, habits and routines. And I want to see all my active habits. Now I want to drag this one on the side, but it doesn't allow me to do that. Notion does not allow you to drag two databases next to each other. Luckily, we have some sweet as Notion engineering going on here. So we're going to create, or actually turn this database into a page. And then we're going to turn this one into a page. And it does actually allow us to put pages next to each other. And then we're just going to turn them back into inline and into inline. And there you have it. We just, whoop, we're going to make this one a bit smaller. And this is a really very simple way. Now we have our habit tracking section, right? We can easily see these are the active habits that we have going on. And then over here, I can track them on a day-by-day basis. Now, suppose we would have a bunch. Then over the days, as we're filling these in, we start getting these nice heat maps where you can see, right? We can see how often we engaged in a certain habit. So, simple database, habits, and routines. Okay. Now it's time to tackle probably the most complex, one of the biggest databases, and that is going to be the weekly review. So we're going to go into the review databases. We're going to say full because we just learned that. We're going to call this one the weekly review. And this, just like the daily review, we do it at the end of every day. The weekly review we do at the end of every week. And we're going to add this cover right over here. Covers, review, weekly review, database cover. Boom. There we have it. Okay, the name is going to be the week. The date is once again going to be a date span, because it's not just a single date, but the week is, the 17th till the 23rd, for example, like this. Date span. We're going to unwrap these columns. I'm going to name this one master table and add the little moon. Boom, just like that. Okay, now what we're going to do, that's very nice English. Now what we're going to do is we are going to make a relationship between the weekly review and the daily review. And then I'm going to introduce a new feature to you. So we're going to create this one, create that relationship. What we can do, if we make a connection to a certain database, we can roll up information from that database. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's say we're going to create a roll up here. And I'm going to say habit, which was one of the habits, read a book, right? Read a book. In here, I can configure this rollup, and what I can say is, from this relationship that I have with the daily review database, right? The weekly review database has this relation with the daily review database. From this relation that I have, I want to pick the daily review, and then I can grab any of the properties from this daily review, right? And here you can see all these properties that we gave it. And one of them is read a book. And then on the bottom, I'm going to say, okay, from this database, grab this property and show it to me in this form. I could count them. I could say the amount that is checked. But in this case, I'm just going to say, show me the original. Currently, there's no information here because we haven't linked it to a page yet. But were we to now connect this to one of these pages, you can see. Were we to connect it to, let's say, 4 pages, it grabbed from these pages, right? If I were to go in this page, you can see read a book has been tagged here. Is that the way to say it? No, it's been checked. Read the book has been checked here. If I were to uncheck this, you can see it's also unchecked over here. So what a rollup does, it goes into the database, it goes into the October page, and you can grab any one of these properties, right? And you can grab an average, maybe for the output. You can say the average output from the last week, but you can also say the amount of checked boxes, right? So for example, maybe here I'm going to say percent checked, 75% checked. Okay, so from all the daily reviews that I did, 75% of my daily reviews, I did the read a book habit. Similar we can do, actually I'll just duplicate this, which it does not allow me to do. I should have known. Maybe if I go in here, duplicate this, and now we're actually going to say, instead of read a book, it's going to be call my girlfriend. Rename, call my girlfriend. Duplicate. Right, and now I want to have the property fitness. We're going to do fitness. I'll make this heat map also. Boom. And now you can start seeing this come together. These over here, we can't tick them. But if we're inside of this daily review, right, and we've been on a day-to-day basis, simply just keeping track of our habits, whenever we make changes to these boxes, this information is automatically rolled up into this weekly review. So as we are doing our daily reviews throughout the week, at the end, if we did a perfect week, we have 7 days, and we can exactly see how well we performed on each habit. Very, very, very powerful. So those are the roll-up qualities. So we're going to make this one smaller. And then we can read a book, call my girlfriend, fitness, or any one of these other properties. We can roll them up. And let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much all the properties that we actually have to put in here. So then we are going to create the weekly review template. So we're going to say weekly review template. And there we go, weekly review cover. Add the little moon icon over there. And this one's going to have multiple different aspects. So the first one is going to be reflection and insight. That's what we start our weekly review off with. The second part is going to be the review section. The third part is going to be the structure/knowledge section. And the last part is going to be the planning section. Weekly review, I recommend you just take an hour, 45 minutes at the end of the week. Could be Sunday, could be Friday, could even be Monday morning, whatever you prefer. And just really take some time. It's a habit you need to build, but it's something that's really, really, really worthwhile because you keep your systems working, right? We keep reviewing our systems, but you also check in with yourself. Am I still working on the right things? Am I still feeling passionate about the things that I'm doing? Is there something I'm grateful for this week? It's just this moment where we respect ourselves in a way. We give ourselves a proper respect to just check in and see how everything is going. So, the first thing we do is we're going to connect with our insight zone, but we haven't created that one yet. So I'm just going to call this connect with insight zone. Then over here, we're going to have a whole bunch of reflection questions, which I'm going to add after this database. So for now, the only thing we're going to add is the action tracker. We're going to add the action tracker. We're going to make this one full width. And what I want to do is I want to see all the completed actions of last week. So we can hide this title. We can create a list, filter, and earlier we added these Actually, that's in a different database. For now, we only have, this is perfectly fine. We have the action date right over here. So what we want to do is we want to see action items with the action date on or after 1 week ago. So let me explain what this does. I want to see all the action items that have an action date of on or after 1 week ago. So it's going to show me all the action items that have an action date of on or after 1 week ago. And they need to be checked, right? Because otherwise it's going to show us all the action items also in the future. Now it's just going to show us, this one we can remove, all the action items that we completed last week. Completed actions. So suppose I would now go into our action tracker, and I'm just going to say we finished all these tasks. I go back into this template. Then over here, beautiful. And we can sort them by priority if we want. And we can just see all these action items that we completed last week. Just briefly check in with all these action items that we completed last week. Okay. Then we are going into the review section. The first thing that we want to review is all of our active projects. So we're going to go into this project tracker database. We're going to say, actually this one's messy. Let's just duplicate this one. I've already cleaned that up a little bit. Duplicate. I'm going to say active projects. I just want to see the active projects. So we will need to add a filter which says only show me the projects that are active. So that's what we're going to do. We have our little progress bar, and we have this one's really important, right? The overdue and the review date. And we're going to sort this one actually by the review date. So let's just add another project, building shed in garden, just so you can see how this works together. We're going to say that one's for 30th. Now you can see in here, I can see which projects are due to be reviewed. So let's go back into this weekly review. We're going to say linked instance, project tracker, active projects. Automatically, it's going to give us that name over there. Over here, it's going to show me all these active projects. And then from this review, I can simply check in. Right, let's just generate that one for the time being. Normally, these are obviously already generated because it's an active project, but for now, we'll just do it this way. If this thing decides to load. Hello, will you load? Okay, apparently there are some nice little glitches going on, but okay, you get the point. Over here, you can check in with this project. This one is past the review date. This one is not yet, so we're only going to check in with this one. You go in there, you add any new actions that need to happen, any knowledge you can review, just check in. Simply check in with the project, see if everything is on schedule, maybe adjust the amount of work that's done. And once you've reviewed the project, you can simply change the date to next week or 2 weeks or whenever this project needs to be reviewed. Very simple, very easy, but very powerful, because make sure that we're always checking in with all these projects that we are currently working on. Then the second and third thing we want to check in on is the knowledge that we generated during the week, both our personal knowledge and our external knowledge. So I'm going to go into this personal knowledge database. I'm going to duplicate the one that says by rating, and I'm going to call it weekly review. And in the weekly review is actually the moment where we can move items from 5 or 4 stars or 3 stars even into the diamond region, right? So as we're having ideas, as we're having them during the days, an idea might not have fully crystallized yet, or we might think it's a really good idea, but then in hindsight, it's actually not that good of an idea. So the end of the week is really a moment to kind of check in with the best ideas that we had, or the best notes that we took, and resort them, right? Maybe the meeting with Harold was actually really, really valuable. Maybe the learning notes were actually really, really valuable. So that's why we have those diamonds over there. Then we're going to create a filter. And this is why we created here these two properties, because we're going to say created is on or after 1 week ago, or we can create an advanced filter if we want. Say, or edited is on or after 1 week ago. So now any note, any entry that's been created in the last week, or that's been changed or edited in the last week, will show up in this view. Just, remove that. Which is perfect. And we're going to do the same then for the external one. So we're going to call this one weekly review properties. Actually, group 3 diamonds we don't want to show yet. Filter is either created on or after 1 week ago, or has been edited on or after 1 week ago. And we can, while we're at it, also simply create the monthly one. I can already tell you what's going to happen there. Because in the monthly one, we're actually going to not show all these ones. And we're only going to do 5 stars up to 3 diamonds. Right? I'll do the same for the personal knowledge one. Duplicate it. Duplicate the weekly review. Simply call it the monthly review. Go into the group. Don't show all these ones. Do show the purple one. And oh, I shouldn't forget. Change this filter to is on or after 1 month ago, right? So it's going to show us all the things we changed in the last month. Let's do that here as well. Filter is on or after 1 month. Okay, I already did that. Interesting. I already forgot. I've been recording for way too long. I'm starting to forget things. All right, back into this weekly review. We're going to open this one up. And now over here, just like that, because we already did the preparation for this, we're going to say weekly review. Just hide this one over there. There we have it, all our notes from during the week. Grab the external one, also say weekly review. And beautiful. You can really see the system starting to come together now. Really, all these databases communicating with each other and really utilizing that power. The power of the databases and the pages coming together. Then over here, we're going to grab an action tracker one. And I'm just going to simply grab the mastered. You know what? I'm just going to grab this daily action one and I'm going to say waiting. So I'm going to say the status of this action item is waiting on. So I only want to show action items that I'm waiting on someone. There we go. We're going to hide that one. And then here we're going to do the same, but it's going to be called someday. So at the end of every week, we have this brief check-in with things that we, let's say, paint the Mona Lisa, right? So if this brief check-in, are there things we're still waiting on for someone? Is there something that needs to happen someday? And lastly, we're also going to add a calendar, and I'm going to show you in a little bit why we have this one here. Similar, actually the exact same calendar we already had earlier on. Cool. Next, we go down here, and we're going to say review calendar. Check calendar for the past weeks. Does anything need a follow-up, right? So now we're going to check in with our regular calendar, our calendar outside of Notion. So maybe that's a Google Calendar, maybe that's a Microsoft Calendar, maybe it's a physical calendar, but it's basically a calendar we can use to check in. What I've personally set up is that I linked here. Sometimes it doesn't show up. Hello. Sometimes it does this. Well, there you go. Now all of a sudden it does show up. Calendar.google.com, I think it is by heart. Yeah, I simply have that as a quick link to set up. So that's just checking in with the calendar. Is there anything that needs a follow-up? Is there anything that needs a preparation? And that's why we have this one over here. If there is, we can easily put it in here, right? I need to prepare for sushi. Boom. Very simple. We could just check in with the calendar. Next, we're going to do some inbox 0. Email inbox, WhatsApp inbox, and any other inbox you might have. Right, once again here you can simply add a link, gmail.com, web.whatsapp.com. From here you can easily access those inboxes, empty them at the end of the week, add anything that needs an action right there in your calendar. And just like that, we've reviewed everything. Beautiful little review section right over here. Okay, lastly, it's not true, it's not lastly, but we're getting close. We have some structuring that we might want to do. Things like cleaning up your main desktop, maybe clean up important folders, clean up physical workspace. So these are just some prompts. You can add things here, you can remove things here, just like with anything in the system, right? You can just add and remove anything, but just a reminder to clean up those spaces. And then lastly, this is quite important, we are going to create next week's review. We're going to create goals and a state of mind for that week. And we're going to set the daily review template for this week. So this one, we're going to link this to this database. So what we do is we go to the weekly review database, 3 dots in the top right corner, and we're going to say copy the link. Then we go back into the template, and then we can say, we can link to it in our own Notion system, right? So from here, we can easily just go there, bats, create the next week's template. And then in here, this I'm going to show you later because we don't have this particular zone set up yet. And then here, good job. Time to reward yourself with something nice, baby. Something nice. And just like that, we have easily set up this weekly review. Probably the most complex and most elaborate part of the system. But there you have it, the weekly review. Okay, so I 100% definitely lied to you because actually the most complicated part of the system is going to come now. And I'm hopefully going to explain it in a proper way. But we are about to find out because now we are going to build the reflection databases. And these are going to be 2 separate databases. One is going to be the reflection questions database. And one is going to be the actual reflections, so the entries of the reflections. Now, this reflections questions database is going to be the place where we store all the different reflection questions that we use throughout the system. Currently, we haven't added any reflection questions anywhere yet. But ultimately, we will have reflection questions in the daily review, in the weekly review, in the projects, in the goals. There's going to be many questions we're going to ask ourselves in order to generate that insight, right, that we talked about earlier. So if I just grab this flowchart again, we're really going to get the reflections in this entire cycle going up, because we want to improve our insight, right? This is that cherry on top that we want. We want to have that improved insight so that we can align that with our action. And in order to do that, we need to reflect on things. So, the reflection questions database. This one is going to be simple. We are going to have the question. We are going to have the relationship. Actually, I need to do that right over there. We are going to make a reminder. And we're going to make a connection to the reflections database. And this one's going to get the leaf. I can already put it here because I know it's going to get the leaf. I'm just going to call this reflections. And it's not going to take it, so we'll do it again. Reflections database. Reflection at the leaf at relationship. There we go. Boom. Cool. We're going to move this one over here. Call this the master table. And we're going to give this the maple leaf. Just setting up the entire. Alright, so we're just setting up this database. This is going to be the reflection questions database. The relationship is meant for us to easily add and sort new questions for ourselves. I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So there's going to be a whole bunch of databases that are going to have reflection questions. So we're going to add all of them in here. It's going to be daily review. It's going to be weekly review. It's going to be monthly review. It's going to be quarterly review. It's going to be yearly review. It's going to be projects, tracker. It's going to be SMART goals. It's going to be vision goals. It's going to be core insights. And there's going to be 6 life areas, just like that. I'm going to color code this just to make it look good. Pink, purple, green, blue, dark gray, light gray, just like that. Okay, so I am going to fill in a whole bunch of these questions and you can simply copy them. But you can also add new questions that are relevant to you, right? So maybe for the daily review, a question you want to ask yourself is, what could I have done better today? That might be a daily review question. Now, inside this question, we are going to add the daily review icon. Ooh, we don't need that one, actually. Maybe a question is, what would make today awesome? Right, so we can start entering all these questions that we want to ask ourselves during the daily review. Maybe during the weekly review, we want to ask, what am I particularly grateful for this week? Right, and here we're going to add the moon. And then over here, you can add a reminder. So this is a prompt that will help you fill in this question. So maybe if we have the question, what am I particularly grateful for this week? The reminder might be, really sink into that feeling. Really feel that gratitude, right? Or whatever. This could be anything. We can just add a reminder in here. And we're going to create a whole bunch of questions. And then we are going to group them by the different elements of this system. So, maple leaf. So I'm going to say duplicate by relationship. I'm going to say group this by relationship. We're going to put that in the proper order, because we do like ourselves some order. There we go. There we go. SMART goals, vision goals, core insights, and the 6 life areas. And then just like that, we have an easy overview of all the reflection questions that are active in our system. Now I'm going to duplicate. I'm just going to grab this from my other screen here real quick. I'm just going to add all these questions in one go. Delete those. And that did not work out. Let me try that again. Okay, now it works. Relationship. Okay, this, I know it seems strange. I'm doing this on the other screen, so I don't have to rewrite all these questions. Okay. Oh, this is actually the right way. I was just not paying attention. I was not paying attention because I have them all wrapped. Okay, so as you can see, there's a whole bunch of questions here, and they all have their little icons. So I'm just gonna fill in all of these. I know that that's the annual, vision, daily, weekly, daily, weekly, daily, daily. Boom. Okay, now we have all sorted them, and now we can see by relationship, right? All the daily review questions, all the weekly review questions, all the monthly review questions, right? That's a quarterly one. All the quarterly review questions. So this is an easy place, easy way to add all these review questions. Now I also have reminders written for each one of these questions. I see those haven't been copied at the moment. But I can drop that template with you so it's easy to reference all these questions. So these are all the reflection questions. Now the second thing we are going to do is we're going to create this reflections database, because the questions, we want to answer these, but we want to answer these multiple times, right? So if I have a question here, I want to create a new page, a different entry, in which I can have like answer 1. That could be one page, right? Answer 2. That could be one page. So that over time I can start collecting these answers. Now, this is where it's going to get a little complicated, but I'm going to show you and hopefully explain it well. So we're going to go into this reflections database. And first, I'm just going to give it everything that it needs, right? Leaves, whoop. There we go. Reflections. At the cover. Because once again, we do like our covers. Booyah, baby. Okay, and then here we have this reflection questions link that we just made. This relationship, rather, that we just made. So I'm going to add that maple leaf. We're going to add the date that a reflection has been created. Then we're going to drop this layout, wrap those columns. Then we're going to create writing space. So this is where we can ultimately write down extra information about this particular reflection. And then we're going to roll up the reminder that is part of this reflection question. Right, so let's say here we have that question, what am I grateful for this week? Right, reflection questions. Grab the reminder. And if then here we have that reminder of really sink into that feeling. And then that reminder is going to be part of here. Okay. This is going to be the database in which we write the actual reflections. So we're going to open these pages, and this is then going to be the answer to the question, what am I grateful for today? Today, I'm grateful for being alive. Okay, reminder, really sink into that feeling. Perfect, beautiful. But like this, it looks unorganized, and we want to have an easy way to fill in these questions, because these questions are going to populate the entire system. They're going to be shown everywhere. So we really want to have an easy way to access them, an easy way to fill them in. This is where we're going to do some real Notion shenanigans. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this table or duplicate it. And I'm going to say by, actually, let's just call it, I'm just going to call this by question. What I'm going to say then is I want to group this database by question. So I want to have this grouping that we did before, right? We've grouped things by all sorts of things, right? In this previous database, we grouped it by relationship. You can group things by date. You can group things by any property. But now I want to group it. By question. I'm going to say group it by question. Boom. And just like that, we get these little drop-down menus with the questions from the question database, right? If I were to click on this one, I actually open the page in the reflection questions database, right? This is the question. Relationship daily, reminder. Then here are the reflections. But if I create a new page inside of this toggle, it automatically gets related to this reflection question. Now that right there is a really powerful feature, because now at the beginning of my day, I can simply say new, I can open up this reflection, and I can answer this question. Today, I'm grateful for. I have that reminder, and then here I have this elaborate space to write. I could even also add things here, but that won't make it possible for us to roll it up later. So just like that, we can start answering these questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the layout to list, because I think it likes better. And here's the thing. It's only first going to show groups that have something in it, right? Because we had many more questions than this one, but it's only going to show the groups that have something in it. Either you can add a group by going in here. So I can say, I want to add, do we have more daily reviews today? And then we can add it over here, and you can see it's empty. Or whenever we add something in here, right? We just give this one a reflection, give this one a reflection, give this one a reflection. Then they're also going to show up here. This poses a problem, right? The problem that this poses is that if I were to now answer a question related to, let's say, SMART goals or projects, they are also going to show up here, right? If I were to go in here and I would say, I also answered this one with a reflection, and I answered this one with a reflection. Another reflection. Let me just add it like that. These are now all going to show up in this view. And we don't want that. We don't want all of these to show up, because we want to have separated bunch of questions by day, by week, by project. So, of course, we have found ourselves a nifty little workaround for this, and I'm going to show you how that works. We're simply going to make relationships to all the different databases, and they can be one-sided relationships. So we'll do daily, we'll do weekly, weekly review. There we go. We can do monthly. I'm actually just going to create all these databases now so that we can start linking them. Just going to make them empty. No worries. Quarterly review. Let me actually give it the icon already. Stars. Yearly review. Smart goals. It's going to get the bullseye. Right, we're going to make all these databases later on, but for now, this is core insights. It's going to get the diamond. You know how we do this by now, so I hope this is not too fast. We're going to have the 6 life areas database. That one's going to have the mountain. And then we're going to have the vision goals database. And that one is going to have the star. And then I think like this, we have all the databases that we need for the entire system. Okay, so now we can go inside this one and we can finish what we were doing here. So we can say relationship, monthly, or not. Let's see. Monthly review. Quarterly review. Once again, one of these things, it takes some time to set up, but once you've set it up, you're going to be so happy that you have it because it's going to scale so well into the future. And that's just really, really helpful. We're going to have the project tracker. We're going to have the smart goal tracker. All of these databases are going to have reflection questions inside of them, right? So we want to be able to easily access those questions and also easily in the future review the answers that we gave. Right? We want this system to scale with us over time. Like the good friend, that's smart goals 1. Okay, I already made one. My bad. Like the good friend, right? It stays with us for the long term, and the longer we know it, the more valuable it becomes. The more valuable the relationship. So it's going to take an investment, it's going to take some time, but it's going to pay off dividends. 6 life. It's right over there. Beautiful. And then I think the last one by heart is the core insights, right? There. There we go. Beautiful. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this one, which is by question, and I'm just going to actually delete all these entries for now. I'm also going to delete this group. When you delete a group, the group doesn't disappear. It just disappears from this view. So we're going to delete all these groups. Let's see, delete. 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 All right. Okay. What we can say now is we're going to duplicate this one and we're going to call these the daily reflections. This is going to be the daily reflections. We're going to create this filter which says daily review is not empty. So now if I answer a project tracker question, it's not going to matter for this view because it only wants to see questions where the daily review is not empty. And we're going to do the same thing for all these other databases, right? So we're going to call one for the weekly, where we're going to say weekly review is not empty. Weekly review is not empty. monthly review is not empty. Oopa. Quarterly review is not empty. And yeah, we'll do the other ones later on. And then inside of here, now we can start adding those questions for the particular reviews, right? So we can say for the daily review, let's say daily morning journaling, what would make today awesome? What would make today awesome? We can add that. What good I've done better, right? And so we can start adding these questions. What went well? And what am I grateful for? Boom. And just like that, we have all our daily review questions collected in one central place. And we can go into this daily review, go into the template, and at the beginning of our day, we can go into that reflections database, daily. Bam. It's going to show us these daily review questions. And then we can change the filter, because now we don't want to say daily review is not empty, but we want to say daily review is, once again, this template. It contains daily review template. And then we can have startup. Startup questions, which might be everything above there. We're going to hide these ones. The reason we're hiding these and not deleting them is because the moment information is filled in there, they're going to show up again. So we're going to hide these startup questions. Now it's really starting to come together. Shutdown routine. Let's say I like having a separate one for this reflection questions. Reflections. Once again, the daily one. Hide. I'm going to give it that same filter. Daily review contains daily review template. Shutdown questions. Shutdown questions. And what I meant earlier, suppose we would delete this one, right? Suppose we would delete this daily morning journal and delete this one from the view. Right now, it might seem like it worked, but in the morning, we are going to fill in something here, which is then going to be recognized in this database, and it's going to also show up here. Or apparently it does not, which we then take as a good sign, I guess. Maybe it's still updating. Anyway, that's the reason why we hide them instead of deleting them. Ah, there you go. Bum. See, now it pops up because we just put that entry in there. So instead, we're going to hide it, because then it won't pop up. It will just be hidden under this little toggle. Hide. And just like that, we now have added reflection questions to our daily review. We're going to do this for every single element, and it's very easy, right? At the beginning of the day, I'm just going to show you one time what that looks like. At the beginning of the day, we open this one up, we generate our template, we can just dive straight into it. What would make today awesome? If I would manage to finish my project. In the writing space, here's what we can write. The project would be finished, which would be really nice. Currently, we have all these databases here. I'm going to hide all of these. Always hide. Always hide. Because that's not going to be necessary in the future. And always hide. These are just for creating these filters. Always hide. Always hide. Always hide. Always hide. Always hide. And just like that. There we go. Easily, we can now fill in these reflection questions at the beginning, at the end of our day. And these questions are then going to be stored inside of our reflections, right? And in here we can see all the daily reflections we've made in the past. This particular question, all the answers we've made, they're going to be stored in here. We can easily open it. We can easily see what we answered on that question, right? What would make today awesome? I would manage to finish my project. So this takes some setting up. I am fully aware this takes some setting up. It's also quite complicated. But if you get this down properly, it really allows you to have all those reflections stored in a central place, and to be easily, so that you can easily look at the patterns, review them later on. So I'm going to show this with one more. Then all the other reflection questions, I'll just add them and I'll cut to the next clip because we don't have to watch me do that the entire time. I'm going to do one more just to demonstrate once again how this works. So let's go into the weekly one. Here we have the filter, right? Weekly review is not empty. And we're going to add these questions. What are my objectives, right? And these questions, because we type them in here, it grabs these from the reflection question database where we put them in. With what intention? What am I particularly grateful for this week? What was challenging? And what was something that went really well? Perfect. So now we have those 5 questions. Once again, in this database, I'm going to do command / to open up this page here. We go into the weekly review, into the weekly review template, open that one right up. And then once again here in the beginning, we are going to add reflections because that's the database we're pulling from. We're going to have these weekly reflections now. We're going to grab that filter. Weekly review contains this week's template. So all the entries are automatically also linked to this week's template. We're going to hide that one, filter this, and there you have it. These 2 questions we fill in at the beginning of the week, right? So at the end of the template, we always have this create the next week's review. That's when we fill in these 2 questions. What are my objectives? And then these 3 questions, we can fill them in as a reflection. There we go, weekly. So just like that, we're going to create all the reflection questions for all the different databases, add them there, and then we all have them in a central place, including the answers to them. Okay, so I finished creating all the reflection questions for the different databases, as you can see over here. And then the first thing we'll do is we'll add the preparatory questions to the project tracker, because we haven't done that yet. So we go in here, open up that template, and then add a linked view. We're going to grab the reflections, and then we're going to grab the projects questions, right? So these are the questions that we ask ourselves before we start doing a project. Just a little scoping of the project. Why am I doing this project? What is the size and scope? What are the objectives? And what are the resources and limitations? And my piece of advice here would be, if you don't have the time to fill this in, then don't even start the project, right? Projects take a lot of time, they take a lot of energy. So if you don't have the time to fill this in, then it's probably not a project that you actually want to start. All right, so I'll name that preparatory questions. I hope I spelled that right. And we'll drag that to the beginning. Perfect. All right. So now we have the questions in the daily review, weekly review, in the projects tracker, and then the next database we are going to build is the Smart Goals database. So let me just open this one up, and let me grab this. So the first thing is going to be the goal name. Actually, the first thing is going to be the master table, of course, because we want that. I want to get the proper icon in there. Beautiful. And we want to drop the banner. Let's see, reflection covers. Nope. There we go. Smart goal database cover. Perfect. So, smart goals. This is kind of tongue-in-cheek. We've all heard this idea of the SMART goal in school. Specific, measurable, acceptable, realistic, and time-bound, I want to say. And most of us probably really detested it, because there's nothing that sucks as much as someone trying to help you, teach you planning and goal setting if they aren't actually into that sort of stuff, or if they aren't actually inspiring you. At least that's a problem that I used to have doing getting these sort of assignments. But instead of all capitals SMART, I went for SMART with small letters, because we also just want to set SMART goals, right? We want to have goals that are smart, that actually get us to the place where we want to go. So the SMART goals are really goals that take anywhere from, let's say, 3 months to 18 months. So they are longer than projects, and they are really more goal oriented. Now, I'm still trying to figure out what the exact difference is between a project and a SMART goal, because they are similar in some regards. But yeah, the goals are really things that give us direction, but also things we want to achieve, right? So these are really concrete goals that we want to achieve. So the first tag we're going to add over here is the status. So that's going to be the status of the goal. And similar to that of the project, it's going to be active. Next up, completed and terminated. And we're going to color code that. Getting the hang of this by now. Completed red, perfect. Terminated gray. Yeah, this red, this seems more like brown. Yeah, that looks better. There we go. Okay, then we're also going to add the date span. And I'm going to show you a neat little thing that you can do. I am personally not a big fan of doing this, but you can definitely do this. And that is creating a timeline view. So suppose we would have the date span of, let's say, October 1st to October 31st. And then we're going to give this second goal the date span of October 15th till November 15th. And then the last one, we'll just give it November 1st till November 30th. What we can do in a view is say we want to have a timeline view. And what this does is basically lay out, I'm going to put this to quarter, the goals on a timeline, right? And we can sort this by date span. And this way you can kind of see cascading which goals you are currently working on and which one are coming up. You can also do this for projects. You can also do this for pretty much any database. I personally don't like this view too much, but I know that there's people that really like having these sort of timeline charts, these Gantt charts, as they're also called. So that was just a neat little trick I wanted to show you real quick. Then the next thing we're going to add, similar to the project, is we're going to add this input tag. We're going to add this target, and then we're going to grab this little formula from right over here to get ourselves a nice progress bar. Once again, you don't have to build this. It's just something, if you like having it, you can have it, and there you go. Target is 20, input is 10, 50% project bar. All right. That's pretty much it. The database for the SMART goal, pretty simple. So then we're actually going to move into the template for the SMART goal. Now, this is why I did the reflections first, because the goals, the SMART goals, the vision goals, the more we get into this inside domain, the higher up we get in this flowchart, right? The more we get towards this, all the way up, more towards this higher, longer term feedback loops, the deeper and the more reflective questions we are going to ask. And the reason for that is because we want to get these things right. You know, an action item, you got a new shot at that every single day. A project, you got a new shot at that every few weeks. Goals, you know, you want to take a little bit more time because we won't have as many goals that we'll work on within a lifetime, let alone vision goals or let alone these core insights. You know, those are things that you want to get them right. So you want to take some time to think about them. Doesn't mean you have to get them right. You know, we always make mistakes, but yeah, we want to try our best. So we're going to create this template, add a gorgeous little cover. There we go, SMART goals. And as you can see, I like nature. I went with many different nature themes. In this particular example, we'll do the beautiful autumn forest. All right. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a section for reflection and insight. And we're going to make that one yellow. And here we're going to add a linked view of the reflections database. And this time we're going to grab all the reflections dedicated to the SMART goals. Now, this is a long list of reflections, as you can see right over here. So we're actually going to group them in a few different sections. So first of all, I'm going to say SMART goal contains SMART goal template. And then actually I'm going to hide all of these groups. I think I can do that right over here with one button. Yes, I can. And then I'm going to call this one the purpose. Duplicate that. I'm going to call the second one the sacrifice. Then we're going to do the third one, which is called the challenge. Fourth one, the complexity. And the fifth one is going to be the definition of done. And these are basically the different subsets of questions that we're going to ask ourselves before we create a goal. Definition of done. There we go. Beautiful. All right, then we go into these groups. And I'm just going to show all the questions that are actually related to this particular category. Once again, the reason I'm hiding them here and I'm not deleting them is because if I delete them, right, if I were to delete this one right here, and I'm going to answer that right over here, let me just show you how that works. What are the costs of pursuing this goal? I'm going to delete that over here. It seems to be gone, but then the moment that I would answer that question right over here, give you an answer, it's going to pop right up right over here, right? And that's not something we want. So I'm going to delete this one again. And let's do that again. So we're going to hide them and then we're going to show this one. Which vision goal does this contribute to? And how does it contribute to these vision goals? That's the 3 questions for the first one. There we go. Perfect. Then we go into the, misclicks. And then we go into the misclicks because that's what we do. The second 3 questions, what are the costs of pursuing this goal? Am I willing to pay the price? And do I want the lifestyle that comes with the pursuit? And we got one more over here. What will my day-to-day life look like? And actually, those 2 will swap them. Can we swap them? Here, I want to have that manual. Yeah, so I'm also going to put this manual over here because that actually means that these groups stay as we put them now. Otherwise, they're going to be ranked by the alphabetical order of the reflections that we're going to write in here. So I'm going to put this to manual also. So then we have the sacrifice, purpose, sacrifice, then the challenge. I'm just having my little cheat sheet here to make sure that I'm doing this all the right way. How challenging is this goal? Let's see, where are you? How challenging? Maybe I did not put that one in. Okay, I guess I just forgot to put that one in. How challenging is this goal? Am I on the edge of my capabilities? Okay, am I? It seems like I forgot to add in a few of them. And if not, how can I make the goal easier? There we go. Beautiful. How challenging is this goal? So this is really talking about the challenge. Then we're going to talk about the complexity of the goal. So the first question is, how complex is this goal? And I think something just went wrong, so I'm just going to add these all manually for now. How complex is this goal? Will I be able to handle this goal? And if not, what would I need to do? What and who would I need to handle this complexity? There we go. Should also change this to manual. Should have done that before I duplicated all these views, because as you see, this is really the thing with Notion, right? You want to think about the things you're going to build to save yourself a lot of time. Because in this particular example, I could have changed this one setting on the first one and just duplicate it all the way. No, we have to do it multiple times because I wasn't paying attention. And lastly, hide. We want, what do I need to complete this goal? When do I consider this done, right? So this is also good. Think beforehand, when do I consider this done? And then also ask yourself, what would it take for me to quit pursuing this goal, right? Because sometimes we set a goal that we're not meant to complete. So if beforehand we think about what is the thing that will trigger us to quit this goal, then when the time presents itself and it's actually a better move to quit the goal, we have the, the fortitude and the self-respect to quit the goal, right? So we can think about that beforehand. Beautiful, and then we'll put that to manual. Okay, so that's the reflection and insight part. And then the second part is going to be the planning and execution. We're going to make that orange. So, SMART goals, we always work towards SMART goals with either a project or a set of projects or a habit or a set of habits, right? Once again, we can also see that here illustrated. SMART goals are executed on through projects and through habits. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, give me that habit tracker that we created earlier. And we're just going to call that habits. Hide the title, and give me that projects tracker. Particular view, no, just the master table is fine. Cool. And then we are going to say, only show me habits that are related to this SMART goal. So actually we have to make one more relationship here to make that filter work. So we're going to create a relation in the habits database. We're going to create that relation. We're going to say relate this one to the SMART goals. One way sync is perfectly fine here. And then we can say filter this habit to only show SMART goals related to this template. I hope that this is also now abundantly clear how this filtering works. And then we can create a habit from here related to this particular SMART goal. Right, so if there's a SMART goal, then I can just enter the habit here, and then we have a new habit working towards this SMART goal. Likewise, let's see, projects. We're going to do the same thing for the projects. And over here, we will also need to add this SMART goal relationship. So we're going to say relationship, and as I showed you before, it doesn't matter in which instance of a database you add a property, a new property is always added to every instance of the database. It's modifying the original database. So we can just do that right over here. We don't have to go to a separate page for this. Create that relationship to the SMART goals tracker, add that relationship, And then we can make that filter and say, I only want to see projects related to this particular SMART goal, right? And then similarly, we can say, hey, I need X, Y, or Z habits. Maybe the goal is to run a marathon. Then my habits might be I need to run 3 times per week. And maybe the project is, I need to practice, do like a trial marathon run. Maybe not the best project, but like that. We can start the whole project from here, but we can enter everything, and we can quite literally open it here, generate the template, and start then also planning in this project, right? So we really start getting this cascading effect, moving from the larger goals into the smaller ones, into the projects, all the way down ultimately to our actions. And the last one, I'm going to add one more reflections. Actually, I'm just going to grab this one because it has the fewest entries. I'm going to hide this title. I'm going to change this filter. I'm going to say the SMART goal contains SMART goal template. Delete this, and delete this. And then the last question we'll ask ourselves is commitment. What is my commitment to this goal? And this is just basically after you've done all this preparatory work, after you scoped out the habits to projects. In here, we just write down what is my commitment to this goal, right? Why am I doing this goal? How serious am I going to take this? How much am I going to dedicate myself towards this goal? Really drive that home for yourself so that when times get tough, you have that commitment, you spoke it out, maybe share it with someone. It's just that little extra. And then, Okay, perfect. I'm going to call that the commitment. And that then concludes the SMART Goals database. And now we're really starting to get somewhere. We have a few more left to go. So buckle in or buckle up, and then we're going to round this bad boy up. Next up is the monthly review, right? So we had our weekly review. Now we're going to move into the monthly review. And the monthly review is really a layer on top of the weekly review, right? So this is just going that extra level above. And the first thing we're going to do, always, creating. I know this is getting a little bit repetitive, but we set it up once, and then it's going to serve us gorgeously in the future. I'm going to drop that cover because we never, ever get tired of some beautiful, good covers. And there we go, monthly database cover. And then the first thing we're going to have here is the review name, or let's just call it the month. Then we're going to have one relationship to the weekly review database. Actually, this is optional. What we can do, and actually I'm not going to build that right now, but what we can do is we can make a formula that counts the amount of habits that we've been doing over the week. So we can kind of get this average score, and then we could show at the end of the month what our average habit score is. But for now, I think that will get a little bit complicated, and we're already very deep in. So I'm actually just going to delete that, and we're just going to have a date span. That's it. Very simple database. Now, if you want, I added some nice banners, and I will show you just what a few of them look like. What you can do is already preload some of these months, grab those banners, and just create a nice little gallery for yourself. I found this really awesome artist on Unsplash, and I will put his name in the description down below. Basically, you could do this for all the months. The banners are in the folder. Put the properties here to saying, actually the layout to say card preview. So that's what we're going to see on this card. make that the page cover. Maybe you want to remove the name, and then like this. This could be our little gallery of how we look at all the different months. Just a nice little visual thing. Doesn't add any concrete value, but just a nice little visual thing. Beautiful. Okay, then we are going to make the monthly review template. We're going to add the icon here. Now, you can add the cover here, but be aware if you add the cover here and you generate the template, the covers that we just added are going to be deleted. And then actually, I'm not sure if I have. I only have the database cover. So for now, we'll just roll with it. I'm just going to say December. Inside this template, once again, we are going to start with some reflections. And this is why I did all those reflection questions in one go, because this is saving us so much time, because in all these databases, we just want to get these reflections. So I'm going to say monthly reflections. And we're going to collapse these together. I'm going to say monthly contains monthly review template. Perfect. And there's 2 questions here. These are all the reflective, no, so this is good. So these are all the reflective questions. So we're going to call that monthly reflection. But then we're also going to have a few preparatory questions. Now you can either put these in the same tab or you can put them in a different tab. So suppose we would create this one right over here. And first I need to change that filter. Monthly review contains monthly review template. There we go. Delete. Delete. And delete. And we're going to ask ourselves the question, what would make upcoming month awesome? The upcoming month awesome? And what are my intentions? We're going to call this next month's intentions. Drag that one over here. So now at the beginning of the review, we can put these questions in here. So actually that's at the end of last month's review. Then we can set those intentions. And then when we start doing this review at the end of the month, we can check back in with these questions. And then right in the middle here, we're going to sandwich one more set of questions. Those are going to be our weekly review questions. Weekly review is not empty, and created is on or after 1 month ago. So what this is going to do is it's going to show us all the weekly reviews that we made in the past month. So we'll jam that in the middle here. So now we get this nice little sandwich, right? At the end of our review, we set some intentions for the next month. Then at the beginning of our review, we first check in with all the weekly reflections that we made in the past month, right? We can toggle one of these open and we'll have 3 or 4 different reflections in here. And we can just kind of reflect back on all the experiences as the month was unfolding, because what tends to happen is it's the last week of the month, the last day of the month, and you start reflecting and all your reflections are just about things that happened like 2 days before. Now we can check in with all these things that happened to us last month. And then after we kind of resonate with that, then we go into these monthly reflections. And once again, here you can delete questions, add questions, and really personalize this as you see fit. Cool, so we're going to call this reflection and insight. Then we're going to move into the review section. At the divider line with the 3. I don't know how that button is called, but you know which one I mean. And then over here, so during the weekly review, we check in with the projects. During the monthly review, we check in mostly with the goals. So we're going to create linked view of database. And we want to get a linked view of the smart goals database. But actually, first we need to create that particular view inside of the smart goal database itself. So let's go into this bad boy. Duplicate this view. And then we can say completed and terminated goals. Save. And then we're going to say I only want to see all the goals that are completed and terminated. And there we have it. And then we can also say, and then sort it also by completed to terminated. And actually also sort it by date span. And I think that needs to be descending. Yeah, beautiful. Cool. Then we're going to duplicate this one. And we're also going to say, okay, now show me all the active goals. Active goals. And we're going to also create the next one, which is going to be the next up goals. And we only have to make minor adjustments here. So we go into this little filter and we just say active. Just want to see the active goals. Once again, go into that little filter. I just want to see the next up goals. And let's actually dummy next up goal. And suppose we would call this one dummy active goal. Cool. Now we can go back into that monthly review. Select the data source, smart goals, and we're going to say completed and terminated goals, smart goals, active goals, smart goals, next up goals. And this is basically us going to do a review. So which goals did we complete and terminate in the last year? Which goals are we currently actively working on, right? And in here, you can once again look at those SMART goals. Do they need new habits? Do they need new projects? Does something need to be changed? And we can look at the goals that are next up. Is there anything we want to prepare for? Is there any goal that we want to start right now or maybe change something about? So this is really just kind of looking into the future. And I'm actually just going to call this to save some space. Similar, there we go. Next, goals. Then we also use the monthly review to check in with our habits and routines. And we're just going to use the master table here. Do we need any new habits? Do we need to change something about our habits? Do we want to make one inactive? Anything really? Habits. And then the last two things we're going to review is the personal knowledge database. But this time we're going to do the monthly review view. And we created this earlier. Basically what we do now is we look at only the best of the best ideas. And we're going to see, okay, is there anything that needs to change maybe from 1 diamond to 3 diamonds or from 1 diamond to 2 diamond. So this is the last phase of rating and filtering out our ideas so that over time we can really start building this database of very high quality ideas and that we can easily access them. So that's going to be the personal knowledge. And we're going to do the same for the external knowledge. And there we go. I might actually have the space here. I don't know. Let's try. So what you can see, if there's too much room, it's going to hide in these toggles. Personally, I don't like this. I mean, if you do, then don't worry. You can use long names. I like to have everything visible in one overview. So I'm just going to call this one BK. I'm just going to call this one EK. There we go. Cool. Now we're going to do another calendar review. Are there any events in the upcoming month? that you want to prepare for. And what I've personally done is I went to the Google Calendar view for a whole month and then just simply paste the link in here that if you click there, you automatically get the whole month's overview. Potentially, you could also have something like a review of your finances. And once again, these are things that you can experiment with. You can add and remove things that seem like they are useful to you. For now, I'm just going to say paid all open bills, checked if all requests have been paid, and reviewed my cash flow. And then last section of the monthly review is once again going to be the planning aspect, and that's where we're going to create the next month's review. We're going to set intentions for the upcoming month, and we're going to set weekly review template to this month's review. Actually, we don't have to do this last one because we're not tracking the habits. So actually, we'll just remove this one. My apologies. And once again, good job. Time to reward yourself with some chocolata. Cool. Celebrate. So for this one, we're going to grab the, let's see if that works like this, monthly review. Simply go in there, create the next month's review, set the intentions for the upcoming month, and there we have it. Our monthly review template completed. Okay, we are getting there. We have 4 more databases to do. And the next one that we're going to do is the Vision Goals database. So let me just open that one up. Let's see. Okay, as always, master table. We know the drill. By the end of this, all of you are going to be absolute Notion masters. Right? We are going 0 to hero right here. We're doing it together. Ain't that something? Boom. Nope, that's the wrong one. I need the Vision Goal database cover. Cool. So the vision goals are goals we are not necessarily planning to reach, but they're really giving us some direction in life. So these are the dream-like goals, the places where we envision ourselves to be, right? And these vision goals are going to be based on our core insights, on our 6 life areas. But for now, first we'll just create this database right over here. So this one's going to be the goal name. Then here we're going to have time horizon. And this is basically how far out am I seeing this vision goal. And we're going to give 5 years, we're going to give 7.5 years, and we're going to have 10 years. Now, you might be wondering, dude, what the hell? I'm never, ever going to set a goal for 10 years that I'm going to reach. It's so far away. There's so many things that are going to change in that intermediate time. And that is completely true. Like I said, the goal of these goals, nice meta, is not necessarily that we reach them, but it's just to give us direction, to give us motivation, right? So this is just really a more motivating and inspiring sort of goal that we're setting for ourselves. So let's say the time horizon over there. And then we want a relationship to the Smart Goals database. We want a relationship to the 6 life areas, and we're going to show you later why we want that one. So we want one to the 6 life areas. I think we only want it one way. And we want to have a relationship to the core insight database. And lastly, we'll have one checkbox for archiving. Right, so Could be that we don't finish one of these goals. No problem. We can simply archive it. And just like that, we can always remember that it was there. We can always see the preparatory work that we did, the questions that we answered. But then the goal is simply archived. Cool. Simple database, goal name, time horizon, SMART goals. And let's dive into the template. As you see, these databases are getting simpler. It's really the templates that are generating the power for these more high-level databases. Similar to with the SMART goal template, we are first going to do some scoping questions. And these are deep questions. These are questions you should really think about. Take some time to fill them in. If it takes multiple sittings, do it. Take multiple sittings. Like I said, we're not going to be setting a lot of vision goals, right? These are deep things. These are the things that really matter to us in life. These are the things that infuse our everyday actions with meaning. So we want to get these goals right. Take some time, think about them, discuss them with people, and don't be in a hurry. It's perfectly fine to take some time for these. So, once again, we're going to create this linked database. We're going to grab these reflection questions. We're going to grab the vision goal reflection questions. Once again, a big list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, this time I'm going to remove this sorting, put it on manual right here, and then I'm just going to say hide all. It's hiding all these questions, and right over here we're going to say the purpose. We're going to say the future. Very similar to the SMART goals. The sacrifices and the possibilities. Because magic of thinking big, right? We want to see those possibilities. And then we're going to say, why do I want to set this vision goal? How does this vision goal contribute to my life purpose? And which life areas is it related to? That's going to be number one. Then the future. What would my life look like if I pursued and reached this vision goal, and what if I did not pursue and reach this vision goal? This is really a good motivational exercise to see, to vision that place where you want to be. If I reach this goal, and if I'm pursuing this goal, what does my life look like? Is that the type of life that I want? Maybe it's not. If it's not, maybe we should change something about our vision goal. Similarly, what would my life look like if I did not pursue this vision goal? What kind of place would I end up in? Is that a place that's going to make me very unhappy, or that's going to be very painful? That can be a very powerful motivator to actually work on this vision goal. So we want to think about the positive and the negative. Then we want to go into the sacrifices. And we're going to ask ourselves, what sacrifices would I have to make to pursue this vision goal, and am I willing to make these sacrifices, right? These are important questions because it's very easy to just set a goal. But like I already said twice, we don't rise to the level of our goals, but we fall to the level of our systems. So we need to think properly beforehand about a goal, because it's easy to set them, but it's much more difficult to live them, to embody them. And thinking about questions like this, am I actually willing to make these sacrifices? What sacrifice would it take? Gives us a more realistic perspective on the goals that we are setting for ourselves. Lastly, we're going to go into the possibilities. And we're going to say, what would this vision goal look like if I try doing it in 1/10 of the time? And what would it look like if I tried getting 10 times as much result? This is really us thinking outside the box, thinking big. You know, if your vision goal is in 10 years, I'm going to have this business that is, got $1 million in revenue. Okay, what would that look like if it's 10 million? Or what would it look like if you had that business next year? What would the path towards getting there look like? It's really meant to stimulate you, and not by being a little bit better, but by thinking, okay, what if we just exponentially did this bigger, exponentially did this better? What would that look like? And then right over here, we get ourselves a nice planning and execution section, section rather. And by now, I think you're already getting the hang of this. This time, we're going to insert the SMART goals. We're going to say the master table of the SMART goals. Hide this title. Right over there, we already have the vision goal relationship, so we can just go in here, say only show SMART goals related to this vision goal. And so whenever we create a vision goal, we always want to set a SMART goal. Could be for now, could be for in the future, but we want to set this SMART goal. Then we're going to add over here reflection. Let's just do this one again, because we also want to have the commitment, just like we had for the SMART goal. Filter, let's see, where do we have that? Right over there, vision goals template. Delete, and delete. Floop. And we're going to have that question, make a commitment. It's not even a question, it's a fucking statement. Did I just swear? I think I did. It's been a long day. Make a commitment towards this vision goal, right? We add our commitment in there. We're also going to add affirmations here a little bit, but first we have to build those databases. And that's another one done. This is basically this whole chain right from this one, right? Vision goal leads to SMART goal leads to projects and habits lead to actions. Actions lead to knowledge generation, but also reflections, which lead to daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and now we're going to do the yearly one. So that's going to be the last review that we are going to create. So let's go back into our database collection hub, open up the yearly review, and the yearly review is really something special. For this review, take the time, take a whole day, take a weekend, book a house away, have some time by yourself, bring a good friend, make it a special occasion, right? Get your favorite beverages, your favorite music, make this the time to really look back at the entire past year, right? So this is going to be a very special review. And we're going to there we go. Actually, I think we might have skipped the quarterly review here. So my apologies, we're first gonna actually create the quarterly review. So the quarterly review is more like a layer on top of the monthly review. It's a little extra, but it's not a lot, and you don't necessarily have to do it, although I think it's nice to do it. Yeah, that should have been right in there. Quarter name, and once again, if you want, I also have some nice banners for the quarterly review. I'll show you that in a little bit. So suppose we would say 2022 quarter number 4. Give that also a date span, because every quarter has a date. Give this one a nice quarterly review cover. And as you can see, I have a whole bunch of these covers here. I'll show you one just so you can see. If you want, you can add these to the quarters just to make them look nice and sexy. Well, there you go. Just some nice covers that you can add. All right. Let's go into this template. We're going to say quarterly review template. The first part we're going to do in this review is we're going to have some reflections. That is not the right one. There we go. Let's just add this one in for the time being. And it's really simple. We want to have two linked instances here. We want to have all the monthly reflections that we made in the past quarter. So we're going to get monthly reflections, but we're going to change the filter to say, I want to see monthly reflections in the last quarter. Now, the thing is, before we did created is on or after a month ago, right? A month ago, but we can't do that for 3 months ago. So we're just going to leave this one empty. And then whenever we generate this review, we just simply manually type in a date here. So I only want to see the reflections from after October 1st or after September 1st. But for now, I'm just going to leave that one empty. Say last monthly reflections. Here we can see all these monthly reflections. And then here we'll add the quarterly reflections. And those are going to be, of course, related to this template. And yeah, you can add questions here. You can remove questions. That's basically it. Just reflection. Quarterly, just reflection. And then here in the bottom, we're going to check in with our insight zone, but we haven't yet built that. So we'll get back to that in a moment. Cool. Now, the yearly review is going to be very similar. It's mostly going to be a whole bunch of reflection, but it's going to be bigger reflection. So let's just remove this one, delete property. We only need the year. We want to get that yearly review cover. And then over here, create that new template, yearly review template, right? Template we're going to rarely use, but whenever we use it, it's going to be sweet. It's going to come in handy. We're going to grab this part alternation mark. I have no idea what it is, but I think it looks pretty damn cool. So that's why I put it there. We're going to have the yearly review cover. All right. First, we'll have this little block of information, which I just put at the top of the page, which is basically what I just told you. Just a gentle reminder, hey, this is a really special occasion. Take some time, make it a situation, make it a place that is really nice for you. If you're wondering what this box is a call out. In a call out, you can write text, and it's basically just a little colored box with some information in it. Then under that, we're going to create a linked database. And what we want to see is we want to see all the monthly reflections that we did last year, all the quarterly reflections that we did last year. We want to see the projects that we did last year, the goals that we did last year, and the personal and external knowledge, the best ones of those particular knowledge types. So first, you get the drill by now. We can easily, this is why we create these views in the central database, because we can easily reference them again and again and again and again. And similarly here we want to say, show us all the monthly reviews from last year. So we're going to say created is on or after. Once again, we have to manually do the date, right? So in this case, that would be the 1st of January. Those are the monthly reflections. And then right over here, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it for the quarterly reflections. Is created on or after 1st of January. Then we are going to grab the personal knowledge database, and we could just simply grab the monthly review one modify it slightly. We'll hide that one. We'll hide this one. And we can say filter is on or after. Once again, that's going to be a custom date. That's all going to be after the 1st of January, right? So we see all the diamond, double diamond, and triple diamond ideas that we've had in the past year. So this is the best information that we've gathered in the past year. We're going to do the same thing for the external knowledge database. Hide that title. Just collapse these menus right over here. Hide the 3-star one, 5-star rather, and create this into custom date. Custom date, yeah. So we get over here these two databases, the best knowledge we've generated, and the best knowledge we've consumed throughout the year. Then we are going to grab the reflection questions from our SMART goals. Once again, we're going to add this filter. Created is on or after 1st of January. And then lastly here, we're going to do that for the projects. Created is on or after January. So this line of databases is all checking in with work that we've already done throughout the year, right? What did I say during my monthly reflections? What did I say during my quarterly reflections? What is this knowledge that I collected? What kind of goals was I scoping? What kind of projects was I setting? You can scroll through these, read some. You don't have to read all of them. It's more meant as an easy buffet to go into these questions, right? So at the end here, we'll have all these times we've answered this question. Suppose we actually have to. Project tracker is not. Here. No, I'm not sure why it's not showing this one. It's probably just being laggy right now. What I wanted to show you is that if you enter multiple projects throughout the year, we're going to get the whole list of reflections that we made down here in this list. So let me try it here. Yeah, there we go. It needs to be related, of course. I should have known. Right, and then like that. See, you can then open one of these questions. We've done this throughout the year. Now I'm just generating some content on the fly. We'll have done this throughout the year, and then you can actually see all these answers that we gave here. Look into those answers, see what we were thinking, and basically get some perspective, get some insight into our own behavior. And that's actually going to be the second part here that we're going to create under this linked database, because this is information that we've already generated. And then down here, we're actually going to generate new information. So here we are going to get the reflections. We're going to have the yearly reflections. And I'm going to duplicate this one because we're also going to have the review reflections. As you can see over here, there's 5 questions that are all asking about patterns. Those are going to be the review questions. We're going to say yearly review contains yearly review template. These are all questions related to this information over here, right? So are there any patterns or insight that stand out from your completed or terminated SMART goals. Those patterns we can read right over here. Are there any patterns that stand out to you from the terminated projects? Are there any particular pieces of knowledge that resonated particularly well, right? Particular pieces of knowledge. So these review questions are basically linked to these views over here. Every one of these views has one question, and this is where we really dive into those patterns that we spot in our own behavior. So what are these patterns? What are these insights that can be gleaned about the type of person that we are? Because that is really going to inform, in that cycle, it's really going to inform the goals and the ambitions that we set up for the future. Then the second yearly reflections, these are just going to be completely unrelated. So in this case, we're just going to hide these top ones. And here we can just add more questions if we want. Sigil biggest. That one we already have. That one also. Well, you can add more questions here. We have them all in the reflection questions database. And these are questions to just really help you reflect on the past year. What were some of my favorite experiences? What was the biggest challenge? What were some of the best financial investments? What was my single biggest time waster? This is really thinking back on the year and everything that we did in it. Okay, over here, there's going to be 2 more inside databases also, but once again, we haven't generated those. So that is pretty much the yearly review template. Now we'll have a little scratch pad here at the bottom. You know, this is a long process. Maybe something just pops up. And we have this little, let's see, little reminder box to tell ourselves the year is over. You know, whatever happened last year, all the good, all the bad, the past is in the past. Now it's time to move forward together into this new year. All right, cool. So that is the yearly review database completed. Okay, so as you can see, the lighting changed here because I had to take a sleep because this video is running too long, but not long enough because we are still building and there's a few more things left to cover. So the next database that we are going to build is the Core Insights database. So let me just open that one up, and I'm just gonna call this master table. We're gonna give it a little diamond. Now, as I'm doing this, I realize that in the rating of our knowledge system, we are also using diamonds. So that might be a tiny bit confusing for people. So yeah, that could be something worth changing. But for now, I'm just going to stick with this because this is how I initially made it. And yeah, that's just makes the most sense for me. So Core Insights is going to exist out of 3 different parts. And I'll just type them here as a selection tag. So the 3 different parts of the Core Insights are value statements, they are principles, and they are affirmations. Now, a value statement is really a statement that signals something that is important to you, that is meaningful to you, that is valuable to you. And it can be a very short statement, like I'm a loving person. Maybe that's a bit more of an affirmation, but a value statement, let's say I'm going to be ethical, driven, and disciplined, or I have a balanced and relaxed mind, or I care about people more than I care about things, right? This is something that signifies a core value that you have in life. You could also just have one value, like we know we've all seen these value lists, like compassion or love or freedom or empathy, or whatever that might be. But the value statement makes it a bit bigger because you don't only take that one single value, but you turn it into a statement that resonates more with you. So instead of saying I value freedom, you might say I think I want to have the freedom that allows me to be the type of person that I want to be in this world. And then we're going to describe inside of this value statement what that then means to us, right? So we're going to make a template for that value statement. Principle is a set of rules or just one rule that we create for ourselves, or that we've learned somewhere that we can practically apply to a situation. So for example, a principle could be consistency is the key to exponential growth, right? So whenever we're doing something, that's like a little rule, a little reminder that we can tell ourselves consistency is the key to exponential growth. Or one that I like, humans aren't perfect, which includes you, right? So that's a reminder for myself. That's a rule that whenever I think that I'm the one who's got the right answer, that humans aren't perfect, and I'm human, so that includes me, right? So a principle is more an applied sort of rule that we can have for ourselves, and that can really form the backbone of how we operate in this world, right? So this is how we maybe identify and what we value in this world, and this is more focused on, okay, how do we operate in more practical situations? And then the third one, the affirmation, those are sort of mantras, sort of little sentences, little rules that we, not really a rule, it's more like a little sentence that we tell ourselves, that we repeat to ourselves to kind of reprogram our own brain. And whether you believe in this or not, you cannot do this if this is something you feel weird about or you don't believe in it. I think it's very powerful, telling yourself that you are a certain person. There's this book called The Law of Attraction, and I've never read it, but I know a lot of people do, and they think that if you just repeat something often enough, you attract it by some magical sort of way. I don't think this is the case necessarily. What I do believe is that if you repeat something to yourself over and over and over, you are going to train your brain, you are going to train your perspective and your way of perceiving things in such a way that those opportunities become more salient to you, right? They jump out more. So if I keep telling myself, in 6 months, I'm going to build this business that's going to earn 100,000 in revenue. In 6 months, I'm going to earn this business that's going to earn 100,000 in revenue. My brain is just going to be more primed to spot those opportunities, right? So it doesn't have to be this magical thing. Could be, if you want to believe that, that's also cool. But I think they are also has very practical applications to have a sort of affirmation system for yourself. So that's a brief explanation of the value statements, the principles, and the affirmations. And these two are really going to be the insights, and this is going to be more of a training tool, more of an applied method of the insights. Then the second tag we are going to make is going to be called the resonance. And the resonance really means how intense am I currently living this core insight, right? Because sometimes you might be just exploring an insight, right? Maybe you just went on your first travel abroad and you think freedom is actually very important to me. I like the freedom to go where I want. But that might not be a value you've really embodied yet. It might just be something you're thinking about or that you are experimenting with. So we're going to have these 3 different resonance levels, and we can assign that to our different core insights. And these can change. That's perfectly fine, right? Maybe at one point you really embody a certain value statement, like having a balanced and relaxed mind. Maybe that's something I'm really embodying right now. But then maybe at some point I am pursuing this other value statement, right? Building that business or having that financial freedom. And I might have to sacrifice a little bit of this statement or this core quality to get the other one, right? They might conflict a little bit with each other, and that's perfectly fine. Then you can just tone down the resonance on one, be like, okay, I'm just relaxed on this one right now, and you can tone up the other one, right? So we want to take away that friction within the person that we are trying to be for ourselves. All right, cool. Embody at the top of mind. Let me just reposition this. And this database is really the deepest one of all the databases. This is the largest feedback loop that we have. These are the things that you don't notice the result straight away, but if you get these things right, it's going to make your entire life. It's going to change your entire life, right? So this is the deep work, the long-term work, the patient work, but also the most important work that we can do. So I would really recommend diving deep into this, taking the time to do this, do the exercise properly, explore this landscape of your inner world, of the person that you are trying to be and the person that you are. All right. Then we are going to make some relationships. We're going to make a relationship to the 6 life areas database, which we are going to build after this one. Then we are going to make another relationship to the vision goals also, because hopefully based on these core insights, we can also formulate vision goals. And then we also want to have a relationship to the reflections database. And now we are going to do a new thing, and I'm going to show you what that is and why that is later on also. We are going to make a self-referential database, or actually we're going to make a self-referential reference inside of this database. So we're going to create a relation from core insights to core insights. So this is going to be self-referential. I'm going to call this one core insights. We'll give that the diamond. And I have to actually make separate directions. So we're going to get this double one, right? Core insights, and then we're going to call this one core insights 2. Or you could call it core insight parent and child. Diamond. Just like that. Let me actually put, yeah, perfect, beautiful. All right, cool. And then here, or maybe core insight name. Yeah, let's just call it that. Okay, so now we are going to create 3 different views of this table. The first one is going to be the value statements. We are going to create a grouping. Actually, that is a lie. We're not going to create a grouping. We're just going to create a filter. And we are going to say type is value statement. I'm just going to turn this into a list because we don't necessarily need all this information. We just want to have the value statement, the resonance level of this particular value statement, and we want to sort it also by resonance level. So I'm just going to create one real quick right over here. Give that top of mind. And we're going to say sort by resonance. Yeah, this is a quick little trick you can do because when you put a sort, sometimes it's upside down, especially for dates. It depends on if you want the upcoming date or the past date up or down. What I just usually do is I create a second entry just with some dummy content to see if the sort order is actually right, and which in this case it is. So that is great. And then we'll just collapse that one. Then we are going to create one for principles. And we're going to create one for affirmations. So we have all of our principles in one tab, all of our affirmations in one tab, and all of our value statements also in one tab. There we go. Cool. Okay, so now we are going to build the templates, because as you've learned by now, the templates is usually where the magic takes place, and we'll start with building the value statement template. So I'm just going to go in here, value statement template, open that bad boy up. There we go. And I hope by now that you also see the power of using these shortcuts, these keyboard shortcuts. It makes it so much easier to navigate through Notion, through your own system also. And we're going to throw that one full width. We're going to say type is value statement, because you know it's a value statement. And I'm actually going to get the S's away from that because I'm a perfectionist. This needs to be singular. Okay. So the template is very simple. We're just going to make one linked instance, which is going to include reflection questions. There we go, reflection questions. It's going to include the life areas, and it's going to include affirmations. And actually the life areas, we'll add them later. Core insights. Okay, so there is going to be a few questions that we want to ask ourselves related to the value statement. So let me first just change this one to core insights contains value statement template. Then we can hide this one. We can hide this one. We can hide this one. Let's see. What does this value statement mean? Yeah. Cool. So these are going to be the 4 questions we ask ourselves. What does this value statement mean to you? Does this statement conflict with any other of my value statements? Right. That's what I was also talking about earlier, because then we might have to either change this value statement or we need to change the resonance. What would a practical application or lived example of this value statement look like? Values can be quite abstract. They can feel good, right? You know, I want to be a loving person. I want to be a compassionate person. That might feel good. But how are you going to live that? What does that look like, right? Make it more concrete for yourself so that when a situation presents itself, you also know how to live out that value statement. And then what challenges might you encounter? You know, let's say I do value freedom and I do value the freedom to go wherever I want. That might conflict with having a stable job, for example, right? Maybe I also have stability and I want to have a stable job, but I also want to have that freedom, right? What challenges might I encounter when I'm living out this value statement? All right, I'm going to drop that one and say reflection questions. And then over here, this is going to be the affirmations tab. And I'm going to say filter the type is affirmation. And this is why we created this self-referential database. Because now I'm going to say filter, let's see. I hope I'm doing this right. Let me just double check this real quick. Creates value statement. Template affirmation. Okay, there we go. Actually, I lied. We have this for a separate occasion, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. But based on this, so what the logic here is, and let me just show you this in the flowchart, is once we get our core insights, we can do 3 things. First, we can turn a core insight straight away into an affirmation, right? So if my core insight is I value financial freedom, I want to have financial freedom in my life, then I could straight away turn that into an affirmation and say, I'm the type of person who attracts wealth. That could be an affirmation. The other option is we first put it into a life area, right? We're going to do this regardless, but we'll put it into a life area. And then based on that life area, we're going to make vision goals, right? So I'm going to say, I want to have financial freedom in my life. That is part of the financial life area. And then for this financial life area, I'm going to set this vision goal that within 10 years, I'm going to have this business that earns me $1 million per year. And then based on that vision goal, I'm going to make the affirmation. So we can make the affirmation straight away, which we could do in here, or we can do it at the vision goal level. So that's just preference. You don't want to have too many affirmations. You want to have enough that you will actually engage with them. But we just have them there in case you have a value statement here where you feel, I just want to have an affirmation based on this particular value statement. All right, we'll just turn that into the list. And we'll say properties, type, resonance. And now you can see if you create an affirmation here, it's automatically going to be linked to this value statement. So we always know where our affirmations come from, where our value statements also come from. Why am I not seeing this? Oh, because I didn't add a resonance. There we go. Yeah, so we can just have that little thing over there. And if I add a new one over here, just to show you, right, add a new affirmation. Of course, this is also going to show up in this central affirmation database, right? So we get a whole list here of affirmations and principles and value statements. But whenever you open one, you can see, okay, this one is related to that core insight, right? To that core insight. All right, but I'm going to delete this one for now. And then we are going to make the principles template. So I'm going to go in there, and I'm actually just going to duplicate this template because they're very, very similar. Let me just open that one up. I'm going to change that cover though, because I do like myself a good cover. I do. Got to keep them covers coming, right? So we're going to hide the affirmation questions for this one, and we're just going to unhide the principle questions. So what does this principle mean to you? What would a practical application or lived example of this principle look like? Does this statement, that should be, does this principle conflict with any other of my principles? And then we're missing one question, and I think that is what challenges might arise when you're trying to apply those. So these are pretty much the same questions that we have for the value statement, but now we're just going to have it for the principle. And once again, you can set an affirmation right over here. Core insight contains principle template. So yeah, this is the exact same thing, right? You can, based on this principle, then create an affirmation. Easy peasy, just like that. Okay, third template we're going to make is going to be then the affirmation template. I'm just going to open that one up. And this one's going to be slightly different, so we'll just create a new one. Affirmation template. And you might have also noticed I like to, both in banner style and in icon style, I like to use similar icons for certain zones, right? Review is all these little celestial bodies. These are like the little two leaves. All these review databases have deserts as their background. All these action databases have forests as their backgrounds. Knowledge, I like to use similar looking things and colors because it just makes it a bit easier to understand, okay, what is this thing actually a part of? And yeah, for that affirmation, I do need to then, no, that's okay. Yeah, it's the snowflake. I see I actually did not add this one over here. For this one, it's the diamond shape, and for the value statements, it's the actual diamond. There we go. Cool. See, so similar looking icons. All right, open up the affirmation template. The type is going to be affirmation. Add cover. There we go. We add the affirmation cover. Beautiful, nice wave. You got to go with the wave. And then up here, we're going to start with a blue box that says, this is my affirmation. And what you can do here is you can either have the entire affirmation already in the title. In 6 years, I am going to earn 1 million euros per month. But maybe you have a bit more lengthier affirmation, right? I have one that I do every morning where I basically say, I love myself, I respect myself, I embrace myself, and I got this whole thing. It takes like a minute or so. Then the title can just be one word, and then you can just drop your entire affirmation here if you want. So this is just a little extra room for an affirmation. Now let me show you one thing. If you are inside a callout and you press enter, you are going to move into the next block. But it's actually possible to add more blocks inside a callout. And the way you do that is you just grab one over here. And you see this little blue line. It goes under. Bam. And now inside there, I can write whatever I want. So that's just an important little Notion trick. And then down here, we actually want to see the core insight that is related to this affirmation. And the way we are going to do that is we'll just grab whichever one of these we want. I'm going to say related core insight. I'm going to change this filter because we don't want to have the affirmation, just want to have the related core insight. And now we are going to say filter this on core insights 2. And that's going to be the affirmation template. So what happens right now is if I'm going to create a new affirmation based, for example, here on this value statement, right? So we're going to make a new value statement. I value peace and harmony in the workplace. Whatever, I don't know. Just write something down, right? We're going to have this value statement template. Just open that up. Right, we're going to do our shenanigans here, answer all the questions, and then we're going to create this affirmation. I will always compliment someone if I think they look good. Whatever, right? This is going to be my affirmation. I will always compliment someone if they look good. I repeat that to myself every morning 10 times because I think it's important to do that. Then I'm going to click affirmation template. And there we go. Now, inside this affirmation, I can also see the parent value that this is based on. So now I can see it in both directions, right? On this page, I see the parent, and on this page, I see the child, so to say, right? So it goes in both directions. And that way, it's just easy. Whenever you open either statement, you can see, oh yeah, the parent is, or the child is that affirmation, but also the other way around. Whenever I open an affirmation, I can also see, okay, this one is based on this core statement or on this vision goal. So we always have that link. We can always see, where did this affirmation come from? How is this contributing to that person that I am shaping in these core insights, right? So that's where that self-referential database comes in. All right. I hope that is clear. It's pretty complex Notion shenanigans going on right there. One of the most complex, to be honest, but you know, we are going 0 to hero here. All right, let's go. Last one, we're going to have related vision goals. And let's see. I think what we want to have here is core insight contains affirmation template. And actually, we're just going to put this as a list also, because I do like lists. So what this is doing, it's pretty much the same as I just showed you, that you can see this affirmation is based on that statement. We can now also see, no, this affirmation is based on this vision goal. So we can see always when we open up a specific affirmation, we can always see, what is this one based on? Where did it come from? Core insights. Yes, okay, cool. Just confusing myself there for a moment. And we do want to have that property of time horizon. Cool, that's already there. Perfect. All right, so that is the affirmation template. And that also concludes the core insights database. Not too complex. I mean, maybe a little bit complex, not too big, I should say. And yeah, core insights. We can sort this one by type if we want. Boom. And I'm just going to unwrap those cells. All right. Last database we are going to build, and then we're going to build a few more templates. Pardon me. The last database we are going to build is the 6 life areas database. So the 6 life areas is a model that I developed a few years ago, which is basically a framing to look at the breadth and the width of life. So I'm a firm believer of balanced growth. I think we should grow in all different areas of life, and that if we go too hard on one specific domain, let's say I go too hard on the financial domain for a while, that sooner or later I'll have to pay that back in the other domains, right? So a typical example would be someone working 60 hours per week, not making time for their social life. If you do that too long, your wife's going to divorce you, your children are going to hate you. So we want to keep those things in balance. And the 6 life areas are a framework. There's many different frameworks. You have like 12 life areas. You have, Ikigai. There's all these different methods of doing this. This is just a way to kind of prompt and stimulate you to think in width. So that's going to be the 6 life areas. On top of that, each of these life area entries can function as a separate dashboard for specific databases that you want to build inside your system. For example, one of the life areas is the physical. The physical life area, inside of this template, you could, for example, build a workout tracker or a nutrition tracker, right? Because in the system that we're building today, we're just getting the foundation, like the most important things you want to get down. But then everyone's going to have different interests. Everyone's going to use this system in their own way. So we can use these 6 life areas also to create more specific dashboards. So let me just whip this one up. So the first thing we're going to have right here is going to be the life areas. And I'm actually going to fill all of these in. So we have the physical, we have the mental, we have the social, we have the financial, we have the creative, and we have the spiritual. And I'm just give you a very quick rundown of what each of these entails. The physical is everything related to the body, right? This is health, fitness. This is basically your tool, your thing that you use to communicate with objective reality, right? So the mental aspect, that is everything that happens in the brain. That is cognition. That is your mind. That is your reality, right? So the mental is the subjective reality. That is everything that you experience. Then the physical is your tool to turn that mental into the outward reality, right? Your thoughts, your thoughts, you can turn them into speech or you can turn them into action. And that usually happens in relationship to other people. So that's the social, right? We put something into the world, other people can perceive that, and then we can start interacting. So I don't just act, but I interact with other people also. Based on those interactions, we are going to ascribe value to things, right? So there's going to be this subjective world, which is my own value structure, which is my own perspective on how I look at things. But there's also going to be this objective world. So I could see a chair, for example, and you might just see a simple chair, but I might see this oak, beautiful oak lounging chair that's been crafted, and I might have way more knowledge of this objective thing, so I'm going to value that differently, right? And that's the reason why people pay different prices for things. And out of this valuing of things, the financial and the material arises. So we are going to try to we are trying to homogenize value by creating money, right? It's a way to assign the amount of value that we have and the amount of value that we value certain things. So that's how the financial system arises. It's the social system, but then in relationship to how do we value things. So everything that's included there is money, capital, materialistic gains, and things that you have. Then we have the creative area. And this is really our ability to generate new things or to transform things, right? So we can take something that's already there and turn it into something else. And it's basically our ability to infuse part of this objective world with an idea, right? So we can infuse part of ourselves into the objective world. And often the things that we create are the thing that sort of inform this financial area. And then the last one is the spiritual area, and that's everything that really transcends ourselves. And this could be in a material plane, so that could be something like our family, it could be something like our community, but it can also be something that transcends the material itself, right? And then we're talking more about spiritual traditions, religions, something that is bigger than what we can capture in words. So those 6 sort of make up the whole width of our life, and we can use each of them as a diving board to think, okay, maybe this is an area I want to focus on more right now, or maybe this is an area I want to focus on more right now. And that's also why we have this property, which is called the GA breakdown. And GA stands for generative ability. And this is basically an idea I had. So there's this theory called the 4 burners theory. I read about it on James Clear's his blog. And it basically says we have 4 burners in life. I think it says family, friends, career, and maybe health or something like that. And at all times, we can only have 2 burners be on. Now, the idea behind that is that we only have limited time and energy. We only have limited resources to work on different things. So instead of saying all of them can be on or off, my belief is that we have this limited amount, right? We have this generative ability. Of course, we can increase that generative ability over time, and we will increase that. But suppose we just have 100%, then we need to choose how much am I going to dedicate to every area. So for example, right, I could say 15 to this one. Let's first just say 15, 15, 15. We're going to create the sum. All right, let's just say that one 25 then. There's different ways of operating, right? Some people like to just work a little bit on all of these areas. And that means you're going to be gradually growing in all of them, but you're never really going to excel very hard in one of them. Other people might say, you know, I'm just going to let that physical go for a while, and I'm just going to go heavy. I'm going to let the social go for a while, and I'm just going to go heavy on this mental area. This is really just a way for yourself to consciously choose an area that you want to focus on, because you won't be able to do everything at the same time. Telling yourself that you will is an illusion and is just going to cause you a lot of suffering and pain. So instead, we want to be honest with ourselves and say, okay, now in this period of my life, I'm going to focus a lot on this mental area or a lot on this financial area. Cool. Then let me take a quick sip. Then we're going to connect this database to the vision goals. Okay, actually we already have it in there. So what I'm going to do is go into this vision goals database. I'm going to say edit this property and make this relationship two-way. And just like that, it should be there. And then we're going to add a rating tag. And this is something we are going to use during our yearly reviews. Rating tag. We'll just do the classic star method. One to 5 stars, right? Bum. Actually, put them in the right direction. Color code them pink, red, orange. There we go. Yellow, and of course blue, because we do like ourselves some blue. And the last one we are going to want is the core insights. And I think we also made that here. Yeah, so we're also just going to make that, update this relationship both ways. Cool. Now I have some nice banners for each of these. I'll just show you them because by now you know I do like myself a good banner. So I'm going to say page cover instead of page content. Done, and we're just going to grab these and put them in there. The spiritual. Financial area. Creative. And these areas are not going to change, so we only have to make all of these once. Mental. physical. Boom. And then lastly, the social area. There we go. Cool. All right. Now I'm gonna create a generic template because we want to populate all 6 of these databases. So it's easier to just make a template once, and then we're gonna modify them more specifically also. So I'll just call this one grab the mountain and gallery. See, that already looks nice and clean. And then we're going to grab this and we're going to create a template. So life area template. I'm not going to add a cover here because it's going to overwrite the covers that we just added. I'm going to make this one full width. I'm going to call this reflection, insight, and knowledge. And the first thing we're going to do is grab the reflections database, and you can really see now why we have the central database. It makes it much easier to add reflection questions, to manage them centrally. There we go. Reflection questions for the 6 life areas. Of course, the thing contains the template itself. And these are just some scoping questions for this thing, because this is a model I created, but it's important that you embody this yourself. So the question is, what does this life area mean to you? And what are you currently doing? And what would mastery look like in this life area for you? So really make it your own, right? Because the goal here is not to specifically do this life area. Rather, the goal is for you to approach your development and to approach your growth in a balanced way, right? So that's why we're having these preparatory questions over here. Then we are just going to grab our core insights and we will create a group by type, and we'll actually hide the affirmations because we're not going to make affirmations based on the life area. And then in here, you can see all the core insights related to this life area. So we're going to say 6 life areas contains life area template. So it's only going to show all the core insights related to this specific life area. Then we're going to do something very similar for the vision goals. And ultimately, what we want to do is we want to set at least 1 vision goal per life area. But that is a lot of work. We don't necessarily want to do that straight away in one go. So what you can do, and what we actually also will add, is that each quarterly review, you can focus on 1 life area. So you can pick 1 life area in the quarterly review that you really want to zoom in on deeply. That means that in a period of 18 months, 1.5 years, you will have revisited each life area. And I think if you do that consistently, that is enough. And then as time progresses, these vision goals start emerging and start developing. But it's a lot of work to do this all in one go. If you want to do that, if you want to take a week to really implement this system, then for sure, be my guest. But I also want to keep this realistic. So initially, you can also just have this empty setup. And then as the quarters pass, as our priorities also change, we can start developing these vision goals. Cool. So I'm going to say here, vision goal also contains this life area template. And an important thing we're going to add here, we'll make this a list. An important thing we're going to add here to our vision goals database, right? So we are now inside the vision goals database, as you can see over here. If that's not clear, what I did there. So we are in this database, right? This is the vision goals database, a linked instance. When you open a page inside a database, you always see the same properties over here that you would otherwise see over here, right? These properties are the same as these properties. So just go in there, I'm going to add this property, I'm going to make a roll-up. And I'm going to call this roll-up the GA breakdown, generative ability breakdown. I'm going to go inside of this 6 life areas relationship that we just made. And from those 6 life areas, I'm going to roll up the GA breakdown, right? So right over here, we gave each of these life areas this breakdown, right? How much energy, how much resources, how much time am I going to put into this? But if I relate a vision goal to this area, then I also want to know how much ability is there available for this vision goal, right? So let's say, let's do the financial here. I will have a €1 million business. That's going to be my vision goal. And then I generate this. Well, there you go. You already see it because it's related to the financial area, and that one has 15% GA. If I would change that to 20, the vision goal also automatically gets that. And then when we have our list of vision goals, as I said, we will have one per life area, but we can see which one we're more focused on, which one we have more resources committed to at this specific moment. So we still have that width of where we want to go, but we also have that depth of where we're actually currently investing our time and energy. All right, let me just remove that one. We'll just hop back into this template. I'm just going to hide this one. I'm going to say this one also gone. It's the right filter. Put this on list. Properties that I want to see are the time horizon, but I also want to see the GA breakdown. And actually, do I also want to see if they are archived or not? Yes, I do. So there we go. Beautiful. And then the last one, actually, I'm not going to add this right here. In my template, there are some key resources that I added for each of the separate life areas. I can share them with you later. I just have a little tab here with some key resources per life area, some podcasts, some books, some other things, which just really help you to get started on this life area. It's going to be a lot of effort to edit, and it's not going to be an added value of adding it currently. So let me just remove this. Yeah, so we're just going to stick with this. And then I also, for each life area, have a 2080. And I will show you what this looks like. First, going to generate. Just double check if everything's right here. Yeah, everything's right. So we're just going to generate all of these now. I'm going to say life area template. And I'm actually going to hop. I'm going to grab this from here. Yeah, so for each one, I have a 2080. The 2080 principle, also known as the Pareto principle, basically says that 20% of the input takes care of 80% of the result. I can highly recommend looking into that principle. And I kind of made a list here with 20% of activities that if you do these, you get 80% of the result in this life area. So this is just some very basic but super valuable stuff. None of this is going to cost you any money, right? The society is always trying to sell you things, the best things in life. They're free, or they're even, earning you money, or instead of getting something, it means renouncing something. For each life area, I got this 2080 for you, so you can just master that life area, because that's what we're all about here, right? We want to craft the best possible lives for ourselves and for others. Here, there you go, right? List of key activities. Make a budget, cut out any purchases you aren't passionate about, invest money on a continual and consistent basis. These are just all these suggestions. I'm gonna grab the See, now you also really see this power of templates. I make this template once and now everything here is automatically set up. They all have the right filters. Everything is just so easy to generate once you've created those templates. So it's really an upfront investment that we are making into this system. But then once you have it up and running, it's going to work like a charm, right? It's going to be your good buddy. And you don't have to do nearly as much once it's set up. Then you can really utilize it. Right? Utilize it for your own purpose. Going to generate that template. The 2080 for the. You can just pause the videos if you want to copy this text. We're going to have the physical area. And we're going to have the eat nutritious foods, work out regularly, dedicate training. These are such basics, but if you get these right, you are 80% there. Trust me. It's not as hard as people make it out to be. I guess it's hard. It's not as complex. It's very simple, but it takes commitment. It takes commitment. It takes time. You have to change your own behaviors, right? It's incredibly difficult to change your own behaviors. But it's not complex. Right? It's quite simple. Once you know what to do, it's quite simple. And I think we have all mental, creative, spiritual, financial, and physical. Cool. So that is the 6 life areas completed. Now what we want to do is we want to go into this core insights database, because in here, in these templates, we also had this link to the 6 life areas. And what we want to have here is we just want to have this one, very basic. I'm going to hide this. I'm going to hide this. We're going to hide this. Actually, no, we're not going to hide that one. This one we want to keep. We're going to hide this. Okay, so what we do here is once we've created a value statement or a principle, we're going to do the same thing for the principles. We are going to make sure that we assign it to an actual area, right? So you wrote down this principle here, and then over here you can say, okay, this is part of the physical area. Then right here, you just, click it. So we just create that link there manually. And let me do the same thing for the principle real quick. Grab ourselves a mountain. Clegane, the mountain. 6 life areas, properties, hide. Gotta love hiding things, man. You wanna keep this as simple as you can always, right? Keep it nice and streamlined. Keep it nice and minimalist. Do want to add one little break right over there. Cool, then we're going to do the same for the vision goals database, because if I remember correctly, we also have one section here which is still left open. Let me just grab that real quick, because I'm pretty sure that we also want to no, that's actually going to happen from the other side. So yeah, that's what I said earlier, right? We have the 6 life areas. When we work on one of these areas, we're going to set the vision goal right over here, and it's automatically going to show us also on the way back. So there you have it. These are the databases. This is the system. Everything is up and running now. This is everything we need, right? We got 16 databases going on. That is going to be our entire system. But that still leaves us with one thing, namely the dashboards. So that is what we're going to have a look at right now. Let me just grab this circle of growth one more time. This is the essential cycle that our system is based on, right? We want to create insight into who we are, what we value, what our purpose is in life, our core insights. Based on that, we want to plan. Where is it that we're going to go? Turn those abstract values into concrete plans, goals, projects, and ultimately action items. Then we want to structure our knowledge processes, our information flows in such a way that we can actually effectively also execute on our plans, right? So from there, we move to execution. These are the day-to-day actions that we do every single day. These are the tiny little steps that matter. This is our life. Our life is actions. Then we have the review part, where we're going to check in and see, is the planning that we made still working? Is the knowledge structured in such a way that we are actually getting to the point where we want to go? And then lastly, we're going to reflect and see, okay, are all these things still in line with this person that we're trying to be? Are the goals and the ambitions that we set for ourselves actually getting us to be that person that we want to be? Or do we need to change course? Or do we need to change some of our values? Like that, we start getting this circle. So that's the same that we did for these databases, right? We have the insight databases, the knowledge databases, yada, yada, yada. You can see that right over here. So now the last thing we're going to do is we're going to build one dashboard for each of these separate steps in the circle. Now, this one is the database zone. That's where all our databases live. I'm going to give that the custom icon. And each of these zones have a custom icon, a custom color, so that we can always recognize to what part of the process something is related. So I'm just going to add these pages, and I'm going to say inside zone. And I'm going to create the yellow circle. Let's see. We got the inside zone. We're going to grab the circle. We're going to get the banner also. Inside zone. Then we are going to create the planning zone, right? So we're taking the same direction as we did in the circle. We're going to structure these databases, or these dashboards rather. Sorry, these dashboards. Planning in such a way that we can easily navigate them. Planning zone, there we go. Then we're going to make the knowledge. Actually, I'm going to first do the banner because otherwise I have to keep switching between these folders. And there we go. Planning zone. No, I'm lying. This is the knowledge zone. And the knowledge zone can also be called the structuring zone. I'm not quite sure yet which term I want to use, because basically it is structuring our knowledge flows. That is the thing we're doing, and the knowledge is the element. But I thought knowledge might also, sounds maybe more self-explanatory. We're going to add the knowledge zone icon. Can I get it like that? Boom, knowledge zone icon. We're going to get the execution zone going right over here. So that's going to be the execution zone. Whoopa! That right there is a nice little misclick. There we go. Once again, you can find all these assets in the description down below. If you want to copy this, feel free to also do it in your own way, in your own style. Although I do recommend using this structure, obviously. I'm going to get that review zone cover in here. Boom. Oh, this is always so satisfying. I love this process. I spend a lot of time working on these banners because I really enjoy doing that. And I mean, look at this. It's so nice. You get the red circle with the red mountains. You get the orange circle with the orange mountains. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I really like it. We'll move the database collection to the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, review zone, purple circle. Then we have the reflection zone. Grab that icon over here, the reflection zone icon. Something went wrong. Okay, thank you for the information. Then we'll just do this one first. Reflection zone cover. There we go. Upload field. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Let me try that again. Reflection zone. Whoop. Well, that looks better. Grazie, Notion. Thank you for working. I appreciate it. You beautiful, beautiful thing. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have our circle of growth. There we go. The first thing I'm going to do is create a little header, and I also promised to show you something. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create a little navigating bar for ourselves that we can use. I'm going to show you how that works. Knowledge zone, execution zone, review zone, reflection zone. We're going to make this entire thing bold. Yeah, so what you can do in Notion is you can actually remove this little side menu by pressing Command \, and we can get a bigger page. Now we can create here, let me actually see if this one also fits on database collection zone. Yeah. We're going to give these the same color as the corresponding zone. Sometimes Notion does this. When you select text, it's supposed to give this pop-up menu, and sometimes, I don't know, it's just being a little weird. Just have to keep selecting it again and again. Nope. Hello. Can I get a pop-up, please? Mr. Notion. Okay, this is really annoying. Apparently, yeah, I have no idea why it does this. They should just add it when you do like right click with your mouse, that it opens up this little menu. But okay, we'll fix this in a little bit. I'll try it again in a little bit. Then under here, we can add an inspiring quote or something we want to remind ourselves of every single day. Abraham Lincoln, is that how you spell it? And then on the right here, what we want to make is a quick capture for new actions and new notes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a linked view of this database. I'm going to go into personal knowledge database. I'm going to go to layout, gallery, which turns it into this gallery. I'm going to say I don't want any card preview. I want to see nothing. So what happens when I see nothing? New entry. I only see this little tag over here, right? If I were to show, for example, the cover or the content, it's going to add this whole image there. I don't want that. I just want to have nothing there, and I want to set the card size to small. And then we're going to add a filter, and that filter is going to say, delete that one, the name is empty. So what this does is the moment we create a new note, I just had an idea. The moment I write something here, the name is no longer empty. So when I remove this, it will be gone here, right? Just like that. We can capture a new idea, just like that, and it's going to be gone. But then when I'm doing my daily review, right, at the end of my day, I'm going to be emptying those inboxes that we talked about earlier. When I go to this inbox, once it loads, boom, those ideas that we just captured are going to be here, right? So this allows us from each zone to easily access our notes, and we're going to do the exact same thing for the action tracker. So we can easily capture either a new action or a new note. Now, if you are really into quick capturing things, I can highly recommend checking out HyperAction. This is a tool I use. Can I get this on my screen here? Yeah, there you go. I just have one quick capture button, just like that. I can add a new task, and it's automatically added to my action tracker inbox. I can also open and say, actually, I want to add it to my personal knowledge database. So I can toggle between these two, and whenever I'm working on my laptop, within a split second, I can always open this one up, enter in a new item, and have very quick capturing. And I think they are called gethyperaction.com. Shout out to Eno, the guy, one of the co-founders, for building this epic product. I'm a huge fan already. I lied to you in the beginning. I said nothing in this video will cost you money. This is the only thing, but it's going to be a very small investment for a very cool and amazing tool. So definitely do check out HyperAction. But in case you don't want to check out HyperAction, we can just build this into our dashboard. So we still have an easy way of capturing incoming information, right? So we're going to say filter, action name is empty. And apparently we have lots of empty actions, so we're just going to delete all of... Oh, but that was a little bit too much. Nope. Like that. Okay, cool. And then just like that, we can have new action. Now, one issue we are running into that you might already be seeing is that, first of all, this looks really ugly. So we want to have this one right here on the side, but we cannot drag a database next to text. So what I showed you earlier, we just turn this into a page. We then grab, hello, can I grab the page? Thank you. Put that next to here. And then we're going to turn it back into inline. And then we're just going to squeeze this all the way in just before it starts clipping on the side. And there we go. This is why we have the quote here, because we just happen to have some extra space. So we might as well do something nice with it. Lincoln? How do you spell that name? Damn. Gotta make that gray. And then on the bottom here, beneath this entire thing, we're just gonna add, boom, we're gonna drop that down right there. And now you have a quick, easy way of capturing a new note whenever it arises and capturing a new action whenever it arises, right? So quick capturing, very nice little thing to have. Now let's hope that Notion is going to be nice to us and allow us to actually select. Now, you see over here, all of a sudden it does it. Now, why is it not doing it here? Now, there we go. Okay, I have no clue why that took so long. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to make a nice little navigation bar for ourselves. Right? We just have to make this once. So I'm just going to call this yellow. I'm going to say this links to the inside zone. I'm going to make this one. I'm going to say, let's make that orange. And as you can see, I color-coded these in a way that they're almost the same hex codes as the Notion colors. So it's very easy to recognize which zone is which color. We're going to say knowledge zone. We're going to say review purple, review zone. We're going to say reflection is the blue, blue reflection zone, and lastly, the database collection zone. And I'm going to make these ones gray because I think it looks better. Should have done this before, but hey, you know what you're going to do. Set it up once. That is really my mantra, right? You set it up once. You do it properly. If you set a system up properly, maintain it properly, you set it up once and it's going to serve you well, right? The risk with things like Notion, the trap that a lot of people fall into is continually building new things, new dashboard, new things. We just want to set this up once, right? We just want to have a system that works for us and then we can just use it, right? We want to use the system and not be continuously building the system. So right over here, floop, we're going to grab this little nav bar and just like that, we can just paste it into all these different pages. Paste these nav bars in, floop, full width, right? Creating these dashboards, boom, execution zone, full width, review zone, full width. And just like that, we can now navigate through our system also by using this bad boy over here. Let me actually also add that here. Full width, boom. Okay, so there we have the basics of the dashboards set up. So now let's actually set up the specific dashboards. So the first one we are going to set up is the insight zone. And this is also the only dashboard where we're going to add something new, which is going to be, do I have that in here? I did not put that in here. Okay, so I'm just going to say by question. I'm going to say filter I'm going to say reflection questions contains, and we're going to do this one, we're going to do it manually. So there is going to be some exercises that I'm going to add to this system. And as this system is growing, I'm going to turn this into a full course. I'm going to add these exercises. And these are really the deepest possible exercises that you can do to get to know yourself better, right? These are long exercises that really can make an impact on your life. And they're based on proper psychological research, spiritual research. Let me just see. These are methods and exercises that work really, really well. So I'm going to show you an example of one of these exercises. We're going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. We're going to delete this. I'm going to call this one exercises. So, for example, one of these exercises, eulogy at my funeral. So, Stephen Covey, in his book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, talks about this one idea that we always want to start with the end in mind. And one of the exercises that he proposes is to write a eulogy that you want your close friends and family to read at your funeral. So, when you pass away, what are the people that are most dear to you, most important to you? What do they say about you once you pass away? What do you want them to say about you, right? That's a deep exercise. I'm getting the shivers just talking about it. That's a really deep exercise. We could do something like this during a yearly review, but also during any other period where we feel like having that reflection. We will make separate templates for these exercises, and that's something we're not going to do in this video because this is going to be, every exercise is going to be its own template. But then in this template, we can write down this exercise, and down at the bottom, then we can create a linked instance of our core insights database, and we can add a new insight based on this exercise, right? So if I did that exercise, maybe a new core value arises, maybe a new principle arises, and we can then add that, and that is kind of the catalyzer from just something random. We start this exercise, and that becomes the input for this entire circle of growth, right? So that is going to be the first one. Core exercises to our humanhood, personal being. I'll just make this one a bit bigger. And the second thing we want is our core values, right here. Boom. And then we want to have our core principles. Boom. We want to have our core affirmations. And you see, because we already made many of these views, it's quite easy to set this entire thing up. We want to have our 6 life areas. We're going to do the gallery. Let me just say, make that one tiny bit. No, I'm actually going to keep it at medium. This looks perfectly fine. I'm going to hide all these titles, life. Okay, now I hope you can also see how a dashboard like this is then coming together. Right, so I'll just add in the last one here, vision goals. There we go, vision goals. And let's say we only want to see the unarchived ones, and we want to sort them by the generative ability, right? So we can see, okay, this vision goal has that much generative ability, this one has that much generative ability. Then we're going to unwrap all these columns. And let me just rename that one. I think it should just fit on this screen. No, it does not. Okay, I really dislike it when it doesn't fit like this, so I'm just going to call this one values instead of values statement. So we have it all. Yeah, there we go. So this would then be an example of a completed dashboard, right? On this dashboard, we only interact with databases. I am not creating like a regular page anywhere, right? We're not doing any of that. This is all just interacting with databases. And then they're layered in a logical order. So if you were to go through this process, you can start with an exercise. From that exercise arise values and principles. From those, an affirmation might arise. From these, also the vision goals and the life areas, right? We classify these per life area, and then from the life areas, we get the vision goals. So we have this process of generating insight, and that all happens inside the insight zone. On top of that, if we're not in the process, but we just want to, see, oh yeah, what are all my active principles? We can just go into this zone. We can just check it out. Like, hey, oh yeah, these were the affirmations. These were my principles. We easily can access all this information. All right, then we're going to go into the planning zone. And the planning zone is everything related to action that is going to happen, that we're planning to do. So the first thing we're going to grab is the due date calendar. And on there, we can just always see all the action items we have planned for in the future, right? We got all our action items in here. So this is the action level planning. The next one is going to be the project level planning. So we want to have, instead of active projects, I'm going to change this filter and I'm going to say, show me the next up projects. So these are all the projects that we're planning to do, but that we're not yet currently working on, right? So the upcoming projects. Then we're going to go into the goal level. So we're going to open the SMART goals and we're going to say next up goals. So we want to see the goals that we're not working on yet, but that are next up. And then lastly, habits and routines. And we're just going to have a master table here of all the habits and routines. So we can change them to active, inactive if we want. Going to have them right here. Actually, now that I'm doing this, I'm wondering, might be better to even add this to the execution zone, because it is more execution related, but we'll just keep it here for now. You can always remove it. And just like that, we have the planning database, right? And now you can also see why I use these emojis so diligently, because I know that whenever I click on a tab that has the fire, this is a linked instance of the action tracker database. This is a linked instance of the project tracker database. This is a linked instance of the SMART goals database. I always know within a fraction of a second which database I'm in with very little space, right? So it's very compact, very essential. Yeah, and I just really like that. From here, everyone can personalize it. From here, you can make it as big, as fancy as you want. I like to keep it minimalist, small, and then from that, we can start building out. But the core system, it needs to be scalable, and it needs to be clean and clear. All right, moving into the knowledge zone. So in here, we are going to have all of our knowledge, and the first one is going to be the knowledge typo, as we can see. Okay, first one's going to be knowledge classification database. I'm just going to call these knowledge classes. So here we have our most foundational knowledge topics that we are using. Can easily access this. Bam! All the best knowledge I have on physical health and well-being at my fingertips. Whatever this one might be. Design, digital design, including web design, graphic design, whatever, design thinking. At my fingertips, boom. I can open that one. I have this template here. Got all my best information on digital design. Central place. Knowledge classes, we got the relationships over there. Don't even need those. We can just hide those. We can hide those, just make this all the way over there. Boom. Our best knowledge right there. Then we can have some more knowledge databases. We can do our external knowledge by status, for example. Easily access external knowledge by status. That's something we might want to use if we just want to see, okay, is there an article that I was planning to read? Oh, yes, I was still planning to finish this one. Or, yeah, I really want to read that book. Someone has a recommendation. Oh, you should really read this book, man. Okay, cool. Just add it to your external knowledge database. You can easily access it from here. Similarly, we're just going to add the one by type. So we're going to get EK, external knowledge by type. So if you want to have content specific, and then we can do EK by rating. So it all just depends on which way of knowledge filtering you want. You see, and here you also see the power. We have everything in one central database, and we just view it in different ways. And then the last, we want to have our own ideas PK by rating. And that does not mean people killing, but it means personal knowledge. That's a little reference for all the MMORPG fans out there. Cool. That is our knowledge zone. Here we have all our best knowledge filtered in a nice way so we can easily access it. Then we go into the execution zone. And this is by far where I spend the most of my time. Because this is the one we use every single day. Every single day we are executing. The first thing I'm going to create is a daily review. I'm going to put this on gallery. Now you can see it shows the page content. I'm going to change that to don't show anything about this page. Make this cart size small. I'm going to hide that database title. And then I'm going to say the date is today. Boom. And just like that, we have this button. I mean, we could actually make it bigger. Why not make it a little bit bigger for those fat fingers that I have? Boom. We're going to call this one daily review. And we're going to give this a little sun. Now that the sun goes down. Well, there you go. What this now does is when at the beginning of my day, I create a daily review, it's automatically going to be assigned the day of today. Now, there's actually another thing that I'm going to do, which is I'm going to say here at template, the daily review, I always want to generate this daily review template. I'm never going to create a page in here that is not the daily review template. So I'm just going to set this to default. And I say, yeah, do that for all the views. In the morning, I just click here once, boom. And there you have it. I automatically can start filling in this entire template. Now there's one last thing that I'm going to do here. I'm going to set the filter of the weekly review to this week's review. Currently, we don't have a weekly review going on, but suppose, right? Let me just go into the weekly review. Suppose we would have added a review for October 21st to October 27th, for example. I add these two little arrows for myself to show this is the active review. So suppose the other one would have been October 14th to October 20th. This is actually a trick I also learned from August Bradley. Shout out to August Bradley. Pillars, pipelines, and vaults. Very nice Notion course also. So I can easily see which is my active one. And then inside this execution zone, I have this filter and I've set it to the active weekly review. So what this now does is any daily review that I generate is automatically linked to this weekly review. And then at the end of the week, when I'm doing my weekly review, I automatically have all these linked up. So I don't have to do that manually. And if you remember, if you've been paying attention and if you've watched this entire monstrosity of a video, you can see that in the weekly review, we have this little text here, which says set daily review template for this week. So what we can actually do, we can either do that in the template, but actually I'm not going to do it in the template. I'm just going to say set daily review for this week. We're going to go into this execution zone and we're going to copy the link to this particular view. Then I'm going to link that right over here. Unknown block, perfect. And now, whenever we do our weekly review, at the end, we just click here, and then we change this filter. Change it to the current week. Just like that. Boom. Wrong key. Boom. Back out. And then the execution zone is set up. Just like that. Perfect, right? So we have the filter. Bam, bam. And then the beginning of the day, we only have to create a new daily review. I am actually going to put it to small because I think it looks better. Perfect. The next thing we're going to have is our daily actions, right? This is the daily action list that we're working on day to day. And this just has all the knowledge we might need. Suppose I am working on a project. Suppose this is part of the Notion system project. I can easily also navigate into that project if I want, simply by clicking here, open up that project page. So this is really going to be our daily action list. So we start the daily review, then we go into daily actions. Then over here, we have our active habits. As a reminder, over here, we have our active projects. Project tracker, active projects. And I'm going to do this one in list view properties. I'm going to say priority and progress bar. And then status is not really relevant. So we can easily access all of our projects. We're going to do the same for goals. Active goals. So just give me a list. I like lists. I think they look nice, generally speaking. Status is not really necessary. We can see our active goals. And lastly, if you want, I personally don't really like the view of this action tracker on mobile, so you can add a separate action tracker which is optimized for mobile, and that would look something like this, where I'm just going to say properties, priority, and done. That's really all I want. Yeah, so if you want, you can add this one for mobile. Have a little shortcut on your phone so you can easily access it. And yeah, it's just a bit easier to access that. I mostly spend time in these two, and the rest we just have it there. So in our execution zone, we always have everything that we are actively working on right now. This is where we execute on the person that we want to be. So that is the front part, and then we are going to go, of course, into the back part. In here, we're going to create linked views of all the review databases, starting with the daily review. And we want to have the daily review just like this, not in a list format, because it's nice to see the heat map of the habits. It's really a little up bonus thing of the daily review. Now, as I mentioned earlier, with the dates, you always need to make sure that you order them in the right direction, because obviously we want to have them. See, I would think ascending is right, but it's actually descending. So descending, we get the most recent on the top. There we go, 26th. I suppose that would be 24th, you know. And usually I name my reviews like this. I just give them oct 25, oct 24, oct 22. So that's the daily review. Then we are going to grab the weekly review. See, building these dashboards, once you've everything set up, it's really quite easy. I'm going to turn this one into list. And I'm going to say weekly review. Properties, I want to see the date span. It's already showing me the date span. That's perfect. I'm going to add one date span here to make sure, once again, that we have the sorting right, because we want to sort it by date, descending. There we go. So now we have the whole list of weekly reviews also in one single place. And actually, don't even have to add a review here. We can just call it weekly, daily, because we know by now what means what. Okay, monthly review. We're going to do this gallery, right? We'll have the gallery for all the different months. It just looks better. You can easily access each of your months. Quarterly. For the quarterly one, we're also going to do the gallery, which I see we haven't created in the original database. So let's just do that real quick. Quarterly review, gallery, page cover, right? There we go. Boom. We got the queue. Okay, apparently not. Sometimes the technology doesn't do what you want it to do. You know what? Let's see, review covers, quarterly review. Well, you get the point. We can just add more of these. All the documents are in the description. You can just add these. Property, we will remove the name, and yeah, similar to that, you can then add here the quarterly review gallery. Quarterly review gallery, there we go. boom, quarterly review gallery. Then we're going to add the yearly review. This one's going to be very empty. You can add a banner here if you want. This is going to literally take years before you fill this one up. So we're just going to leave it like this for now. Yearly reviews. And then we want to have our finished projects and our finished goals here. So this is going to be all the projects that we have ever finished. So they all are going to be in one central place. Completed or terminated. Right, this is the review section. We want to be able to review all the things that we did, all the processes that we have. And I'm going to say completed and terminated goals also. So that's the review zone. Here we have all our review information at our fingertips. And then the last one is going to be the reflection zone. And inside of this reflection zone, whoops, we can start adding all these reflections that we created earlier. We're going to have the daily reflections. We're going to have the weekly reflections. Now, this thing glitches sometimes. Sometimes all of a sudden, like a whole bunch of questions just pop up into this view. I have no clue why this happens. I'm pretty sure it's a bug in Notion. I'm afraid they won't fix it anytime soon because this is an incredibly niche mechanic. But just be aware of that. If that happens, just hide the questions instead of deleting them. And I think that should solve the issue. So we're just going to have quarterly. We're just going to have yearly. Yearly, right? Projects. See, right, for example, it's doing it here now. It's just adding these random questions that have absolutely no business being here. So we're just going to hide them instead of deleting them. Here, similar, we're just going to hide them. See, now all of a sudden this one just bounces into... This is just a strange thing. I don't know why this happens. I'll just delete that one for now. It's a bug, not a feature. I can tell you as much. Yearly. Hide. And we're missing a whole bunch of these yearly questions. Well, this is something I'll have to figure out at a later point. I don't know why it does this. It shouldn't be doing this. But we'll just finish this one up. SMART goals and vision goals. And this is also why we created the central reflections database, right? Because now, as time progresses, as we are going to write all these daily reflections, all these weekly reflections, all these monthly reflections, right? Little drops. Every time we add a little drop. But as our system grows with us, right? And this is where this database structure is so valuable. As it grows with us, as it scales with us, we start collecting super powerful patterns of information, right? I can see how I answered this particular question for the past 2 years, let's say. And, have I been using my time wisely in the past month? And if I can see my pattern over the past 2 years, all of a sudden it becomes clear to me that every time that I am working from home, I am not using my time wisely. Or every time I am not putting enough effort into my relationships, it's causing me a lot of suffering. We can start seeing all these patterns in the different domains of our lives, in the projects, in our day-to-day life, in the longer periods. And that really, really, really gives us powerful insight. And from that insight, we can then start working again, right? So one more time, exercise leads to core insights. linked to life areas leads to vision goals. Vision goals leads to SMART goals, which then leads to habits and projects. Projects lead to action items. Action items are executed, which leads to generation of knowledge, but also generation of reflections, which are all captured inside the daily reviews. Then the daily reviews lead into weekly reviews, lead into monthly reviews, lead into quarterly, lead into yearly reviews, with their associated reflections. And those reflections and reviews then once again result into new insights. And that is how we get this circle of growth to work. We keep improving our entire system. We keep improving our insight. We keep improving our goals, our knowledge, our execution. Everything just keeps improving. We keep getting better as time progresses. And that is then also how this entire system is going. Cool. Okay, that is one big ass video. I hope that this masterclass was of value to you. I really enjoyed making it. Please let me know if you have feedback. This is the first time for me to really record something this big, this special. Approximately 9 months of work went into crafting this system. I took a lot of inspiration from August Bradley, Pillars, Pipelines, and Vaults, Tiago Forte, Building a Second Brain, Getting Things Done by David Allen, seminar book. I also took a lot of inspiration from Cal Newport, Deep Work. Lots of people. I thank them all for inspiring me over the past years. This is really my biggest project up to date. I really poured my heart and soul into this. There will be a second iteration of this product. I'm actually going to turn this into a proper e-learning course, including videos, cheat sheet articles, and also the complete template that you can just download and integrate. So I'm going to optimize this system one more time. But I hope this was valuable to you. You can find all the resources down in the description down below, all the assets, the covers, the icons. And if anything is missing, just let me know. I will edit. Thank you so much if you made it to the end. You are an absolute fucking legend. And have a wonderful day and befriend yourself this good friend and use it. Use it wisely because this can really lead to a lot of good things. Thank you.